I'm Comrade Shane, and this is a DPRK reality check. When it comes to the DPRK, one phrase which we are constantly hearing repeated in the mainstream media is human rights, followed by allegations of extreme abuses and crimes. In this episode, I would like to dispel the mainstream orthodox background assumptions about so-called human rights abuses in the DPRK, and also give you an idea of where and why these allegations exist and are so prevalent that they can float along those orthodox background assumptions without being seriously challenged. So perhaps some of you can challenge your own perceptions on the truth about human rights in the DPRK, while for others, this video may help you in your efforts to defend DPRK and even champion it as the socialist society it is. It's the DPRK's view that human rights are the rights of humanity to independence. In other words, to the rights of the masses as masters of state, society, and their own destiny, free from exploitation and oppression. As such, the genuine personification of human rights are the masses of the people. Guided by the Juche philosophy, it is fundamental to the world outlook of the DPRK that the masses of people demand the rights to live and develop independently and creatively, free from the fetters of nature and society, and also have the capability to achieve it. That all rights won by the masses in different eras are attributable to their demands for independence and their tireless efforts to realize it. The demand of the social collective for independence is a common demand of its members for the existence and development of their collective. And the demand of individual members for independence is the demand they can make as equal members of the collective, and they ought to be guaranteed by their collective. I think I have a webcam after today. It might be the last day without one. The demand of the masses, the social collective, represents the demand of the social community and coincides with the demand of individual members of the collective. That the human rights demanded and realized by the masses are genuine human rights that satisfy the demand of both the collective and its individual members. The West finds its origin of basic human rights of humanity in the Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Citizen adopted in France on August 27, 1789, and the Declaration of Independence adopted in the U.S. on July 4, 1776. The former identifies the basic rights of humanity as, quote, liberty, property, safety, and resistance to oppression, end quote, while the latter identifies them as, quote, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, end quote. The DPRK views the basic rights of humanity as the most important rights, which serve as the source of all human rights. Without these basic rights, the realization of other rights is unthinkable. These basic rights are socio-political rights, the right to dignity, the right to existence, and the right to inviolability. Socio-political rights are the basis of all rights of humanity and enable them to occupy the position and perform the role as masters of state and society. If humanity fails to become master of politics, the masses of people cannot properly realize cultural or economic rights, so socio-political independence is most important for humanity. Socio-political independence is realized through the provision and exercise of the freedom and right to participate in achieving national sovereignty, state administration, and socio-political activities. The humanity-centered Juche philosophy considers humanity to be the most dignified and valuable being in the world. The dignity and value of humanity are realized properly when they exercise the rights to social and personal equality, to free development of individuality, and to treatment proper to a human being. Discrimination of personality, whatever the reason, is an insult to the dignity of humanity and enslavement of humanity. An application of inhuman and dishonorable morality. It constitutes an infringement upon the basic right to dignity. The right to existence is expressed in economic life. Only when a person has the right in economic life, whose contents are labor and ownership, and freely exercise it, can they maintain its existence and enjoy their life. Finally, unless the right to inviolability and freedom of the person is ensured, a person cannot exercise the rights whatsoever. Only when they are guaranteed the right to inviolability of the person, which is the right to not be detained or arrested without reason, can humanity exercise their rights to the full. It is the position of the DPRK that to set and apply human rights standards in conformity with the requirements of its people and its actual conditions, while respecting the human rights standards stipulated in international agreements on human rights, belongs to the sovereignty of every country. The system of provision of human rights in the DPRK began to be established after the country was liberated from Japanese imperialist colonial rule on August 15, 1945. Many countries which had formerly been colonies of imperialists maintained the laws of colonial days for a certain period, or instituted new laws by referring to them. However, just after its liberation from colonial rule, Korea proclaimed that all the laws and regulations which had been enforced under the colonial rule of Japanese imperialism had lost validity forever, and any legal order against the construction of a new society and the interests of the Korean people would not be tolerated.
Lenin did with the Tsarist laws too, by the way.
Korea has maintained the principle of completely abolishing draconian colonial laws and establishing a new legal system and order for ensuring people's freedom and rights as required by the building of a new society on the basis of the people's democratic and revolutionary consciousness of law. An important step in realizing human rights in the DPRK was the democratization of the judicial system. It was undertaken to thoroughly destroy the outdated judicial system which served the realization of Japanese colonial rule, and in its place build a people-oriented, revolutionary judicial system which would defend the rights and interests of the people. It began with the setting up of the Judiciary Bureau in November 1945. And after the establishment of the Provisional People's Committee of North Korea in February 1946, democratization of the judicial system was promoted and further advanced. So, the basis for a democratic judicial system that would provide rights and freedom for the people that is firmly in their own hands was laid in a short span of time after liberation. In Korea, the labor law was first proclaimed by a decision of the Provisional People's Committee of North Korea on June 24, 1946. As a result, the remnants of the Japanese imperialist colonial slave labor, which forced unlimited working hours, starvation wages, and harsh labor conditions, were completely liquidated, and the road to a new working life was opened, with the enforcement of regular paid leave, social security, and other labor rights. The first constitution was adopted in September 1948 with the founding of the DPRK and comprehensively consolidated the democratic freedoms and rights which had already been gained by the people through individual laws and regulations. Declaring equal rights of citizens in all fields of social life, it first stipulates in the political field the right to elect and to be elected, the freedom of speech, the press, assembly, demonstration, and association, the rights to organize and join political parties, social and other organizations, and the freedom of religious belief and of holding religious ceremonies. It stipulated the rights of the working people in the sphere of economic life, the right to be awarded for the same return for the same work, the right to material assistance by Social Security scheme, and the right to run small and medium-sized trade and industry. In the field of social life, it stipulated the right to receive compulsory primary education and education at colleges and universities at state expense, the right to inviolability of the person, and the right to complaints and petitions. On the principles of internationalism, it prescribes the right of asylum and equal rights of citizens of ethnic minorities. The Socialist Constitution of the DPRK was adopted in December 1972 at the first session of the Fifth Supreme People's Assembly. It further consolidated the democratic rights and freedoms of the people. In relation to the fundamental rights of citizens, the Socialist Constitution first clarifies the principle of collectivism, on which the rights and duties of citizens are based. That the state substantially ensures all citizens the democratic rights, freedoms, and a happy material and cultural life. And that the rights and freedoms of citizens be further amplified with the consolidation and development of the socialist system. In the economic field, it stipulates the right of citizens such as the guaranteed right to work, relaxation, free medical care, education, freedom of scientific, literary, and artistic pursuits. It defines those to be put under special protection of state and society and legal protection of overseas Koreans and foreign exiles. Then, an ordinance of the Supreme People's Assembly on completely eliminating taxation system was adopted on March 21, 1974. The decision and enactment of this ordinance was a historic event in the advancement of human rights in the DPRK and made it the first country to completely emancipate its people from the burden of tax.
Same. I feel like once we get enough sub points, eventually we have to get a Kim Jong-un emote, right?
Constitutes a firm legal guarantee, not only for speeding up the construction of a powerful socialist country, realizing the country's independent and peaceful reunification, and developing relations with other countries, but also for protecting and promoting the civil rights of the people. Chapters 1, 2, 3, and 4 define the principles of state administration of the political, economic, cultural, and defense sectors, and set out matters of principle related with ensuring human rights, like policies, conditions, and measures. Some examples of articles in the Constitution for providing human rights in the political field includes Article 6. The organs of state power at all levels are elected on the principle of universal, equal, and direct suffrage by secret ballots. Article 8. As a people-centered system in which the working people are the masters of everything and everything in society serves them, the social system of the DPRK defends their interests and respects and protects their rights. Article 15. The DPRK shall champion the democratic, national rights of overseas Koreans and their legitimate right and interests recognized by international law. 17. The state shall promote unity with people all over the world who defend their independence and oppose all forms of aggression and interference. Article 18. The law of the DPRK reflects the wishes and interests of the working people and is a basic instrument for state administration. And Article 18. The law of the DPRK reflects the wishes and interests of the working people and is a basic instrument for state administration. Some examples of articles in the Constitution for providing human rights in the economic field includes Articles 21 and 22. The state shall define and protect the property of state and social cooperative organizations. Article 24. The state shall protect personal property and guarantee the right to inherit it by law. Article 25. The DPRK regards the steady improvement of the material and cultural life of the people as the supreme principle of its activities. The constantly increasing material wealth of society in the country is used entirely to promote the well-being of the working people. The state shall provide all working people with every condition for obtaining food, clothing, and housing. Article 27. The state shall free the working people from difficult and tiresome labor and narrow down the distinctions between physical and mental labor. Article 28. The state shall undertake, at its own expense, the building of production facilities for the cooperative farms and modern houses in the countryside. Article 29. The state renders the labor of the working people more joyful and worthwhile so that they willingly work with enthusiasm and creativity for society, the collective, and themselves. Article 31. The state shall prohibit the employment of children under the minimum working age. And Article 34. The state shall draw up and implement the plans for the development of the national economy in accordance with the laws of socialist economic development, so that the balance between accumulation and consumption can be maintained correctly, economic construction accelerated, and people's living standards steadily raised, and the nation's defense capability strengthened. Now, some examples of articles in the Constitution for providing human rights in the cultural field includes Article 40. The state shall make the whole society intellectual. Article 47. The state shall provide education to all pupils and students free of charge and grant scholarship to students of universities and colleges. That means all students. Article 53. The state shall provide sufficient modern cultural facilities so that all the working people may enjoy a socialist cultured, aesthetic life to their heart's content. Article 56. The state shall protect people's lives and improve their health by consolidating and developing the system of universal, free medical service, and improving the district doctor system and the system of preventative medicine. Article 57. The state shall adopt measures to prevent environmental pollution so as to provide the people with a hygienic living environment and working conditions. And in regards to the armed forces, Article 59 stipulates the mission of the armed forces of the DPRK. That is to defend and safeguard the interests of the working people, defend the socialist system.
Well, I'm sorry to pause this right now. We will finish this. Just what the hell is wrong with Western Maoists? Would you please look at this? I say this without an ounce of irony. The modern DPRK is the greatest embodiment of Mussolini's beliefs since fascist Italy, but you were not ready for that conversation. And of course, if you know Zay here, you know this one is a joke, hence the... it's why the DPRK is a revisionist pariah state that must be struggled against. This is an ironic joke that the comrade is doing. I'm very familiar with Zay. The funny part is that. And then, yeah, but what's the most ridiculous thing is a Maoist replied to this joke thread and actually said, I say this without an ounce of irony. The modern DPRK is the greatest embodiment of Mussolini's beliefs since fascist Italy. Ultranationalist philosophy based around substituting Marxism for the myth of a great nation. Read Juche, you motherfucker. Third positionist economics. Jesus Christ. Look at this. Look at this. Anyone who disagrees has not read anything from the Kim family, but bases their analysis from CPUSA freaks on Twitter. This is your Western Maoists. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, just wanted to make you aware of that hot take I just noticed.
And the gains of revolution from foreign aggression and protect the freedom, independence, and peace of the country.
Yeah, what the hell does that even mean? They have complete people ownership of everything. People have democracy in their goddamn workplaces. What are you talking about? In fucking Mussolini's Italy, the people couldn't even have unions, for fuck's sakes.
Now, I will review some articles on the fundamental rights of citizens, as stipulated in the Constitution.
Look, there's some good Maoists out there.
Like the human rights we just discussed,
but there is a significant number of Western Maoists who have opinions like that, and it's absolutely fucking ridiculous. You're no different than a Trotskyite.
Rights, social, economic, and cultural rights. For political and civil rights, the Constitution stipulates the right to elect.
We'll look at it again after this video.
Freedom of speech.
Because this is the perfect video to compare with that statement.
Demonstration and association. Freedom of religious belief. In fact, the Korean Federation of Buddhists, the Korean Federation of Christians, and other religious groups are a proud part of political parties and public institutions. The right to submit complaints and petitions. Right to freedom of residence, right to inviolability of the person and home, and privacy of correspondence. For social, economic, and cultural rights, it stipulates the right to work. However, this is not comparable to right-to-work laws of capitalist countries, which empowers employers to treat employees as disposable. The right to work stipulated in the DPRK's Socialist Constitution is the guaranteed right to employment, which meets the desire, skill, and education of the person. The right to relaxation. The right to free medical care and social insurance.
By the way, sorry,
the right to education. The right to freedom of scientific, literary, and artistic pursuits. The characteristics of the fundamental rights of citizens stipulated in the Constitution are that, first, they are concrete rights which citizens possess and exercise in all domains of state and social life. Second, they are provided to every citizen equally and substantially. The Constitution stipulates specifically that the state shall effectively guarantee genuine democratic rights, freedom, as well as the material and cultural well-being of all its citizens, and defines that the rights and freedoms of citizens shall be amplified with the consolidation and development of the socialist system. Now, I don't want to leave this video at simply listing laws and articles related to human and citizen rights in the DPRK, but would like to give you a better understanding at how thoroughly and systematically these human rights are provided to the people with some brief examples. Provisions regarding the right to elect and to be elected include the fact that all citizens who have reached voting age exercise the right to elect and to be elected without any limitation, and all voters can participate in the elections on an equal footing and can be elected as deputy to a power organ. Voters elect the deputies to the people's assemblies at all levels with their own hands, according to their own will, and the secrecy of the result of balloting is ensured both during and after casting the ballot. Provisions for freedom of speech and press is materialized through more than 100 kinds of newspapers published at national, provincial levels, at factories, enterprises, universities, hundreds of periodicals printed by scores of publishing houses, and several TV and radio channels. All citizens freely exercise the freedom to express their view and opinions through publication, TV, and radio broadcasts. The right to free writing and creation of works is legally guaranteed, and the right to make proposals aimed at improving the work of state organs, enterprises, organizations, and public servants is ensured. The people are also provided with the right to obtain, process, and transfer information. As for the provision for freedom of thought and religion, everybody in the DPRK is fully provided with the right to choose and follow their thought and religion according to their free will, in accordance with the Constitution.
By the way, you can even take theology at Kim Il-sung University.
People are free to choose and follow any religion, can officially or personally, privately or jointly hold religious service, ritual, and ceremony, provided it isn't used as a pretext to restrict the independence of others. They can also build religious structures or conduct religious education. In the DPRK, church and the state are clearly separated, and everybody is provided with freedom of religion. Through their everyday life and experience, and through historical processes, the Korean people have realized that the Juche idea is an idea that thoroughly defends and realizes their independence and truly guarantees human rights, and that when they advance along the road indicated by the idea, genuine happiness and prosperity will be achieved. They have acquired and follow this idea as an element of their faith and will on their own accord, contrary to the slander of imperialists, reactionaries, and their mouthpiece media. Provisions for the right to life in the DPRK is provided through protection of persons from arbitrary arrest and execution by state institutions, organizations, and individuals, as well as from diseases and natural disasters.
By the way, in regards to torture being thoroughly prohibited, they even consider solitary confinement to be a pretty fucking heinous form of torture. Something which many free capitalist societies still don't consider to be torture.
In order to prevent damage from contagious diseases, the government has invested an enormous amount of funds in developing vaccines and importing necessary medicines, and takes positive steps to minimize the damage likely to be caused by natural disasters. The death penalty is imposed for the most serious crimes on an extremely limited basis.
It is, Sean. I have been in solitary. It's not good. Not in prison, mind you, but in jail. And it's not good. Even there.
It is strictly prohibited to intentionally torture, that is, to inflict physical or mental pain upon humans and to treat and punish them in an inhumane and degrading manner. According to the criminal law, it is regarded as a crime to interrogate suspects in an inhumane manner by torture, exaggerated or fabricated cases, and deliver unjust judgments. In the DPRK, solitary confinement is also recognized as the heinous psychological torture that it is, and thus strictly prohibits it as a form of torture that is strictly illegal. The law of the DPRK on the composition of the court contributes to correctly trying and settling criminal and civil cases and guaranteeing the right of citizens to fair procedures in judgment by establishing a strict system and order in the composition of courts. Lawyers in the DPRK ensure the human rights of citizens and the legal system of the state through defense counseling and legal consultancy. And organs, enterprises, organizations, and citizens have the right to select lawyers freely for legal proceedings and legal acts. The provision of the right to education is provided by the DPRK through free education, and all educational institutions are strictly prohibited from charging parents or guardians of children with fees for admission, lesson, study tour, internship, or field trips. The state gives special attention to staffing educational institutions, building up the ranks of teachers, improving the methods of education, and providing educational conditions.
Cool.
The provision of the right to health is realized in the DPRK through the complete and universal free medical service and preventative medical care system.
Webcam should be soon.
All kinds of medical service, medication, diagnosis, experimental test, treatment, operation, doctor's visits, hospitalization, prescriptions, and meals are provided free of charge. It is a state policy in the DPRK to treat the elderly with respect and look after their life and health in a responsible manner. The elderly receive regular pension and allowances of various forms from the state. Even if they have their supporters, they may receive state support according to their wish. The state provides persons with disabilities with more favorable conditions and environment in medical treatment, education, cultural activities, labor, and respects their personalities, including the right to choose employment of their choice or to choose employment in an occupation specially designed
for persons with disabilities. Well, then it all still works, lesbian hot sauce, doesn't it?
And perhaps the most surprising of all for those who have only heard the imperialist slander about human rights in the DPRK is the provisions to realize the right to adequate standard of living.
Yeah, not that. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm willing to bet the hospital food is like actually
applies such a new revolutionary form of remuneration.
Something very interesting.
Benefits
What's
by
that?
State and society, together with the reward for work done, thus ensuring the right of the people to adequate standard of living. Everyone in the country, from birth, has the right to food and is supplied with food grain prices at next to nothing. The state supplies food to workers, office employees, and even newly born babies.
Hold on, I'm gonna pause.
And as an example,
you're starting a new autoimmune medication drug that's $250 a month. This is buying it from a Chinese maker via India. Guess how much it is in the US? Jesus Christ, I don't know. $500.
Of what I mean by food grain prices at next
I don't
to
live in the
nothing,
US, I live in
the state
Canada, so it's hard
purchases
for me to
rice
guess that.
at the
I'm gonna
price
guess
of
500.
189 won per kg, and corn
Welcome in,
at
Just.
96 won per kg from cooperative farms.
Landing too early for
And
this
then
shit.
sells rice
Numbers?
at 46 won, and corn processed
Want me to
noodles
think
at
about
33
numbers?
won. So through the miracle of a planned
Okay,
economy,
apparently
it
this-
is able
alright,
to
Sean
buy the
is in
raw
here.
grain from the farmers
Like, apparently
at a
there's a
higher
mod in
cost
here.
than it sells the processed foodstuff back.
Someone
to
give
them.
me some Advil. I will email you some Advil, Lennon.
And so we can also say that the
Welcome,
DPRK
Dimitri.
ensures the human right
Hope you're
of
well
the
today,
complete
comrade. Welcome
fruits
in.
of one's
First time
labor.
chatter.
And another provision for the realization of the right to adequate standard of living is that the state builds and allots housing free of
Wait.
charge. And the people
Wait. Does that say $20,000 a month? Email me some sleep too and a breakfast biscuit. All right, Lennon. I'll email you a whole ass fucking breakfast sandwich and some sleep. My wife's got lots to give over. And my son too. They both sleep till 2 sometimes. Yeah, that is ridiculous. So this medication that you're taking, autoimmune medication, $250 a month from China through India, $20,000 through the US. Wow. Land of the free. Richest land on earth, right? And here we go. We're just watching this thing in DPRK where they're telling you about how DPRK, every single citizen gets healthcare, medication, food in the hospitals, their prescription drugs, all completely paid for by the state. I gotta fucking fix the Autobot because it picks up the most ridiculous things. But like it pays for all those things, and people will still say like DPRK is poor. Okay, maybe don't have the economic might, quote unquote, that the US does, but seems to me that if most working people lived in DPRK, they would feel more fucking rich than they do living hand to mouth, you know? Fucking begging on the streets, looking for jobs. What the fuck? I guess I just don't know how to pull up my bootstraps. You just got back from Serbia and Hungary? Well, I'm glad you caught up with my videos, Sip. And I'm glad that you had a good vacation. You drank too much at the skate park, and then you ended up downtown at the bar. Oh no, Lennon. What were you drinking last night?
experience no form of dwelling tax.
Hope you didn't get drunk on beers, because
Builds
that
and
fucked me
allots
up.
dwelling houses for all the working people and bears most of the utility cost. What is charged for this
Vodka
is
per
based on
usual?
the
Okay.
income
For me,
called
it's
living
usually the
expense
whiskey, Lennon.
the person receives. Meanwhile, farmers are excluded altogether
Or
from
rum.
any utility cost, and thus receive housing at entirely no charge to them.
I like a little bit of rum. Some Labrador Screech. Yeah, that's true, Sean. I mean, I did that. I've been there. A lot of people in the US have jobs and still live in their cars on the street. Yep. Yeah, 3 people that work with me are technically homeless. Yeah, it's common. Very common. In the US and Canada both.
For all the working people and bears most of the utility cost. What is charged for this is based on the income called living expense the person receives.
Imagine
Meanwhile,
your rent being
farmers
based
are
on your
excluded
income.
altogether from any utility cost, and thus receive housing at entirely no charge to them.
So can you imagine that? Your rent is based entirely, not just if you have subsidized housing, but everywhere in the country, your rent, or rather in the case of DPRK, as I mentioned in this video, you pay a utility fee that's just a certain percentage of your income. And then, of course, if you're in the rural If you live in a rural area, you don't even pay that. You gotta come up with, yeah, can't come out with 2,000 to pay deposits. Yep. I mean, I've been there. I've totally been there. When I worked at the airport, like that's basically what it was like. Because they paid me so little. A bunch of us basically lived in the airport in the lunchroom. They had a bunch of coaches, and like a number of us just slept there. You just fucking pick up whatever shifts you could, any extra flights that come in. They'd always be looking for help anyway. Yeah, income-based housing is actually affordable, and I think the utility is something like 2% of your income. So it's almost more of like just a fucking a representative thing. It's like more of a ceremonial thing than anything. It's so little. It's like 1 or 2% of your total income.
In the DPRK, there are many state organs and organizations concerned with the protection and promotion of human rights. State organs are the Supreme People's Assembly, the State Affairs Commission,
You got your desk mic
the
set up?
Presidium
You
of
might
the
stay home and
Supreme
stream
People's
tonight.
Assembly,
Cool.
the Cabinet, commissions and ministries, local people's assemblies, and people's committees.
I think I'll have a
public
webcam
prosecutors'
today,
offices,
comrades.
and courts.
Possibly.
If you'd like to learn more about these
Oh, you got the
organs
Blue
in general,
Yeti? I
check
thought
out the
about
video
that
on the channel
last
called
year.
DPRK Reality
And then I
Check
got this
Politics
HyperX mic.
and State Organs, which I'll leave a link to in the description. Some public organizations with this mission in the DPRK are the Kim Il-sung's Kim Jong-il's Youth League, the Socialist Women's Union of Korea, General Federation of Trade Unions of Korea, the Union of Agricultural Workers of Korea, Korea Federation for the Protection of Persons with Disabilities, Korea Federation for the Care of the Aged, Korea Society for Human Rights Studies, Korea Education Fund, Korea Committee on Measure for the Victims of
I really
Sexual
gotta fix the
Slavery of the
censoring.
Japanese
It's too
Army
much.
and Forcible
It's too
Drafting,
much. I gotta make it
the
easier.
Red Cross Society of Korea, the Bar Association of Korea, the Democratic Lawyers Association of Korea, the Family Planning and
We have the
Maternity
same thing
and Child
happening
Health
here, just
Association of
in
Korea,
Nova Scotia,
and
where
many,
we have a bunch of
many more.
Ontario people coming in, driving up the price
And
of
some
housing.
organs for international cooperation in the field of human rights to be found in DPRK include, but are not limited to, the National Coordinating Committee for the Implementation of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, National Committee for UNESCO, the National Committee for UN Food and Agricultural Organization, and the National Coordinating Committee for the Implementation of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. And so here we see that, contrary to the orthodox mainstream narrative, the DPRK is not against international human rights organizations. In fact, it is the position of the DPRK that international human rights organizations should enhance their roles to address the issue of human rights at the international level. That enhancing the role of the UN General Assembly is of utmost importance. That these international bodies, in particular the UN Human Rights Council, should never
Kinda
be
doing base
abused
things
as
as
a
usual.
tool serving the interests of certain countries.
I'll show you my pets in a second.
And
Wait
the
till
human rights
once we do the
situation
intro
in each
song.
country should be assessed in an objective and impartial manner. Thus, DPRK recognizes that no nation should allow a violation of sovereignty by outside forces in the interpretation and application of international human rights instruments.
So there are 4 international rights instruments, unlike as we're popularly told, right?
The interventionist and aggressive maneuvers of the US and other imperialist countries, using the pretext of human rights protection and under the signboard.
Awesome article. Although, I mean, I would say that this is a bit... I mean, that's a bit of a misnomer because the DPRK does have 100% home ownership. Yeah, the DPRK does engage with UN mechanisms, definitely.
Of the UN General Assembly
It has
should
been
never be
it has
tolerated.
been trying to become like
because such
a permanent
interventions
member for a
and
long time.
interference in the sovereignty
I'm
of
not sure
others
if it is or
has
not
been
yet, but
clearly shown
it
by
participates
history
in the General
to grant
Assembly
no
as
one
well.
better human rights, and in every case has made the situation worse. The DPRK attaches due attention to the cooperation and exchanges with international organizations and countries in the field of guaranteeing human rights. It provided convenience to the members of the Amnesty International, International Association Against Torture, UN Commission on the Rights of the Child, Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women of the then UN Commission on Human Rights. It arranged for them to meet law enforcement officials and persons at reform institutions, and to visit reform institutions and detention rooms, so as to help them inquire into the actual human rights situation in the country. It has responded with good faith and tolerance to the questions raised by the UN High Commission for Human Rights, human rights conventions implementing bodies, and other organizations under the UN and non-governmental human rights bodies.
As you can see, they do cooperate with fucking international organizations, despite what we are commonly fed. And as Lesbian Hot Sauce here in chat just points out, great point to make. Even in the US refused to sign up to the rights of the child, which the DPRK has. Like, just think about this. Think about what they're telling you about this country versus
the
what
major
it's actually
obstacle
doing.
to the protection and promotion of human rights in the DPRK are the hostile policies pursued by the US and other Western countries that follow their lead. They are moves and policies to stamp out the country politically, blackmail it militarily, and isolate and stifle it economically. This is out of its ambition to occupy and control the whole Korean peninsula, just as the US has maintained an unpopular division of Korea and militarily occupied the southern half of the nation since the Korean War. Owing to the hostile moves of the US that regards the Korean people and the DPRK as its enemy, the right of the Korean people to peace and development has been threatened continuously. The Korean War, which the US unleashed on Korea, lasted 3 years, and most recent estimates show that it claimed the lives of around 8 million, about 30% of the population in North Korea. Every building over 2 stories in Pyongyang and at least 75% of the entire city was turned to rubble by the bombing campaigns. This war of invasion, along with the refusal to sign a peace treaty, the incessant military provocations including war games, the continued occupation of the nation, and the moves of the US to ignite a new war, all constitute crimes against the right of the Korean people to live and develop in a peaceful and free environment. Since the end of the Korean War, the US has imposed sanctions, embargoes, and blockade on the DPRK. These have been unprecedented in their viciousness and tenacity.
Important to remember, depending on how recent it's going to be too, Lesbian Hot Sauce, don't forget that DPRK doesn't agree with WHO that the pandemic is over, and therefore they are still in the midst of having a pretty strict COVID policy.
Moves are aimed at isolating, stifling, causing insecurity, including starvation, and destabilizing the
Of course,
DPRK
a big reason for that is because of the strain it would put on their healthcare system, which is, of course, under
US
sanctions.
imperialist hegemony. These moves by the US, its allies, and vassal states are also crimes against human rights and humanity, which check the sovereign state's rights to develop and exert a great negative impact on the people's ability to enjoy their rights. These sanctions are a crime as serious as wartime genocide, which, as I just pointed out, the US has also rained on Korea. As it has learned that military threats and even isolating sanctions are helpless in bringing down the socialist system of the DPRK and bringing all of Korea, its labor and resources under its thumb, the US is trying to internationalize the anti-DPRK human rights smear campaign by instigating its followers and vassals. Its smear campaign, like all other hostile moves against the DPRK, is aimed at ignoring the reality and political mode and social system in the DPRK and changing them at any cost. To strengthen its hegemony and its position as the leading
I'm guessing because many CSOs outside of government control. It's hard to say. I mean, they do have non-government organs or non-government organizations that do work in there. At least they did pre-COVID situation. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I would be willing to guess you could find some kind of reasoning somewhere as to why they don't do the second one right now.
Power.
But they do allow non-government organizations or have allowed them to work there.
The very foundation of international human rights mechanisms.
It just depends on the non-government organization. They are wary of them for good reason, I think.
To be wielded by the US against countries it deems enemies. And for the empire, any country that refuses to be its vassal risks becoming its enemy. So now you might be asking, why does the free and independent media of the US and other capitalist countries simply repeat the slander by US capitalists and imperialists? Well, it's because there is no such thing as a free and independent media in a capitalist country. Because in these capitalist countries, the media is not simply friendly to transnational corporate system that has an interest in the existence of imperialism. The media itself are part of the corporate capitalist class, which feeds itself to bloated proportions from the existence of the imperialist extraction of super profits.
You better strap in, because I got a bad thing to show you after this video, right quick.
A threat to the bourgeoisie, imperialists, and imperialism itself is exactly a threat to the existence of the private, corporate, for-profit media as it exists in capitalist countries today. This is why I call it the imperialist mainstream mouthpiece and nothing more. This is also why if you take any slanderous article on the subject of DPRK, you will find that there are usually no sources of information provided and no concrete evidence of accusations given. Often the mainstream media, or media in occupied Korea, will report people executed or killed as evidence of human rights abuses, only to have them reappear on TV or newspapers in the DPRK, forcing the mainstream media to correct their previous reporting on execution. Mind you, usually with a much shorter, much smaller article found towards the back of the publication or the tail end of a broadcast. Instead of reality or evidence, in order to strengthen the effectiveness of slander against the DPRK, the US employs a strategy of utilizing defector testimony. The goal, as with their slander in general, exists for the purpose of strengthening support for immoral sanctions, interventions, and starting a new war of invasion. Thus, it has created an industry for finding so-called defectors, including such strategies for finding defectors as deceit, smuggling out wanted and violent criminals, and even straight-up human trafficking and kidnapping. Ensuring they say things that support the US slander using methods such as keeping people imprisoned in solitary confinement upon their arrival in occupied Korea, until they are willing to keep quiet about any positive remarks or activities to support the DPRK, which by the way is against law in South Korea and can have you jailed. These laws are very vague, leaving them very open to interpretation, which is the point of them. And they also must vow never to attempt to return, which is made very hard anyway, as former residents of DPRK, if they end up in South Korea, generally they will never gain a passport again to go anywhere. While those willing to spin wild stories of heinous abuses of human rights and horrific conditions can earn enormous amounts of money being paraded by US handlers in front of the media. None of this has anything to do with giving an objective view or revealing the truth about the DPRK. It is an industry which exists for the sole purpose of strengthening the slander of the US against the DPRK, while obscuring the evidence and reality demonstrating the contrary. If you'd like to understand this criminal industry of defector testimony about the DPRK, I highly recommend checking out the video Loyal Citizens of Pyongyang and Seoul, which is available on YouTube. It goes into much more detail about this topic, and I will leave a link to it in the description of this video.
And I mean, it's amazing if you think
Despite
about
the hostile moves, unrelenting pressure, and aggression of the US and its followers to overthrow, dominate, isolate, and stifle the DPRK, the government of the Republic continuously advances policies for the promotion and protection of human rights, and is making every effort to bring them into effect. Thanks to the steadfast, people-oriented policies advanced by the government, and its continued efforts to perfect human rights instruments, legislation, and policies, ever amplifying human rights will be guaranteed in the DPRK. That's all for this episode. I hope that gives you a better understanding of human rights in the DPRK and allows you a more firm position in defending it from reactionary slander and lies.
what do we think? Informative? Yeah, that's cool. So North Korea's CEDAW report is very good, chat says. Things like equal pay for women and access to healthcare, education, etc., and law, paid leave, pregnancy support. As I mentioned, this even includes like stuff like vitamins, etc., medication that you take. This is all would be included in that. Direct discrimination is being tackled well. The report concludes more needs to be done for indirect discrimination, of course, such as media programs against women abuse, etc. This is the norm everywhere, to be honest. Yeah. And I mean, what's amazing is that DPRK went from being a country that was, the victim of Japanese colonialism, imperialist invasion, imperialist occupation of the southern half of their country, and the North, since the very beginning, since the very end of the Korean War, has protected the status of women and basically since their very first constitution implemented the regime of equal rights and continuing to improve the rights for women. Whereas in the South, if you don't know, even now, but I mean especially in the past, the US was, if there was US soldiers stationed in South Korea, they couldn't even get in trouble for whatever they did. They wouldn't even there would be no legal action against them. They would just be free to wander and do whatever they want to whatever Korean citizens they encountered. You can imagine what this leads to. I would think. And of course, let's not forget that US soldiers literally had, just like imperialist Japan did before it, imperialist soldiers literally used Korean women as sex slaves. Yeah, dude, Korea is like the Wild West for soldiers. I worked with a veteran that lived there and the stories he told are horrific. Yeah, Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? Like they're especially until recently. I know now, like they can be persecuted, but before there was literally like there could be no legal action at all. Yeah, I saw this. A new memorial in southern Taiwan has been unveiled to remember the thousands of Taiwan youth who volunteered to help the Japanese war effort during World War II. What the fuck? Arm the women. And that's one thing I love about, lesbian hot sauce. One thing I love about DPRK is it does teach all its citizens to shoot or use a gun, even if they don't have to participate in the military now. It tries to encourage everybody to. Because the whole idea is if they are ever invaded, you want the whole country to be able to pick up the gun and fight, right? That is ridiculous. What the hell? I don't want to listen to the sound. What the hell? That is disturbing. That is sick. Yeah, self-defense is important. 100% same with basic healthcare skills. I think all citizens should have. Yeah. All right, well, let's listen to our intro here. Yeah, in the South, yeah. Oh, yeah, in the South, I mean, it's even today, right? Even with the whole legal thing, generally speaking, you don't get persecutions. Like the most recent example is, of course, that U.S. soldier who ran to the North. But I mean, before it was like not even in the South, it wasn't even a fucking against the law for U.S. soldiers to do whatever they want. That's why part of DPRK's unification strategy, by the way, is that first there has to be the expulsion of the U.S. military. All right, intro time. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you all are well today. It's me, Sleeping Larry. I'm here. I see lots of the Juche gang in here. Of course, if you want to be part of the Juche gang, go ahead, hit that subscribe button. It's not hard. How are you all today? The Che meme, you like that one? Yeah. The pipelines through indigenous land? Nah. Pipeline, the ML to ANCOM, or ANCOM to ML pipeline. Yeah. Here, but trying to work. Oh, we got you, Lennon. We got you. We got your boy, Lennon. Libby, Oliver Stone. We're going to be watching two Oliver Stone, possibly documentaries today on the Ukraine. That's the plan. We've got Ukraine on Fire, and we also have Revealing Ukraine, which is a newer, lesser known one. So think about this video that we just watched here, right? You're covering transphobia and skating tonight? Oh, are you going to read that article I sent you, Lennon? It was a fantastic article. Yeah, Ukraine on Fire is great. I've heard that. That's why I'm thinking it'll be a good watch. Yeah, Ukraine on Fire is the movie we're gonna watch. Lesbian Hot Sauce. It's from 2017, and it really like gets. So what's really good about it is actually because it's from Ukraine, and or sorry, it's from Ukraine in 2017. So it really is like examining the lead up to the current conflict, even before the current conflict broke out. No, it's not. It's Oliver Stone, Lennon, and he's not really pro either. He just he just really shows like I mean the background factors and ends up showing that it's really the cause of NATO or like the meddling of NATO that's leading up to this Ukraine conflict. And again, both movies, the first one is 2017 and the second one is 2019. So both of them are before the conflict actually breaks out. Yeah, no, it's actually surprisingly not bad, Ollie. Ollie is really bad when it comes to talking about USSR or when it comes to talking about China and stuff like that. That's where Ollie, I think, can be bad sometimes. Although he's getting better on China. And he's been fairly good on Cuba as well. Like he does have a couple documentaries where he goes and talks to Fidel Castro and stuff. Yeah, is there one that's titled like that that's NATO centric? Yeah, I mean that. Let's not get into a debate about it. But as I always mention, in my position on this country is like, yeah, Russia. I don't necessarily support its internal affairs, and I would, of course, love to see Russia become a socialist state again. But in regards to international politics, I understand that Russia does play a role in aiding African nations trying to break away from imperialism and allying with other socialist states. So, yeah, my the perfect outcome, I think, or the ideal outcome for this current conflict would be for, of course, a diplomatic solution whereby NATO backs off and recognizes the independence or at least stops the Ukraine state from bombing Donbass and other regions. That I think is the ideal outcome. And I personally think that the worst outcome would be Russia losing the direct conflict to NATO because that allows NATO to then further expand and probably makes them feel even freer in doing so. It is ridiculous how the West has framed this war, and I think that's why this Oliver Stone documentary will be good because it'll give us a lot of the background information. It's over here. Wait, this is the set. That's the second one. Here's the first one. So it's Oliver Stone. So he's not a communist. He's not a socialist. He's not even pro-Russian. It is hugely complex, lesbian hot sauce. Definitely, I don't disagree with that. But I have been studying what's going on. Definitely. Before I get into that though, just think about that video we just watched right now and look at this take on DPRK. Same lesbian hot sauce. I mean, that's why I say that I still think that the ideal solution to that is a diplomatic solution whereby Ukraine has NATO back off and agrees to stop shelling people in Donbass as they were doing in 2014. As we're gonna see, they were doing since 2014, up until the Russian conflict broke out. They were shelling civilians in Donbass regions, which is why those regions wanted to break away. And I mean, Oliver Stone gets into all of that. We will get there. So let's put this one on pause for just a second. But yeah, look at this. After that video we just watched, I just explained to you all about human rights and DPRK, what their position is, how they cooperate with international bodies, including the UN, right? And look at this. I say this without Zay, by the way, is great. Just so you know, what Zay's thread here is literally a joke. He's making fun of Western Maoists, and then a Western Maoist literally like shares the thing and says, I say this without an ounce of irony. The modern DPRK is the greatest embodiment of Mussolini's beliefs since fascist Italy, but you were not ready for that conversation. Western brain Maoist right there. What the heck? Yeah, JPEG. I mean, and again, I'm not necessarily against Maoism, but what the heck kind of take is this? I know good Maoists in lots of countries, but this is not the take. Ultra nationalism? What? You mean national liberation? I mean, that's Claude, don't worry. That's why we're here. We're here to helpfully encourage other Western Maoists to take on that same idea. Philosophy based around substituting Marxism for the myth of the great nation. Well, basically, this person, lesbian hot sauce, is just saying that somehow DPRK is more Mussolini's Italy than Mussolini's Italy. And if you don't know, Juche is not a rejection of or a substitution of Marxism for the myth of a great nation. If you actually read Juche, which we do on this channel, by the way, you will quickly come to realize that this does not describe Juche at all. I actually made a meme about this one time. It goes like this. First, you have Gorbachev here. Did you know Juche philosophy rejects Marxism-Leninism? But Juche philosophy uses Marxism-Leninism as its premise. And then he turns into Yeltsin and is angry. Perhaps Claw could help you understand that a little bit better. This person here. Anyone who disagrees has not read anything from the Kim family but bases their analysis from CPUSA freaks on Twitter. I mean, and that China isn't really Maoist, really. You know, China follows, China has socialism with Chinese characteristics, which includes Mao Zedong thought as part and parcel of it, as well as the ideologies of preceding leaders to Mao, Deng Xiaoping, and others. But I just like, what? This is not the take. Yeah, that's ridiculous. The only problem I have is there's this section of MLs who likes to act like there isn't any socialist states existing in the world, and that kind of rubs me the wrong way, if I'm honest. Yeah, I'm a pretty big Z fan as well. I mean, as I have explained many times before, like I think the difference between DPRK's revolution, why it was able to, for example, um, why it was able to expand state organs and like abolish the presidency, abolish general secretary positions and stuff like this, things that China hasn't accomplished yet, is because due to like just different material factors in the revolution. And although DPRK's technological revolution, of course, lags behind China because of sanctions, embargoes, etc., their political and ideological revolution, I would argue, is like very far, perhaps the most advanced along the road of revolution. And you see China, the reason why China, I think, has this longer period in that regard, of course, is because it is a great big multinational country, right? And the principle of communism is that communists don't actually, contrary to popular belief, communists don't force other people to our own belief, right? That's not what communists do. Even when the Communist Party is able to obtain state power, communists still don't force everybody to become communists. That's not the way it works. Because communists understand that that isn't the way to get people on your side. That's not the way to actually achieve unity. That true unity can only be achieved through voluntary unity. And so it's up to the communists to go among the people and to basically educate them, to inspire them, to awaken them to revolutionary ideology of the working masses, and thus encourage them to voluntarily unite behind the struggle of the working revolutionary party. To, as Lenin would put it, to raise them up to the level of the revolutionary vanguard, right? Like that's how communism builds itself. And when you have a multinational country like China, where you have all these different nations and all these different peoples, it takes a very, very long time to unite all these different nations under this one communist party, as you might imagine. It takes even longer than uniting just the people in your own nation, right? And that's a big factor in China, that they have to recognize the independent development of all their nations and the right to voluntarily unite behind the Communist Party of China. And that's why you have this extremely long period of what you could term as the new economic development. And as you see this unity growing stronger and stronger, now you see China's able to strengthen its socialist policies and expand its healthcare system, expand its housing provision system, and state and like as well as its state ownership over various lighter industries. And I would say as a socialist system expands more and more, you would see the introduction of the type of measures like somewhere like DPRK or Cuba has done, where they are then further democratizing the state itself. Because then you don't need as much. You're able to fight this fight against bureaucracy when you implement a fully established socialist system. And China estimates that its fully established socialist system, what it calls the primary stage of socialism, will be complete by its centenary. That is their own estimation. So China, in my view, in my understanding, is a socialist state. The state is controlled by the working people, but it has not quite yet established a full socialist system. such as is fully established in Cuba and DPRK. Although I would say, again, the two things that lag in DPRK and Cuba is simply their technological revolution. And that's very understandable given that they are the subject to intense embargoes, sanctions, and blockades. I hope that makes my position on China clear to you all. And of course, you can imagine that's a similar position I have for Vietnam as well. The reason why, a big factor, if you want to know why, a big reason why DPRK is able to expropriate, we could say, was able to absorb its bourgeoisie under their party extremely quickly, is exactly because of the unfortunate fucking war unleashed by the imperialists. Don't forget that because DPRK, before their occupation by Japanese imperialism, DPRK had been quite resistant to any sort of market penetration, and only Japanese imperialists was the first one to accomplish this, right? So they were very resistant to that sort of market penetration. So the Korean bourgeoisie already wasn't very connected, right? And then when the revolution happened, the the when the revolution happened, the bourgeoisie, of course, resisted it, and but also a lot big sections of the bourgeoisie also fought with the people fighting against Japanese imperialism, because large sections of the bourgeoisie realized that their interests would have been better served if they got rid of Japanese imperialists. Now, when they threw out the Japanese imperialists, as you know, here comes now the Americans. And the problem with that is that the Americans then, of course, bomb the hell out of DPRK and basically ruin any last property that any of the fucking bourgeoisie had. And as a result of that, they were pretty much encouraged to they were pretty much encouraged to unite behind the Workers' Party. Silver, I'm assuming you're talking with Claw and stuff up there. We're just in case you did know, we're also, that was because Lesbian Hot Sauce asked Claw to define what Maoism is. But yeah, as I just gave my position on China, which, as I just to reiterate, is that it's a socialist state. Yeah, I was just explaining why social. I was actually just explaining my position on why China is a socialist state. But Lesbian Hot Sauce had asked Claw to define what Maoism means. All right, let's watch our morning cartoons here, and then we're gonna get to our Oliver Stone documentary. Oh wait, before I do, Lesbian Hot Sauce, you asked me about my pets. Here's our current ducks right now. Wait, why does it come up like that? Okay, it's better like this. And this is my kitty. This is the ducks from a while ago when they were babies. And then that's when they're even more babies. They're all fuzzy. When they were little babies. There's one of my cats. That's Monster. And this one here is Soda. Look at how small they are there. They're teeny. This one's Pants. The white one is Ultra. Look at how teeny they are. Yeah, we had a big herd of them for a minute there. We had to give a whole bunch away. I never said China has a bourgeoisie that has power, Silver. Are you talking to me right now? I'm gonna time you out if you're not paying attention to me, actually. I hope you're responding to Claw up there because I never said the bourgeoisie in China has power. You clearly didn't listen to a word I said if you're claiming I made that statement. Everyone in chat, did I say that the bourgeoisie in China have power, or did I say that the proletariat is? I specifically said that the proletariat has state power in China, Silver. That was the first thing I stated. I said China is a socialist state, and as Lenin, as we can look at Lenin. Okay, enjoy your out of town trip, Comrade March. Okay, just my yes, be careful. Travel safe, comrade. Silver, don't never try and talk. I just am surprised that you would consider me anti to think like I'm just surprised that you would consider my position on China to be that the bourgeoisie has power in China. I figured you would know me better than that. And I'm not even saying anti-China. I figure you would know my position is that the bourgeoisie, definitely does not have power in China. I think maybe we do have a Maoist in chat, and perhaps their opinion on China isn't the exact same, and that's under that. I mean, that is what it is, and we can have an ideological struggle against that. But I don't necessarily want to turn this into like a debate type of channel, of course. So I'd like to avoid any sort of like debates about whether or not something is. Like, I'll give you my position, but do Maoists dislike Z? No, they. Well, okay. If from my understanding is the Maoist position is that somehow after Mao, the bourgeoisie gained control of China. But again, I don't agree with that. That's not my position. Yeah, Dang rope a dope the West. He rope a dope the West. That was a big part of it. As I said, another big part of it was simply like, let me explain. A big part of like a something that's completely left out of what Deng Xiaoping did. Okay, a big thing that's left out because I think a lot of people aren't, coming from a colonial, able to analyze it from a colonial mindset, but Deng Xiaoping actually corrected mistakes that were happening under Mao's view. And one of those mistakes, like the Cultural Revolution, okay, yeah, it was a good thing in some respects, but also in some respects, it was allowing or giving Han students the excuse to basically go into some other nationalities and mistreat them and disrespect their cultural norms. And Deng Xiaoping really came out around and said, we have to stop this, or these other nations are not going to support a revolution. They're yet never going to unite behind the Communist Party of China while we allow other people to disrespect their cultural traditions. And what we have to do is make sure that we show the superiority of the socialist system, and then these other nations will voluntarily unite behind the Communist Party of China, as I just explained. And this is exactly how like Kim Jong Il, as we explained in these works, say that you have to develop a revolution because the revolution is awakening the people to their own struggle, right? And Deng Xiaoping realized that what was happening under Mao was these, unfortunately, Han students felt free to trample on some cultural norms of other nations. And this was causing a very deep divide, right? But yeah, like the whole and as I said, the whole idea that the bourgeoisie gained control after Mao died is completely misguided. Like, no, the bourgeoisie has never gained back control. As I just said, what they did what they did was allow the system, like Deng Xiaoping said, okay, we need to maintain proletarian control of the state because as Lenin points out right here, right, socialism is inconceivable unless the proletariat is the ruler of the state. And it's the same for the bourgeoisie. They realize that their capitalist society is inconceivable without it being the bourgeoisie in control of the state, right? They have to do that. And that's why the bourgeoisie will go so far as to even allow the bourgeoisie will give universal health care if they feel threatened enough, right? They will give these little concessions as long as it means they maintain control of the state, because they understand that the state ultimately gives you the power to develop the economy. Without the state, you do not have that organizing power that you need to actually develop economy. That's why the first step of revolution is to capture state power. And then you're able to build the socialist economy following that, because then you have the proletarian in control of the state that's needed. Well, okay, so lesbian hot sauce. The reason why, what we call this, like, if we want to compare this to USSR, for example, you have what's called a new economic period. Something you have to understand, of course, is that socialism is the transitional state between communism and capitalism, right? Being that it is a transitional state between capitalism and communism, it has a lot of hangovers from capitalist society that take a long time to overcome. Markets do not make it capitalism exactly, but let's continue on, because you have these bourgeoisie that still exist. You have the relations of production. You have the means of distribution set up the way that they are. You can't just flip a switch and be socialist all of a sudden, right? Backwards thinking still exists, exactly, which is also something that you have to overcome. Like, well, again, direct investment still exists there because it simply has not been overcome yet, right? They simply have not reached the point where this can be overcome. It's like the socialist state cannot make laws up on its own. All the socialist state can do is come to understand the laws of economic development and better use them to develop the socialist society. And when you, for example, the reason why DPRK is able to be at this stage where you don't have any sort of market forces, basically you have very limited, very restricted capital investment and things like this, is because they are at simply a different stage of revolution. That doesn't mean one is socialist, one isn't, just that because DPRK isn't a large multinational country, it was able to develop the certain aspects of socialism quicker. Now, China, as I said before, China has to realize that it is a multinational country, which it does, and it understands that in order to build the unity necessary to implement their full socialist system, which means their full socialist economy, which they estimate will be complete by their centenary, they understand that they have to maintain proletarian control of the state while allowing the other nations within China and the other masses within China to voluntarily unite behind the leadership of the Communist Party of China. And as this gets more and more realized, which we see happening in real time, right? More and more of the nations within China and more of the people within China are becoming united behind the Communist Party in China. And this is exactly why we see the consolidation of their socialist economy, the strengthening of their socialist economy, the expanding of their healthcare system, the expanding of their housing system, right? And the reduction of this reduction of their concessions that they made to the former bourgeoisie. which they're now, as you see, quickly rolling back all the time. I mean, this is the case with any socialist country because it's advancing along the revolution, which takes a long time. And we can look at the different countries and see the different stages that they're at, right? And yeah, it's very important. And of course, that's why I like to study Juche on this channel because um, something very important to understand is Lenin and Marx and Engels, they were writing about capitalist society. They gave us the tools to analyze capitalism and imperialism. They never gave us the tools to analyze socialist society. And the reason is very simple. They gave us some predictions and presuppositions about socialist society, but they couldn't give us concrete data and answer practical questions about socialist society because they didn't live in socialist society. Lenin did briefly, but he died before he could ever write any sort of new theory that pertains to the conditions under socialism. And Stalin, he did live in socialism, but Stalin would be the first to tell you that he was never a theorist. And the strength of Stalin's writings, as we all know, or should know, is that he was a very ardent student of Lenin and Leninism. And he was able to put Leninism in very plain, understandable language. But he was never able to write his own theory, and he understood that. He was not a theoretician. And even if you look at, I recommend taking a look at Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, which I link in this work. I link, at the bottom of my theory list here. You look in the Stalin section, you'll find it. And there, Stalin literally talks about how, there needs to be this new theory. It's funny because they sort of like the rest of the party leadership, which there was fifth columnists, or no, there was like people who were egotists, and they wanted to relegate Stalin to just writing this economic work, and thought that that would be that, and soon he will die, and that's all there is to it. Well, so what Stalin did was use the opportunity, instead of just writing about economic problems in USSR, he also took he took the time to say, you know what? What we need in this country is new theory that pertains to the new conditions that we're facing under socialism. And the problem with Leninism and the existing theories is that they don't explain what is going on under socialism. So he was calling, like saying, we need this new theory. And of course, this was ignored because, as you know, Khrushchev implemented this period of de-Stalinization, and basically anything that Stalin wrote, anything that he thought or said was discarded. And I talked before on this channel about how that attack on Stalin was also an attack on Lenin, and this caused a rupture, or it caused a divorce between the masses and the party. And you had the masses stop following the party voluntarily, as they were doing during Lenin and Stalin's time. And, I won't deny that there was bureaucratic problems during Lenin and Stalin's times. There was absolutely problems of bureaucracy. But what you had was the masses themselves was following the ideology and the ideological and the policy decisions of the party very closely. So of Lenin and Stalin and the Central Committee and the people in the party surrounding them. The masses were voluntarily following their ideas. But then after this rupture between the masses and the party, when Khrushchev attacked the ideas of Stalin and by extension Lenin, all of a sudden the party was like, the people didn't trust the party anymore. And so now the party was like, okay, now the people aren't following our policy, and they felt more and more compelled to get entrenched in this bureaucracy, rather than having something like a mass line emerge like you see in China and DPRK, right? I mean, I still would argue that they could have fought against the bureaucracy. They had no, I mean, it's understandable in a way. It was the first socialist state, right? They had no experience. They had nothing to look on and say. And it's an unfortunate tragedy that USSR was overthrown, but we can look at what happened there, and we can learn the lesson and avoid that same mistake, right? I love, there's this one quote. Let me see if I can find it. There's this one really good quote from Stalin. Oh, I'm totally separating bureaucracy from corruption, Silver. I am. I mean, even Lenin himself, right? Like one of Lenin's best predictions about socialism was that how Lenin described overcoming bureaucracy. Here comes that smoke. How Lenin described it was basically that more and more people would participate in state organization until all people do. And that was helping to overcome bureaucracy. But yeah, there definitely was also corruption in the USSR. The corruption definitely played a big role. Silver, were you here when we read? I highly recommend you check out that work on my link up there, Silver. If you have not read this, you should. Where is it? Down here in the Kim Jong-il section. If you haven't read this work right here, Fundamentals of Revolutionary Party Building, you totally should do that. Look, now it's going to take forever. Okay, that's okay. I have it on my hard drive too, so just wait. This website, by the way, I do recommend if you do use this website that you actually save any books from it, because look what happens. This happens all the time. Oh no, here it comes, here it comes. There we go. This right here is a fantastic read. This is all about analyzing the reasons for the overthrow of USSR. I have it on my hard drive as well. But see, like some of the lessons, like we can see they do talk about the corruption. They talk about the failure to focus on ideological education once they had achieved a full socialist system. They talk about a lot of these other things. Talk about its failure to consolidate its mass base. It's awesome. We will read this again on this channel. And by the way, this whole work is based on a talk that he gave in 1992. It's Fundamentals of Revolutionary Party Building. Here, I'll link just this work in here. So there it is right there. Highly recommended. Exactly, Silver. As Parenti points out and Kim Jong-il puts it, you know, they sort of doled out the existing theory without updating theory for their own new conditions. And that was the problem. They weren't teaching their students how to do the theory. Like, they were just doling it out like it was a catechism, as to quote Michael Parenti. The idea, it's basically like this. Like one mistake, for example, that the revolutionary leadership, or one mistake that the leadership made of the Revolutionary Party following Stalin's death, was the idea that you didn't have to do this ideological struggle. That just implementing socialist society and having socialist society exist would just make people become socialists themselves. There was large sections of the leadership who were egotists and believed this to be the case. And like even Khrushchev's speech, this is reflected in the way he says, like, it sounds boss when he says your kids will be communists, but he was actually meaning it like that. Silver. All right, let's check out this cartoon, and then we get Oliver Stone.
어린 동무들 안녕하십니까? 적제비 대장놈과 검은 쪽제비 악나라는 모여와요. 금세계에게는 무서운 위험이 닥쳐오고 있었습니다. 보좌관. 이놈이 끝내 뒤졌구나. 됐다.
Thunder Operation.
Those squirrel emotes.
특별보좌관의 차는 달리던 도중 불시에
Lesbian hot sauce knows what's up.
벼락 밑으로 떨어졌습니다. 결국 그는 시체도 남기지 못하고 뿐만.
뭐라고?
야, 어떤 놈이 내 특별보좌관을 죽였는가? 아, 죽일 놈들.
금세가 내가 잘못했다. 어느 놈이 너를 금세가.
그를 죽인 건 분명 검은 쪽제비다. 이 기회에 그놈을 틀어주자. 특별보좌관은 아깝긴 하지만 할 수 없지. 벼락작전의 비밀을 지키자는 것이니까 고이 잠들라고. 특별보좌관. 어젯밤 특별보좌관이 죽었대. 저리야!
I think the next episode is the next jump in animation quality.
듣거라. 어젯밤 나의 오른팔이었던 특별보좌관이 꽃동산 놈들에게 잘못되었다. 우리는 그의 복수를 위해서도 꽃동산을 일격에 진무게 보내야 한다. 이제부터 꽃동산 공격을 위해서 진지를 차지할 때 대한 명령을 주겠다. 쪽제비 육전대와 비행대는 기동하여 일지점을 차지하라. 예.
놈들이 금세기 작전한 대로 움직이고 있구나.
이 시각부터 모든 부대들은 공격 준비를 완전히 끝내고 내 명령을 기다리라.
Taking a trip to Cambodian border, are you Red?
뭐? 금세기가 어떻게 됐다고? 적재가
Gonna fry some dumplings, teriyaki chicken with rice for something to keep me on the trip until I get back to HCMC.
죽었다고 생각지 않소.
Oh, you need to do a visa
어떤 일이
run.
있어도 꼭 돌아올 거요. 지금 놈들은 방울꽃 총찰서 동무들이 벌이온 정보대로 공격을 위한 기동에 들어갔습니다. 그러니 동무들, 놈들이 공격이 오는 방향대로 맞받아 나갈 만단의 전투 태세를 갖춥시다.
He's in Vietnam, lesbian. Red took a one-way trip to Vietnam here a little while ago.
보관님, 명령대로 사건 현장을 조사해가지고 왔습니다.
그래, 결과는?
9 months ago now, nice.
이걸 보십시오. 알아본 데 의하면 이 바퀴짜리는
I don't think he's coming back.
차바퀴짜리라고 합니다. 그날 사건 현장에서 그를 보았다는 순찰병도 있습니다.
검은 적제비, 이놈.
뭐지, 검은 쪽제비가?
그렇습니다, 카카.
I don't blame you.
내 짐작이 맞군.
카카, 그런 악당을 그냥 살려두겠습니까? 그놈을 저에게 맡겨주십시오.
내 그러지 않아도 체포하라는 명령을 내렸다.
Yeah, who would?
이 자식 빨리 가라. 하나, 둘.
Yeah, everybody salute Red. You know.
야, 내려.
여기 대장 가까이 뷰울장?
별장이라고? 검은 쪽제비, 이젠 만나볼까?
카카, 어디를 가시렵니까?
내 잠깐 바람이나 쏘이고 오려고. 부관은 있으라고.
허위가 없인
No, I heard a good way to congratulate Red is to send him a gift sub.
저놈이 왜 혼자 밖으로 나가는 걸까? 큰 싸움을 앞두고 바람이나 쏘이러 다닌다는 건 말도 되지 않는다.
There's encouraging things, good news from Thailand lately. But we like to see Africa too.
대장각하, 비도 오고 날씨도 찬데 이걸 입고 가십시오.
고맙다.
저 흉측한 놈이 또 무슨 음모를 꾸미고 있는 것이 아닐까?
And here where I am, we don't even have a fucking commuter train. Not unless you're going to, like, the next province. No local commuter train in my province, though. Yeah, imagine public transportation.
대장각하가? 좋은 별장에 와서 편안하겠는데 왜 그렇게 놀라나? 혹시 무슨 죄라도 지은 모양이지?
그건
죄라니요?
특별 보좌관은 누가 죽였지?
아니 그가 죽었습니까? 온 세상에 도대체 어떤 놈이 죽였습니까?
대장님, 우리가 아니 이 애기파리 절대로 죽이지 않았습니다요.
Yeah, I don't even live, like, within walking distance of a bus.
네 놈들도 매우 애석해하는 것 같은데 그럼 우리 특별 보좌관을 위해서 한잔 할까?
많이 드십시오. 어서.
자, 특별 보좌관의 명복을 위해서.
Jesus Christ, Red.
비열한 놈들.
저 늑다리가 싸움을 앞두고 무엇 때문에 이럴까? 특별보좌관을 위해서라고?
저놈이 과연 내가 바라는 대로 쓸모가 있을까?
역시 대장의 별장 음식이 별맛인데. 잡혀와서 대접받긴 처음이다.
검은 쪽제비, 지금 내겐 두 길이 있다. 특별 보좌관을 죽인 죄로 죽든가 아니면 나를 돕든가. 어찌겠나?
카카, 저도 쪽제비입니다.
좋다.
Seems reasonable, Silver.
공격 작전에서 철갑 상어들의 공격 방향을 돌리려고 하는데.
뭐라고?
자, 그럼 우리 조용한 방으로 가서 이야기를 계속해 볼까?
그럽시다.
아니, 이놈들이? 저 족제비 족속들은 언제 봐도 운모꾼이라니까. 맛있게 먹으면서 운모를 꾸미면 좀 좋아, 지기. 이놈이 코트를 벗어놓고 갔구나. 어떻게 한다? 가만. 대장의 컴퓨터에 혹시
It'll be interesting to see.
않을까?
Definitely keeping my close eye there.
이게 바로 변동된 작전 아니다.
벼락 작전?
난 이미 세운 작전 안에서 철갑 상어들의 공격 방향을 깜짝같이 변경시켜 꽃동산의 요진통을 까버리자는 것이다. 그래서 총 공격 작전의 돌파구를 열고 꽃동산을 벼락같이 타고 앉자는 것이 바로 나의 벼락 작전이다.
변동된 작전하니 어디 있을까?
벼락 작전에서 중요한 것은 철갑 상어들을 사모구역으로 은밀히
The
기동시키는
sturgeons are those big robots we saw
이걸
2
네가
episodes ago.
맡아주었으면 한다.
그거야 못하겠습니까? 전 그 구역을 손꼽모도 알고 있습니다.
그래서 널 찾은 거지. 그리고 또 한 가지, 철갑 상어들이 기지에서 빠진 다음 기지를 폭파시키라. 그러면 꽃동산 놈들은 거기에 정신을 팔면서 한동안 해덤빌 거다. 그때 벼락같이 어떤가?
카카, 정말 명안입니다. 꽃동산의 머리 위에 벼락만 들씌울 수 있다면 제 무슨 일인들 못하겠습니까? 벼락 작전.
벼락 작전? 이건 원래 작전 안에 없던 것이 아닌가? 이놈들이 정말 무서운 음모를 꾸미고 있었구나. 교활한 놈들. 만약 이 작전이 그대로 진행된다면 우리가 보낸 정보만 알고 있는 꽃동산 예견치 않았던 불의의 타격을 받게 될 것이다. 이놈들 안 된다. 이 한 몸이 그대로 벼락을 막는 피레침이 되어서라도 우리 꽃동산을 목숨 바쳐 지키리라. 시간이 없다. 우선 물오리와 연결을 맺자.
Oh god, Red. It's me putting frozen dumplings in the frying pan with hot oil and jumping onto the bed the moment they fucking splash into the pan because of all the grease that shoots up.
고문적 대변인, 시간이 없습니다.
빨리 출발하라.
알겠습니다.
전속으로.
부관, 무슨 일인가?
카카, 지금 철갑상어 기지 주변에
야.
꽃동산 정찰병들이 나타났다는
Check him
감시초소의
in like the
보고입니다.
grenades.
뭐라고? 감시 초소인가? 무엇이? 기지 주변에 고슴도치와 물오리들이 수색대는 뭘 하는가? 밥통 같은 놈들. 이게 무슨 불길한 일인가? 작전을 앞두고 심상치 않다.
대상각하, 철갑상어 기지가 위험합니다. 빨리 그놈들을 잡아내야 합니다.
어?
그런데 수색대만 믿고 일이 될까요? 수색대는 그 비밀 기지를 잘
Whoops.
모르지 않습니까?
Wasn't supposed to
저
pop.
말이 옳다. 그곳을 잘 아는 놈을 보내야 할 텐데. 아, 그렇지. 부관, 철갑상어 기지에는 네가 가라.
그럼 카카의 호의는
지금은 빨리 기지로 가서 꽃동산 놈들을 잡아내는 것이 더 중요하다. 어서 떠나라.
알겠습니다. 두더지 부연대장놈이?
Very excited to see the jumping animation next episode. This one looks great though, still.
나타날 수 없는 것만큼 조용히 숨고 있다가 급부한 놈까지 없애치마.
내 기어이 네 놈을 요정낼 테다.
Yeah, the uniforms are great. The vehicles also are fantastic.
간다 해도 안고 가리 밤꽃이 피는 곳이야. 내 너를 지키려 이 길 가리라. 불벼랑 막아줄 피를 침대요. 너를 지키리. 구름 너무 저물린 내 고향아. 가슴 속에 이맹세 바다다오. 내 너를 지키려 이 길 가리라. 불벼랑 막아줄 피를 침대요. 너를 지키리.
The CG now they use.
그것들이 꽃동산에 떠나게 될 철갑상어들이다. 어? 물망초가? 그래, 부관 놈은 죽였는가?
아, 지금 그놈이 꽃동산 정찰병을 잡는다면서 막 이리로 오고 있어.
뭐? 꽃동산 놈이 꽃동산 종찰병을 잡으러 왔다고? 그만 놈.
형님, 이번 기회에 아예 그놈을.
야, 철갑상어들의 출발 준비를 서둘러라.
예.
물망쳐, 넌 빨리 직승기를 대기시키라.
아, 염려마십시오.
네 놈이 이 조종실에 들어와 벼락 작전을 파탄시키려고 허림도 없대.
여기가 조종실이로구나.
The posture on these characters impressive. Agree.
날 만나러 왔는가요?
네 놈이?
그래.
The fighting is also
떠나지
awesome.
못하게 하는 좋은 묘안이라도 가지고 온 게죠. 꼼짝 마라.
Case in point.
이놈 어디 죽어?
Welcome, Katrina. Hope you're well today, comrade. Oh, is the sturgeon turning on?
네 놈이 감히 나와 맞서보겠다고? 부관 안 됐구려. 이게 뭔지라? 폭파수 있죠. 이제 얼마 후면 철갑상어들은 꽃동산으로 출동하게 될 거고, 우린 직승기를 타고 하늘로 날아올라 이 기지를 폭파시키게 돼요. 그러면 당신은 이 기지와 함께 영영 수장될 걸. 그뿐인가? 당신이 그렇게 지키려고 하는 꽃동산은 순간에 벼락을 맞아 잿가루가 된단 말이오. 자, 그럼 안녕히.
이대로 있다간 모든 것이 끝장이다. 어떤 일이 있어도 철갑상어들이 떠나게 해서는 안 된다.
야, 동산 놈들이 기지를 노리고 있다. 빨리 철갑상어들의 출발 준비를 끝내라.
It's the duck. I love the duck. Here.
출발 준비를 빨리 서둘러야겠다. 이리로 철갑상어 출발 준비 끝. 상어 철갑상어 출발 준비 끝.
철갑상어를 놓치지 못하게 출구부터.
Well, that was not a good design.
이놈이 벌써 출구 장치를 마비시켜놨구나. 교활한 놈.
Oh. Apparently that didn't actually... Oh. Oh shit.
줄다라마!
가슴 놓치가 너희들이었구나.
같은 내 놈니.
이롭소.
모든 철갑상어 부대들은 출발
Hey,
준비를
GMO.
끝냈다.
Hope
출발
you're well
준비를
today.
끝냈다.
Salute.
이젠 이 기지를 통째로 폭파하는 길밖에 없다. 폭파 스위치는 검은 족제비겠지. 자, 빨리 직승이로.
철갑상어 부대 발동 거라.
Comrades, this could potentially be my last day without the webcam.
꽃동산과의 싸움에서도 이렇게 이겨야 한단다.
I hope you're all excited for that. Go duck! Go duck, go! Rooting for the duck. Yeah, then you're really gonna see how the sausage is made. Nothing left to the imagination then.
오파하지 마. 오파하면 이 집에는 몽땅 불바다가 되고 우린 다 불에 다 죽어.
이놈아, 잠꼬대 같은 소리 마라. 내가 10번 춥더라도 철갑상어들은 단 하나도 꽃동산에 보내지 않겠다. 우리가 있는 한 네놈들의 그 어떤 벼락도 꽃동산을 절대로 얻지 못해.
Wow, that was the least cliffhanger-like ending we've had in quite a while. What'd you think? So yeah, I think the next one of these... Oh, we got one more. And then the next one will be... Okay. Then the next one will be like, look at... Do you see the preview on that video? That looks like a whole nother jump in animation quality to me. Just saying. We're gonna watch Ukraine on fire here in a second. Look at the way the Canadian press puts this. Fucking disgusting. Tensions rise as West African nations prepare to send troops to restore democracy. The fuck? This is CBC.
From West African leaders, another condemnation of the coup in Niger, the threat of military intervention still on the table. But the current chair of the bloc, Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu, also made it clear it's a path they want to avoid.
It is crucial that we prioritize diplomatic negotiations and dialogue as the bedrock of our approach.
Hard to do if the coup leaders don't want to talk. Yesterday, Nigerian envoys did manage a meeting with the coup leader, General Abdurrahman Chiani. That's critical, say analysts, if Niger is to avoid bloodshed.
We are desperate to have democracy, but at what cost?
Olayinka Ajala says the general has African leaders and the West in a tough spot.
This coup is bloodless. Not a drop of blood has been shed. So do we want a democracy that is going to be established on the blood of tens of thousands of people? If there is an invasion and a resistance.
Niamey resident Sadiq Diarra says the coup has brought optimism. I can see that people are really united now, he says, and we're very happy that these soldiers have come to power. Support for the coup in other parts of the country is less clear. One former politician and rebel leader reportedly putting together a movement
I don't know. From everything I've seen, I definitely support the coup so far.
Reinstated. Ajala fears internal fighting will open the door even wider for jihadists.
We don't want another Syria in that region. We don't want another caliphate.
But the junta is clearly setting in for the long haul. They've set up a new cabinet with 21 members. Margaret Evans, CBC News, London.
Shutdown of digital media platforms highlights the need for nationalization. The collective grip over an astounding 70% of internet traffic. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg and Google CEO Sundar Pichai wield an unparalleled level of influence and control over communications and information. These two billionaires recently took their power to new heights by audaciously shutting down all access to Canadian news sources across all platforms, which they control. This brazen display of power is in direct response to Canadian legislation aimed at protecting domestic news sources. Bill C-18, the Online News Act, was passed in June and requires digital companies to compensate Canadian media organizations if they want their news content on their platforms. The objectives of the much debated Bill C-18 enjoys overwhelming support from working people in Canada, with 75% wanting to ensure that eligible news outlets follow journalistic standards and ethics, and a similar proportion wanting to ensure that local news is protected and given the resources to continue to operate. However, this large public backing only served to provoke Mark Zuckerberg and Pichai into a defiant and ruthless course of action. By severing all connections to Canadian news content through their platforms, they have dealt a harsh blow to working people in Canada, showing no regard for the right to access vital information. Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Google, all platforms that millions of people in Canada rely on for news consumption, have now blocked all Canadian news publishers. Draconian measure forces over a third of the Canadian population to search for alternative news sources, a task that can both be arduous and risky. Of unsuspecting people are left more vulnerable to the overwhelming sway of right-wing influences which often dominate these platforms. What is most alarming is the sheer arrogance exhibited by Zuckerberg and Pichai. Their actions starkly illustrate the attitudes of corporate supremacy, which dominates the free market capitalist system, with no qualms about disregarding international laws. They believe they are above any form of accountability. This flagrant disregard for Canadian sovereignty raises grave concerns not only over the power of private capital, but also the susceptibility of Canadian news to manipulation and foreign control. Go figure. In this digital age with two billionaires owning much of the information landscape, we must ask who truly owns and controls political conversations. How can people in Canada be informed about their own conditions if they are denied access to their own sources? Such a troubling scenario calls for decisive and cohesive action. Working people in Canada must demand that the government assert more robust regulatory authority over foreign entities capable of exerting such immense influence over the Canadian people. The time has come to safeguard our information sovereignty and ensure that Canadians can access reliable, trustworthy information about our own conditions. But democratic and sovereign control over information is not just about limiting foreign influence and control. We also need to confront the immense power of corporate media in Canada. Best way to do this is, in the immediate term, is through the nationalization of public ownership, democratic control, and operation of the media, including print, television, radio, media, but also digital platforms like those currently owned by Zuckerberg and Pichai, whoever the hell you say that fucking name, I don't know. Yeah. So they shut down all Canadian news on their platforms. If you wonder why DPRK blocks Western internet, that's why. Oh, that and the cybersecurity attacks that they constantly face from them. Here's a right here. The house movement continues to take place in rural communities. This is in DPRK. People moving into new communities being built. This is in like a farming cooperative. So, free Completely free provided housing. They wouldn't even pay utilities for these places. And as I mentioned before, I love how farming communities are set up in DPRK like a little miniature city with all the buildings close together like this and the farmland surrounding it on the outside. Like those are what they look like, pretty fucking nice, nicely designed homes, you know? Don't tell me state designed homes can't be good. And in before cookie cutter homes, if you ever drive down any place in the West, we already have cookie cutter homes. Modern farmhouses have been built in succession in many rural villages in South Pyongyang, Zhejiang, and Kangwon and Regang provinces. The new villages on the Sokta Farm and Jungsang County, Namsang Farm, Pukchang County, Engfyong Farm and Xingyang County, Thunghung Farm and Yangdok County, and other farms in the provinces tell many stories about the love and care of the Workers' Party of Korea to provide the agricultural workers with a more affluent and cultured living environment. House moving ceremonies were held at the farms. Present there were officials of the party and power organs, builders, officials of the units which contributed to the construction, and agricultural workers who were to move into the new homes and provinces. At the meeting, speakers warmly congratulated the owners of the excellent new houses provided under the love and care of the Workers' Party. House licenses were awarded amid thunderous applause of the participants in this meeting, and speeches were made. As house moving began, a festive mood pervaded the farm village, ringing with the happy laughter of the agriculture workers. They sang songs and danced with great joy, moving into the new homes. Officials congratulated the agricultural workers on their moving into new modern houses and provided them with daily necessities, sharing joy with them. Okay, Ty, I'll let you out 1 second. Hold on. Here's a story here. Middle-aged couple takes in discharged soldier. Everyone regards national defense as the highest expression of patriotism and their most important mission in the DPRK. That is why lots of young people join the army and the whole country assists soldiers. Amid such a trait being displayed across the country, a heartwarming story unfolded in April last year. Yun Ming Su, working at the Haeswan farm in Seichung County, South Hanghi province, came to know from his soldier nephew about Kim Cho-young, a serviceman who was worrying about his younger sister and their parents were dead unexpectedly. Upon hearing the sad news that Kim's sister, Jing Huang, was living alone in the village, Hung Myuk-soo and the wife Pak Kyung-hee traveled to the village in Pukji-ri of Yeryong County in the same province after deciding to take her in. Unexpectedly, however, Jing Hang was in a cheerful mood, and the villagers dissuaded the couple from bringing her to their home, as she said they become intimate with each other, saying that a good neighbor is better than a relative far off. Since then, Jing Hang has spent days under the special concern of Yun's couple, as well as her villagers. Only after receiving a letter from his sister could Kol Rung learn about the villagers and Yun's couple who were so solicitous of them. Just before his demob, he and his sister learned from Yun's couple their resolve to be their parents. As a result, Cho Young and Jin Hang settled in a Haeswan farm after the former's demob and came to live with the couple who took warm care of them as affectionately as their real parents would do. Upon hearing the news, the soldiers of the post where Kol Young had served were very pleased, as if their own event, and sent letters of gratitude to Yun's couple. Cho Rang and his sister, who spent days and months happily and joyfully feeling the love of their parents that they had thought they would never enjoy again, have now become the pillars of the farm. Their brother has taken upon himself the work of the farm, heavy and light, to become an indispensable treasure of the farm, and the sisters worked diligently at the farm mechanized work team to become a woman coveted by every parent with marriageable son in the village. In late April of this year, Kolrung married a farmer of the farm who is also discharged soldier amid the blessings of all people. That day they said excitedly, every area of our country where everyone shows familial affection to soldiers and takes parental care of them is this sweet home of us discharged soldiers. I will work hard for such caring people and the benevolent system. Imagine just like it's like a common thing for people to take other people in. This is cool. There's this shop that does these detailed landscapes. US treats vets like absolute crumb rags, chat says. Yep. The Central Military Commission of the Workers' Party of Korea convened an enlarged meeting to discuss an important issue of making the army more thoroughly geared for war amid the grave political and military situation prevailing in Korea. The 7th enlarged meeting of the 8th Central Military Commission of the WPK took place at the office building of the Central Committee of the WPK on August 9. Kim Jong-un, General Secretary of the WPK, Chairman of the Central Military Commission of the WPK, and President of the State Affairs of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, guided the enlarged meeting. Attending it were members of the Central Military Commission of the WPK, and present there as observers were commanders of the Korean People's Army, services commanding officers and frontline corps, and units in charge of important duties, and cadres of the relevant departments of WPK Central Committee. The enlarged meeting analyzed the military moves of the chief culprits of deteriorated situation that disturbed peace and stability in the Korean Peninsula and its vicinity, and decided on the plan. This part's important, by the way. Korean Peninsula and its vicinity. Because if you want to know why they're gearing up, DPRK is really stepping up. It's getting ready to also, I would say, if I had to guess, to aid in any sort of defense of China that needs to occur in the near future. And decided on plans for offensive military countermeasures to thoroughly deter them. It also discussed as its major agenda item the issues of making full war preparations to neutralize at a blow the enemy attack with overwhelming strategic deterrence and launch simultaneous offensive military actions in contingency. The present situation, in which hostile forces are getting ever more indisguised in their reckless military confrontation with the DPRK, requires the latter's army to have more positive, proactive, and overwhelming will, and thoroughgoing and perfect military readiness for war. The meeting examined a plan of forming frontline operation groups reinforced to overwhelmingly contain and destroy the enemy with absolutely superior military strategy, tactics, and muscle in contingency. And the operational tasks to be fulfilled to carry it out. It also deeply studied and discussed the military measures for diversifying the operational executive capabilities of frontline units and mapping out more detailed operational plans. On the basis of the results of the discussion, the Central Military Commission of the WPK issued important military action guidelines applicable to the enlarged and changed operational sphere and plans to the frontline units of KPA. It also unanimously decided on the military and practical issues arising in proactively conducting actual war drills for fulfilling the new strategic mission and making full preparation for carrying out the operation plans at any time. The respected Comrade Kim Jong-un signed the written order on the important military measures discussed and decided by the Central Military Commission of the WPK. He deeply summarized and analyzed the present situation of the Korean Peninsula and its vicinity, and made an important conclusion on further stepping up the war preparations of the KPA in an offensive way, saying that to prepare a strong army is the key to implementing the military strategic plan of the party's Central Committee for containing the enemy's use of military muscle in advance and neutralizing all forms of its attacks at once in case of the outbreak of war. He called for securing more powerful strike means for carrying out the mission of war deterrence and continuously intensifying the work for deploying them in the units for action in a mobile way. He also called for actively conducting actual war drills to effectively operate newly deployed latest weapons and equipment to ensure that they would display the maximum effect in combat, and radically increasing the KPA's capabilities for fighting a war by making it keep its mobilized posture for combat all the time. Saying that the munitions factories have a very important duty to strengthen the KPA in terms of military technology, he underlined the need for all the munitions industrial establishments to push ahead with the mass-produced production of various weapons and equipment in real earnest to satisfy the operational demand of the KPA undergoing modernization, and set forth the goal for the expansion of the weaponry production capability and weaponry production plan. The enlarged meeting dealt with the organizational manner of dismissing General Pak Soo-il from the post of the Chief of General Staff and appointing Vice Marshal Ri Jong-jil as a new Chief of the General Staff, and of dismissing, transferring up to other posts, or newly appointing some leading commanding officer. You see, the DPRK shakes up its military often, for good reason. It also discussed a series of important tasks facing the armed forces of the DPRK, including the issue of making preparations for the successful militia parade marking the 75th foundation of the anniversary of the DPRK. The 7th enlarged meeting of the 8th Central Military Commission of the WPK serves as a significant occasion in providing a firm military guarantee for victory in war by setting forth the substantive program for the KPA to overpower the enemy by taking firm strategic and tactical initiative in the modern warfare. There you go. That's our information about the 7th enlarged meeting of the 8th Central Military Commission. So there's your Pyongyang Times and People's articles for the day. Thank you for joining us for the news. Alright, we are now going to watch our feature presentation, which is, of course, Ukraine on Fire. Oh, thank you very much, NTC. Just what I needed. Here we go.
Let's go, Smokes. Let's go, Smokes.
Let's go.
Here in Kiev in recent days, the Maidan, or Independence Square, has turned into a full-scale war zone.
More clashes in Ukraine's capital, Kiev.
There is absolutely no doubt that snipers are working here. I've counted 10 bodies.
Мы и сегодня не знаем, кто стрелял в людей. Это проблема.
Now on the brink of a civil war. At least 70 dead so far, and the death toll rising.
Эти технологии, еще раз говорю, от них не застраховано ни одно государство.
What we saw here today was a revolution.
Хотите узнать, что происходило на Украине?
We've invested over $5 billion to assist Ukraine in these and other goals.
Вы знаете, в большой политике, о чем бы ни говорили, все равно будут говорить о деньгах.
This is an important one. I wanted to put the date up there. Remember, this came out in 2017.
The focus has to be on not allowing this crisis to turn into hot war between Ukraine and Russia.
Эта тема очень опасная. Это тема войны. Сегодня спокойно...
I got another one from 2019, Silver. But yeah, I would be probably interested in that too. Yeah. A video game may come out while we're watching this, just a warning.
It's an ancient and proud land.
It's the ADHD thing.
With a rich history, filled with much beauty, heroism, and sacrifice. Ukraine is a borderland, a place where East meets West. This is the flag of Ukraine. The blue represents the sky, the gold its seemingly endless fields of wheat. Ukraine is a prize many have sought, and much blood has spilled in the quest to possess it. Ukraine has been the pathway for Western powers as they attempted to conquer the East in World War I and World War II. And every time, the Ukrainian people ended up paying the highest price for these grand games of power. History doesn't repeat, but it surely rhymes, said Mark Twain.
That's interesting,
If one looks
Silver.
closely at the history of Ukraine, one will notice many rhymes. Being surrounded by stronger powers, Ukraine has needed a lot of cunning to survive, and the art they truly mastered with time is the art of changing sides. In the middle of the 17th century, Ukrainian leader Bogdan Khmelnytsky broke a truce agreement made with Poland, siding with more powerful Russia. Just over 50 years later, as the Russian-Swedish War was raging, another Ukrainian leader, Ivan Mazepa, broke the union with Russia when he switched sides. Many times, Ukrainian history was written by third parties. Seeking to keep the gains of a revolution at any cost, Russia agreed to the humiliating conditions of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty of 1918, which turned Ukraine into a German protectorate. Another historical document that changed the fate of Ukraine was the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of 1939, one of many such agreements being signed between European countries and rising Germany. Attempting to protect his nation from the approaching Nazi threat, Joseph Stalin negotiated a treaty of non-aggression with Adolf Hitler. While promising each other peace, the Soviet and German foreign ministers Molotov and Ribbentrop realigned the map of Eastern Europe, splitting it into German and Soviet spheres of influence. No sooner had the Molotov-Ribbentrop
I did hear about that
GMO
GMO.
was split. And in September of 1939, Eastern Poland awoke to be Western Ukraine. And
By the way, Chad, don't forget, before we get too far into this, don't forget, I forgot to mention today, go to Iskra Books, it's here. The Stalin History and Critique of a Black Legend is finally ready. We have it as a free PDF right here. I would definitely watch that Luna Oi video. We're going to be reading this on stream, by the way, after we're finished Red Skin White Masks.
part of the family of Soviet republics and the USSR. But even this bold dividing of lands and nations only delayed the inevitable. Germany broke its promise to the USSR. On June 22, 1941, Germany invaded the USSR, launching Barbarossa, the largest military operation in world history.
I like that idea, Silver.
Barbarossa was aiming for St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Kiev, Ukraine, three destinations of major significance. Ukraine, with its rich lands and resources, was an important industrial and economic source for the USSR. To cut it off from the Soviet Union.
Good, you downloaded the PDF, Fred? Awesome. I'll be reading it on stream, too.
For most of the Soviet Union, the Second World War was about fighting the invaders of their land. But it wasn't quite so simple for Ukraine. The truth is, Ukraine has never been a united country. When World War II broke out, a large part of Western Ukraine's population welcomed the German soldiers as liberators from the recently forced upon them Soviet rule, and openly collaborated with the Germans. The real scale of collaboration was not announced for many years after the war, but we now know that whole divisions and battalions were formed by Ukrainian collaborators, such as SS Galitsian, Nachtigall, and Roland battalions. Just in the beginning of the war, more than 80,000 people from Galician region voluntarily enrolled into Division SS Galitsian in a month and a half, notorious for their extreme cruelty towards the Polish, Jewish, and Russian people on the territory of Ukraine. Members of these military groups came mostly from the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, the OUN, founded in 1929. This organization had an ultimate goal of creating an ethnically pure, independent Ukraine.
No, you can't.
And considered terror an acceptable tool for achieving their ends. Their official flag was black and red, land and blood. It will remain in Ukraine's history long after the OUN will cease to exist. In early 1940, the most radical nationalistic part of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists got its own leader, Stepan Bandera. Severely anti-Semitic and anti-communist, he proclaimed an independent Ukraine in 1941. His German allies frowned upon such an act of self-will, and it landed him in prison for nearly all the Second World War.
Sort of.
Not participating
I'm gonna glitch
in the event physically,
some way through it.
Bandera still managed to successfully spread his ideology. Many independent historians estimate that the OUN militia exterminated from 150 to 200,000 Jews on Ukrainian territory occupied by the Germans by the end of 1941. The most notorious and outrageous massacre took place September 29th and 30th, 1941, in Babi Yar, Kiev. All kikes of the city of Kiev and its vicinity must appear on Monday, September 29th by 8 o'clock in the morning. Bring documents, money, and valuables, and also warm clothing, linen, etc.
Give a monument to the
Any
first
kikes
SS
do not follow this order
in
and are
Oakville.
found elsewhere will be
We have a
shot.
bunch of Nazi monuments here in Canada.
33,771 Jews were
Specifically
killed
Ukrainian
in this two-day
Nazis.
operation of the Nazis and Ukrainian militia. Another outrageous massacre was carried out by the Ukrainian Insurgent Army and the Bandera faction of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists in German-occupied Polish Volhynia and eastern Galicia between 1943 and 1944. This genocide of Poles
In
was
Ontario
led
and
by
Toronto
the
here, we have all kinds of Nazi
35,000
monuments.
to 60,000 people in Volhynia and 25 to 40,000 in eastern Galicia fell victim to this massive ethnic cleansing operation. Sensing the inevitable loss of the German troops, the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists gave up on their former ally and began fighting equally against the Germans and the Soviet forces. In January 1943, USSR troops started pushing the Nazis back, liberating one part of Ukraine after another. Western Ukraine was the last Ukrainian region held by the Germans, finally being liberated in October of 1944. Bandera's bands continued to wage their guerrilla war against the Soviet regime, carrying out bloody raids on Ukrainian villages and towns, and leaving behind chaos and casualties. This war went on until the middle of the 1950s, when the last collaborators were either detained or fled the country. On May 7, 1945, Germany unconditionally surrendered to the Allies. Ukraine remained a part of the Soviet Union. The peace after the Second World War was short-lived. The United States and the Soviet Union, nations who allied together along with England to defeat the Nazis, tragically became foes as the Cold War began.
Tragically.
The era of political
Okay, that's
and
put a
military
little
tension
fucked
between
up.
the US and the USSR lasted for
The way he put that, they tragically became foes after the war? No. I'm sorry, but that leaves out the whole fact that as soon as fucking USSR was trying to implement itself, was trying to consolidate its own government, the US, along with 14 other capitalist powers, fucking invaded it.
for nearly 45 years, keeping humanity under the constant threat of nuclear war.
They were just temporary, from the West position, they were temporary, unfortunate
In this
allies with
battle,
the USSR.
the United States never lost sight of Ukraine's importance.
If the U.S. ruling class actually had it their way,
US
many of them would have rather
intelligence
been
kept a
allied
close
the
eye
other
on
way,
Ukrainian
but public
nationalist
pressure was too great.
organizations as a possible source of counterintelligence against the Soviet Union. CIA documents that just recently have been declassified show strong ties between U.S. intelligence and Ukrainian nationalists since 1946. From the CIA agency report, it is clear that they were not mistaken about the nature of Ukrainian nationalist organizations.
Ford and
or
many
the
other
leader,
capitalists,
Stepan
too.
Bandera himself.
I mean,
according to an
like,
OSS report,
don't forget during the war, right? There was actually like the U.S. had mandates where they couldn't bomb certain areas for fear of hitting like U.S.-owned factories. Hey, Strin Sam, welcome, comrade. Hope you were well today. We were watching Ukraine on Fire from 2017.
Of September 1945, Bandera had earned a fierce reputation for conducting a reign of terror during
While
World
I play
War II.
Legend of Zelda.
After the Second World War, Bandera and other Ukrainian Nazi leaders fled to Europe where the CIA helped them hide. The CIA later informed the Immigration and Naturalization Service
As
that
I
it had
have
concealed
ADHD and I
Stefan
can't help
Bandera
myself.
and other Ukrainians from the
Makes me
Soviets.
focus better on the actual thing
operations
we're listening
involving
to anyway.
Ukrainians continued for many years. The Nuremberg trials of 1945 and 1946 brought the political, economic, and military leaders of fascist Germany to justice and revealed to the world the monstrous face of Nazism and the crimes they committed. But the Ukrainian Nazis were spared the same fate, and some were even granted indulgences by the CIA. By 1954, the agency excused the illegal activities of the OUN. In 1949, Mykola Lebed, the man responsible for the massacres in Volhynia, was moved to the United States, where he died in 1989 without ever being investigated or pursued as a war criminal. The CIA moved to protect Ukrainian nationalist leader Mykola Lebed from criminal investigation by the Immigration and Naturalization Service in 1952. Perhaps Bandera lost his use to the US, or maybe KGB agents outsmarted the CIA. But in 1959, Stepan Bandera, the leader of the Ukrainian nationalists, was killed in Munich, where he was hiding under the name of Stefan Popel. It would be fair to say that Bandera became a major symbol of Ukrainian nationalism by sheer chance, for he was neither its only leader nor its most powerful one. Dmytro Dontsov was the father of the far-right totalitarian doctrine in Ukraine. Andriy Melnik was the leader of another faction of the OUN. Roman Shuhevich was a general of the Ukrainian insurgent army, and others contributed greatly to the movement. Bandera's dangerous ideology, suppressed by the communist authorities, but supported by external forces, never really died. The seeds of Ukrainian nationalism
Supported
were
by
passed
external
from generation
forces
to
is
generation.
key.
Unfortunately, it was just a matter of time before they would once again blossom. In 1954, Ukraine's territory was expanded even more when Nikita Khrushchev, the leader of the USSR and a Ukrainian himself, generously gave the Crimean region to Ukraine. Historians would argue about the legitimacy of this transfer for many years to come, and 60 years after Khrushchev's gift, dramatic new events would take place in Crimea.
The eyes of the world are on Ukraine as the crisis in Crimea continues.
Dozens of heavily armed men seized government buildings in Crimea.
Should Ukraine just shrug its shoulders and say, okay, Crimea, it's lost?
And the old arguments would heat up once again.
It should.
The Cold War would heat up and cool down by turns, while both rivals were obsessively building up military capacity. The turning point
100%
took place
silver.
when the new era, Perestroika, came to the USSR with its new leader, Mikhail Gorbachev, in the middle of the 1980s. Perestroika meant restructuring towards liberalization.
That is
and
exactly how the
democratization.
Patsy trap works.
It certainly had a positive impact on the
Don't
international
fall into it
situation.
ever. Not even a little bit.
Germany, where the
The First Nations people will be the first ones to disown you, I promise you.
Anymore.
But inside the USSR, the weakening of Kremlin control had different consequences. In Ukraine, a nationalistic political organization, Narodny Ruch, or People's Movement, emerged in 1989 due to this new openness. They advocated for independence of Ukraine from the USSR and became an incubator for leaders of Ukrainian neo-Nazism. In 1991, one of them, Oleg Tyagnybok, founded Svoboda, an openly radical nationalist party, preaching the good old principles of Bandera.
Вони готувалися і боролися з москалями, боролися з німцями, боролися з житвою і з іншою нечистю, яка хотіла забрати в нас нашу українську державу.
Purge Ukraine from the Jews and Russians, Ukraine for Ukrainians, and so on.
Sounds like a nice
His
guy.
statements got him 5th place in the Simon Wiesenthal Center Top 10 Anti-Semitic World Leader Rankings of 2012. But also, sadly, attracted numerous followers. Dmitry Yarosh founded another extreme right organization, Trizu, or Trident, in 1994. In April 2013, Yarosh became an assistant to a member of parliament from the opposition party Udar. Later that same year, he would become the leader of the most radical Ukrainian Nazi group, the Right Sector. Andriy Parubi would soon appear leading a whole army of ultranationalist warriors. And the torch marches would once again light up the streets of Ukrainian cities. The world drastically changed
Very
in
normal
August
country.
1991, when the USSR de facto ceased to exist, and the global political map welcomed many newcomers, Ukraine one of them. In modern history, it was the first time Ukraine was truly independent and all on its own.
The red flag came down over the Kremlin tonight as President Gorbachev resigned and brought to an end 7 decades of communist rule in the Soviet Union.
The years after the disintegration of the USSR became known as the Crazy 90s in all the post-Soviet territories.
The crazy 90s. When fucking diseases were coming back, fucking life expectancy was the most dramatic drop. Oh, just the crazy 90s. Fucking hell, what's wrong with the West? Genocidal
the free market
motherfuckers.
dramatically changed the rules of the game. New businesses emerged instantly, and the first oligarchs were born overnight. The
Yeah,
former
just
country with
wacky,
no class
right?
division
Most
suddenly
dramatic fall in
became
human
stratified.
history, just fucking wacky
The
shit.
chosen few became rich, while the rest had to fight to survive.
Those crazy 90s, kids fucking homeless again for the first time in fucking since before the revolution and shit. Like, oh yeah, wacky times. Whoa! Fuck that. That is like deeply insulting. What the fuck?
не меняли друг друга. Для жизни рядового гражданина ничего не меняло. Там происходил просто
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's passive language, as if there wasn't a coup.
И, конечно, люди уже устали от этого произвола.
Just like a transition that happened.
The people's growing discontent made Ukraine more vulnerable to outside forces, and a new kind of warfare was launched, one not known before, the color revolutions.
Demonstrators clashed with police, hundreds of thousands protesting the results of the election and calling for a new vote.
Ukraine has had 2 color revolutions in its 24 years of independence. In 2004, crowds of people descended upon Kiev, marking the start of the Orange Revolution.
Yeah, no mention of the Supreme Soviet being shelled. This is where Lib Oliver comes in when he talks about USSR.
The Russian and Western governments.
He's a
The
big old
culmination of
liberal,
this conflict
especially on
took place during
USSR.
the presidential elections in November of 2004. The 2 major candidates, Western-backed Viktor Yushchenko and Russian-leaning Viktor Yanukovych, almost equally shared the votes of Ukrainians. By the way, calling Viktor Yushchenko Western-backed is not an exaggeration. His wife, Katerina Yushchenko, is a former U.S. State Department official and worked in the White House during the Reagan administration. The division was along geographic lines. Traditionally, Russian Eastern Ukraine voted for Yanukovych, while Western Ukraine chose Yushchenko. By the announced result, Viktor Yushchenko lost to Viktor Yanukovych, but thousands of people didn't agree with it, and they came to the central square of Kiev on the 22nd of November. The situation received wide news coverage.
The country's election commission ignored reports of fraud, declaring Kremlin-backed Viktor Yanukovych the winner.
International politicians, such as former General Secretary of NATO, Javier Solana, became frequent guests in Kiev, initiating negotiations between parties.
And I hope very much that the goodwill of everybody will be able to overcome this difficulty.
The results of the negotiations, however, were often reached only on paper. Thus, Yushchenko never told the supporters to stop blocking government buildings in central Kiev. Therefore, these non-violent and very orange protests lasted for a month, during which time the previous election results were annulled, marred by massive corruption, and new elections were announced. An important nuance: just 3 months before, Viktor Yushchenko became a victim to a mysterious and still unsolved poisoning.
Definitely
But it
do
didn't
not
prevent
mind
him from
Silver.
winning in the new election.
Additional information
So as
is
we shall
welcome.
soon see, there was
As I
much
say,
more
we're here
than just
learning
the
as a
people's will
community.
that led to this victory. This
Which
peaceful
means I'm learning
revolution
from you
and
all
its
as
leader
well.
were warmly welcomed by the international community. But the euphoria didn't last long. Yushchenko's government completely failed with reforms and lost its chance to establish democracy, instead descending into infighting. Viktor Yushchenko was not re-elected for a second term, But at the end of his presidency, he had the time to make one last gift to his supporters from Western Ukraine.
На завершення я хочу сказати про те, що чекали мільйони українських патріотів і багато років. Я підписав указ за незламність духу у відстоюванні національної ідеї, виявлені героїзм і самопожертву в боротьбі за незалежну українську державу. Постановляю присвоїти звання Герою України з удостоєнням ордена держави Бандері Степану Андрійовичу. Слава Україні!
The hero status of Stepan Bandera was short-lived. In 2010, Viktor Yanukovych was elected president. This time, the international community had no doubts about the legitimacy of the elections. In January 2011, Viktor Yanukovych repealed the hero title of Bandera. Almost 4 years into his presidency, though, another revolution shook Ukraine. Unfortunately, this one was anything but peaceful.
Mr. Yanukovych, I'm an American. I'm an outsider to this situation, and it's very complicated. But I would like, as a filmmaker, just to jump into the action and go to those moments in November 2013. You're president of the Ukraine. You've been president for 3 years at this point. The country is in bad economic shape, very bad. You have a trade agreement with Russia, and now you're seeking to make a better agreement with the EU, with the European Union, and you are negotiating. Can you bring me to that moment and what you're thinking?
Действительно, это был очень сложный период времени для Украины, и нам нужно было найти решение проблем в 2013 году. Поэтому у нас было два партнера. Прежде всего, мы рассчитывали на Международный валютный фонд. Но Международный валютный фонд на протяжении года, когда мы вели переговоры, нам предлагал неприемлемые для нас варианты решения. Значительное поднятие тарифов для населения, прежде всего на энергоносители и на газ, то есть значительный рост расходов населения, при том, что доходы оставались прежние. Мы на это не пошли. Мы предложили другие варианты решения вопросов. Мы получили официальный отказ Международного валютного фонда в ноябре 2013 года. Оставалась Россия.
Yeah, they paint him as corrupt. I mean, like you said, he went to the IMF even.
Что мы готовы с вами работать как партнеры, если вы учтете наши интересы.
Того, что экономика Украины и России зарождалась как единая экономика, сложились абсолютно уникальные, особые экономические отношения. Рынки в России были полностью открыты для украинских товаров, а при этом наши границы с Украиной таможенные полностью раскрыты. Таким образом, Евросоюз как бы заходил со всеми своими товарами на нашу территорию без всяких переговоров.
И когда мы начали считать балансы, мы увидели, что соглашение, которое подготовлено Европой для Украины, требует больших экономических расходов, компенсаций потерь, а Европа компенсаций не предлагает. При том, что российский рынок при этом для Украины частично сокращался или прикрывался.
Сказали, конечно, если Украина решила так поступить, это ее выбор, и мы уважаем этот выбор. Но мы не должны этот выбор оплачивать.
Наши переговоры с Европой не увенчались успехом. Поэтому на этом пути мы предложили сделать паузу.
Violent clashes erupted in the Ukrainian capital Kiev as more than 100,000 people protested against a government decision to delay an association deal with the EU.
Vitaly, you were Minister of Interior Affairs for the Ukraine during this period, and you were Chief of Police, essentially, of the country. Can you tell me your version of what happened from November protests through February protests?
Мы располагали информацией, что протестные акции в любом случае массово планируются и начнутся в 2015 году. Но оппозиция воспользовалась тем фактом, что в начале Кабинет министров, а затем и президент приняли решение временно отложить подписание ассоциации с Европейским Союзом.
Arseniy Yatsenyuk, leader of the opposition party, Fatherland. Oleg Tagnibok, leader of the opposition nationalist far-right political party, Svoboda. Vitaly Klitschko, leader of the opposition party, Udar.
Both EU and Ukrainian officials said on Thursday the suspension of talks on closer ties could be revived after the two-day meeting. But officials said the deal was off the table for now.
Expected more.
Pro-EU protests on the streets of Kiev enter their second day. The crowd of around 1,000 protesters were joined by the leader of the opposition, the reigning world boxing champion Vitaly Klitschko. He called on the demonstrators to maintain pressure on the government after it decided not to sign a major trade deal with the EU.
You go back to Kiev the next day after the meeting with Merkel, and protests are up, am I right? Can you take me through that period?
Если у меня в самом начале было понимание того, что это мирные акции, и во время мирных акций можно вести диалог, и я к этому был готов.
И говоря о протестах ноября-февраля, необходимо обязательно учитывать динамику их развития, которая происходила на Украине заранее до того. Огромное количество общественных организаций, которые финансировались из-за рубежа, огромное количество журналистов, работающих на гранты.
Robert Perry is a longtime investigative journalist based in Washington, D.C., best known for his major disclosures about the Iran-Contra scandal in the 1980s. He is the founder of Consortium News, where he has reported extensively on the crisis in Ukraine and the forces behind the unrest.
An NGO is a non-governmental organization. Now, many NGOs are quite legitimate. They represent good causes. Maybe they help people in a country feed or deal with water problems or deal with various kinds of social problems. But there are some NGOs that have become funded by government entities and serve more the purpose of that government rather than trying to serve the people that they are ostensibly working for. One thing we saw in the 1980s, at that point, the Central Intelligence Agency had been largely discredited because of scandals that had been exposed in the 1970s.
For 15 years, the CIA has secretly financed overseas activities of the National Students Association. But then there came to light a fantastic web of CIA penetrations.
So when the Reagan administration came in, there was this concept that instead of having the CIA, which traditionally would go into these different target countries, funding their media, funding NGOs, funding different political operations, that was essentially farmed out to a new organization called the National Endowment for Democracy, which was created in 1983. And it would do pretty much what the agency used to do. It would go into one of these countries and it would support various political groups, train activists, deal with journalists, business groups, and try to advance U.S. foreign policy interests, sometimes against the interests of the host government, the target government. And beyond that, they received financial and other logistical help from the National Endowment for Democracy and other U.S. agencies that helped them training activists, working with journalists to get their side presented more favorably. They work on things like, how do you get traction? How do you get things to go viral? How do you then use that to generate support for your cause?
And support was generated. Mustafa Nayyem, a founder of one of Ukraine's new media outlets, Hromadske TV, knew very well how to make something go viral. It was his notorious Facebook post on November 21st, 2013, that brought the first crowds to Maidan.
Я це написав просто, щоб почути, чи є ці люди, чи просто ми поговоримо десь у Фейсбуці.
If you don't read the newspaper, you are uninformed. If you read the newspaper, you are misinformed. To deliver your message efficiently enough in the modern world with so many different technologies and means of communications, you must embrace them all. As the disturbing events of Euromaidan started on November 21st, 2013, 3 new TV channels went on the air and suddenly became stunningly popular in Ukraine. Spilno TV, November 21st. Hromadske TV, November 22nd. And Espresso TV, November 24th, directly from opposition protest. These channels went viral, supporting the protests and encouraging more and more people to come to Maidan.
И первые выступления массовые начались 21 числа, 21 ноября. Сначала акции проходили мирно. На эти акции пришли люди разной категории. Это были молодые и пожилые люди. Приходили с детьми. Явно было понятно, что с их стороны есть доверие к власти, в том числе и к правоохранителям. Потому что свободно выходили. И никаких намеков на то, что будет в отношении этих манифестантов приниматься какие-то меры воздействия, силовые и так далее, просто не существовало. Значит, соответственно, на охрану общественного порядка выходили правоохранители без огнестрельного оружия. Но среди митингующих уже замечены нами радикалы, которые относились к правым партиям, неофашистским организациям. И 24 числа, 24 ноября, они осуществили первую агрессивную акцию. 24 числа первое было нападение на кабинет министров. И первое нападение на сотрудников правоохранителей, которые охраняли.
2013.
Второе нападение на правоохранителей службы безопасности Украины произошло 25 числа. Затем небезызвестные события 30 числа.
November 30th of 2013 became the first turning point of Euromaidan and one of its most reported and mysterious events.
Я тогда немножко расскажу, как видел эти события я. Был звонок мне от Попова, глава администрации города Киева. Он говорил, что давайте сегодня мы хотели бы завозить оборудование для новогодней елки на площадь. Я ему объяснил, что до тех пор, пока люди находятся на площади, то этого делать нельзя. В районе часа ночи, когда массовые люди начали расходиться, разъезжаться, я поговорил по телефону с руководителем службы безопасности Украины и спросил его точку зрения по развитию событий. Он сказал, я считаю, что, слава богу, все закончилось. Вся информация идет о том, что все закончилось. Потому что фактически с 21 числа я в кабинете просто жил и спал там какое-то время, может быть, 2 часа в сутки удавалось поспать. Около 3 часов ночи я приехал тоже к себе домой. Завел часы на 6:30 утра, включил телевизор сразу же, когда проснулся. Он у меня был настроен на 5-й канал. И 5-й канал демонстрирует большое количество скорой помощи. И там побитые люди.
After riot, police attacked peaceful protesters with clubs.
Happened in the early morning hours. The eyewitnesses that were there said that the police did use truncheons.
Меня, честно говоря, пробил просто холодный пот.
Моя первая реакция на то, что Майдан пострадал от действий полиции, была мгновенной.
Nice cat.
Нужно было расследовать, кто дал приказ разгонять митингующих, применять к ним силу. Я был противник того, чтобы к митингующим применялась сила, нарушали права людей.
Решений таких Попов самостоятельно принимать просто не мог. А кто для него был самый высокий руководитель? Для Попова был самый большой руководитель, это глава администрации. Сергей Владимирович Левочкин.
Coincidentally, Sergei Lovochkin is a close associate to many U.S. politicians.
Nice, thanks for the link.
The Security Service of Ukraine had evidence that on that night, Lovochkin was in contact with opposition leader Yatsenyuk, where they discussed the clearing of Maidan on the pretext of installing the annual Christmas tree. news media reported that the riot police cruelly attacked the students peacefully sleeping in their tents. But scenes from the event seem to tell a different story. It appears that the protesters were waiting for the police. Additionally, there were dozens of journalists and cameramen from all the new public TV news outlets prepared to cover the events. And most ominously, a group of well-trained young men arrived to Maidan almost simultaneously with the riot police. They infiltrated the crowd and began provocations with insults, stones, and torches.
The rights sector in Ukraine represents a part of the Ukrainian population that has often favored fairly extreme right-wing positions. They had militias that came especially during the Maidan protests. There were groups that were being shipped into Kiev where they would provide the muscle, in effect, for the demonstrations. So the demonstrations went from being relatively peaceful political protests to being increasingly violent.
The first step in any detective work is to establish a motive. It is now said that Sergei Lovochkin is held in high esteem by his powerful U.S. friends. Outraged by what was reported in the news, the Ukrainian people came out in force on the next day to vent their anger with the police actions.
The violence started to take off when?
Фактически жесткие противоправные действия начались уже в декабре 2013 года. События, которые проходили в тот период в Киеве, они были очень радикальные. В них принимали неонацистские организации, молодые люди, которые были различными вооружены различными средствами. Металлические прутья, биты. В том числе использовалась техника, например, дорожно-строительная, грейдерами, и они грейдерами наезжали на работников правоохранительных органов, на милицию, которая защищала и не давала захватить правительственные здания и здания администрации президента. Как президент мог такой неуправляемой толпе выйти и с кем говорить? Технологии, которые применялись в тот период времени, они были заранее спланированы.
As veiled and masked as the color revolutions can be, an attentive viewer can see subtle patterns and similarities revealing their true nature. To make crowds act as one obedient group, they have to be united at the unconscious level. The masterminds of color revolutions know this well and have perfected the art. Symbolism is one of the most powerful tools to achieve this end. Revolutionary political organizations with surprisingly similar names and even more similar logos have appeared time and again, almost as omens marking the countries that would be hit by the colored plague next.
Hey, Jadux, welcome in, comrade. Yeah, we're watching
being aware and active.
Ukraine on fire right now.
Actually trained.
I'm kind of playing some Zelda while I'm watching.
They are the ones who take the first shot,
you know,
literal
ADD
and
and all,
metaphorical, to transform the peaceful protests into full-blown coups d'etats. Their fingerprints can be found everywhere on the map of the color revolutions.
Hope you were well today, comrade.
Using all the experience of past generations, simple but effective tools like catchy sing-alongs and chanting are employed. Well known for exciting the crowd and creating a group identity, they depersonalize individuals and make them easier to manipulate.
Конечно, без денег здесь не могло быть. Такое количество не государственных, различных общественных организаций, грантов, которое выделялось на Украину, это не есть секретом.
Incidentally, one such organization, Hromadske TV, received generous donations from the Dutch and U.S. embassies, as well as from the Renaissance Foundation, an NGO founded by George Soros.
I set up a foundation in Ukraine before Ukraine became independent of Russia. And the foundation has been functioning ever since. And it played an important part in events now.
I like criticism, but it must be my way.
Did you see any evidence of U.S. involvement? Did you feel their presence from the U.S.?
Очень частыми гостями были представители Соединенных Штатов, конгрессмены.
They were
были
frequent guests at that time.
Приезжала очень часто. У нас были с ней дискуссии. Но после этих дискуссий она шла на Майдан и поддерживала протестующих. И обвиняла правоохранительные органы, применялась чрезмерно сила. На самом деле эти все месседжи мы видели на Майдане.
We will be back here on this square to celebrate with you a Ukraine that stands with Europe and stands with the United States.
Well, members of Congress were visiting Ukraine during that period, most famously Congressman John McCain. So some of the people who were challenging their government, their elected government at that point, were being told by the senior U.S. official, a person who ran for president and a top official in the U.S. Congress, that the U.S. was with them.
I'm Senator John McCain, and it's always a pleasure to be back in Ukraine.
John McCain.
Senator McCain was, in a sense, giving the people in the Maidan a feeling that they had the backing of the most powerful country on earth.
This is about the future you want for your country. This is about the future you deserve.
Делегаций много приезжало. Я говорил, что нельзя говорить, во-первых, неправду. Нельзя становиться на сторону митингующих и отстаивать их права, создавая тем самым и углубляя конфликт. Когда митингующие захватывают правительственные здания и учреждения, скажите, допустимо ли это в любой другой стране, например, чтобы посол Украины пришел к митингующим
In the US sometimes.
и раздавал там пряники,
Right? In the US they are
и
sometimes.
обвинял полицейских Соединенных Штатов Америки. Я считаю, что это недопустимо ни в одной европейской стране. А почему к Украине было такое отношение?
Who was your highest level contact with the U.S. government in this period?
Я постоянно имел контакт с господином Байденом, вице-президентом. У меня были частые с ним телефонные переговоры. Но дело в том, что господин Байден говорил одно, а в Украине делали другое.
And the U.S. ambassador?
Посол Соединенных Штатов в Украине постоянно принимал представителей Майдана у себя в посольстве. Мы это очень хорошо знали, мы это отслеживали. И создавалось такое впечатление, что в посольстве Соединенных Штатов существует штаб, который управляет этим процессом.
In early February of 2014, as the Maidan crisis was getting more violent, there was a phone call that was intercepted. It was a call between the Assistant Secretary of State for European Affairs, Victoria Nuland, and the U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Jeffrey Pyatt.
Questions of credibility are being raised after a private chat between two top U.S. diplomats was leaked online.
I think Yats is the guy who's got the economic experience, the governing experience. He's the guy, you know, what he needs is Cleach's book on the outside.
He's the guy, that's what she said.
He's going to be at that level working for Yatsenyuk. It's just not going to work.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. Okay. Good. Well, do you want us to try to set up a call with him as the next step?
Sullivan's come back to me VFR saying you need Biden, and I said probably tomorrow for an attaboy and to get the deets to stick. So
Okay.
Biden's willing.
So you had this remarkable phone call where you have these two senior officials of the
Jesus
U.S. government
Christ.
apparently talking about a coup or how they were planning to restructure the government of Ukraine.
Fuck the EU.
No, exactly.
I'm not saying the whole U.S. government feels that way. There is division on this, but the neoconservative element wants very much to change the strategic dynamic in Eastern
She has all the charisma of Hillary Clinton.
The
I
neocons are very
agree.
smart people, and they've been at this for a long time. They came in around the issue of propaganda. They studied how to create hot buttons for the American people. They had this experience when they were getting the American people to get excited
No, I agree,
about Central
Silver. There
America
is no
back in
real
1980.
division today. That's lib shit.
Army. Their ground force is being equipped now with Russian artillery.
And they've been applying those same strategies ever since. They remain very dedicated to achieving their goals. They still want to get rid of certain governments. They wanted a regime change in Syria, for instance, regime change in Iran. They're very skilled at this, and they have a lot of allies now inside the news media, inside the government, and that means that they can do a lot to control the narrative of any story.
I think in America these days, we have somehow told ourselves that there are a lot of ways of dealing with these problems other than hard power. Vladimir Putin cares about hard power.
The neoconservatives can now demonize a leader of a country. That sells with the American people. So you don't just sort of argue a policy, you attack the leader. So the neoconservatives became very skilled at picking out leaders, finding their ugly traits, and then highlighting them. Yanukovych, you might say, was a rather clunky political leader, but you make him into a devil. He's totally corrupt, and he's evil, and he wants to kill people in the Maidan, these wonderful white-hatted demonstrators. So you've got a black hat versus white hat. You keep repeating that basic scenario, and it works with the American people.
You've got to realize what Vladimir Putin is. He's an old KGB colonel that wants to restore the Russian Empire.
You make them into demons, and the American people find that the way they can understand the world. Once that happens, it's very difficult for a journalist or anyone else to say, you know, hold it, that guy, he's got more of a gray hat than a white hat or a black hat. And if you say that, you suddenly you're a Yanukovych apologist or you're a Putin apologist, and then the attacks come on to the person saying it, the journalist, the academic, or whoever.
Yeah. Think about how this is still going on today, only even more heightened.
Tempo and rhythm are the most essential components to hold an audience's attention.
Сама технология, которая применялась Майданом, состояла в необходимости сакральных жертв. Это часть технологии.
It can also be called a method of betrayal, when the allies and followers are relentlessly thrown into the revolutionary flame. The idea is simple. When the preparation work is done, the trigger just needs to be pulled to set the machine into full motion. The murder of politician Rafiq Hariri led to the Cedar Revolution. Looking back at the mysterious poisoning of Viktor Yushchenko right before the Orange Revolution of 2004, we see now that he became a sacred victim himself. Most political analysts believe the compassion of the Ukrainian people at that moment tilted the scales, giving him the presidency. The number of victims among the protesters during Euromaidan totaled over 100. They are called the Heavenly Hundred. All the sacred victims were immediately mythologized. The beating of students on November 30th, 2013 was the obvious trigger of Euromaidan. Those who sent trained provocateurs to the square very well realized that peaceful protesters were the ones who would get hurt the most. It's hard to keep protests going for months on end. Tensions subside, and people inevitably get tired. Holidays are also a big danger for revolutionary masterminds. People want to be home with their families and friends, and one needs to get inventive to keep people in a cold, tense city.
The big old concerts, like with a full-blown stage. Think about how leftists even have trouble fucking having audio that works.
On Christmas Day of 2013, tabloid journalist and political wannabe Tatiana Chornovol was chosen to become the tool to whip the protests on Maidan back up.
A civic activist and journalist known for investigating corruption among senior officials was beaten outside Ukraine's capital on Christmas.
Her heroic deeds as a reporter looked more like petty crimes, trespassing on the presidential residence of Viktor Yanukovych, leading a rioting crowd to seize the Kiev City Administration building.
The fuck?
Breaking into a car of the Security Service of Ukraine. It looked like Tatiana was more interested in making news than reporting it, and gaining name recognition that could be turned into votes for her struggling political career in the opposition party Fatherland. She gave the world media a Christmas present in 2013, when she was cruelly beaten by unknown assailants on the road. Despite the fact that in just 3 days all the suspects were arrested and confessed to beating Tatiana during a road rage incident, world media kept insisting upon the political background of the crime. Instantaneously, Tatiana became a heroic martyr, uniting people around her image.
The beating coming amid political turmoil in Ukraine. This has drawn a protest.
Euromaidan was once again center stage, and Tatiana, in less than 2 months after the assault, she was already healthy enough to attack the office of Party of Regions, the party of Viktor Yanukovych.
Звідти виїжджали ті машини, які били мене. Тобто тут не те, що навіть гніздо цієї злочинної мафіозної влади, а ескадрони смерті теж керуються звідси.
One of the staff members, 65-year-old IT specialist Vladimir Zakharov, was killed during the attack. So, where is Tatiana now? Well, she finally got her position of power in the new government. 1 month later, the time for another act in the play came. Armenian-Ukrainian protester Sergei Nigoyan was one of the first to arrive at Maidan. He wasn't radical or violent, but instead naive and full of hope. Watching Sergei read a patriotic poem is like watching a casting tape for the role of a sacred victim.
Yeah, Silver's got the receipts.
Unfortunately, Sergei got the part. Betrayed by his brothers in arms, this video would eventually go viral after Sergei was killed early in the morning of January 22nd, 2014. The circumstances of his death remain unknown to this day. Even though the whole area of protests was heavily filmed at that time, there were no records or witnesses to help the investigation, and his body was moved immediately from the scene of the crime. Sergei became the first killed martyr of Euromaidan, and in a heartbeat, the police officers were appointed as his killers. Almost 2 years later, the official investigation would still deliver no results. Now, it is widely believed that Nigoyan's murder was staged by provocateurs to escalate the conflict.
Don't say. And the CIA
God
would
speaks
never.
to people with the language of signs. On January 26, 2014, Pope Francis prayed for Ukraine, addressing thousands of people at St. Peter's Square in Vatican City.
Et Filius et Spiritus Sanctus.
After the prayer, 2 white doves were released from the papal window and were immediately attacked by a crow and seagull. Those who understand the language could easily read the meaning of this omen. Soon, great forces, the seagull and the crow, would be tearing apart 2 Slavic nations, the white doves. This omen gave hope to the Ukrainian people, saying that by God's will, the doves would be saved. But it also predicted severe hardship and many victims. The events which could enter into the history of the color revolutions as the most massive human sacrifice yet arrived right on schedule, 1 month later.
For weeks, this European capital has been the scene of a violent uprising. Today, the bloodiest day yet.
The protesters are pushing up towards the government district, armed here with Molotov cocktails, but we saw handguns and shotguns too. There are casualties on both sides.
Well, she's just said that there are 6 dead people up there. Not just injured, dead. They said they've been hit by snipers.
20 февраля начали расстреливать сотрудников милиции.
Я получил информацию, что начали стрелять снайперы, и есть жертвы с 2 сторон.
Консерватория, откуда прозвучали первые выстрелы. Это то, что было под контролем у сил Майдана.
And here again, we meet our old acquaintance from Narodny Ruch, Andriy Paruby, who is at the peak of his glory as self-proclaimed commandant of Maidan, which basically means the leader of the radical opposition.
Ми попередили їх про те, що Майдан може вдатись до більш активних дій, якщо в найближчі дні ми не побачимо виконання наших вимог.
В том, чтобы посеять хаос, но Янукович точно не был заинтересован в том, чтобы хаос разрастался.
The protesters were filmed leading a long line of riot police away. It's not clear where they were taking them. 67 officers are currently reported to be missing.
14 policemen dead and 43 wounded.
Было погибших 20 человек и более 150 раненых огнестрельными ранениями. Тогда уже было понятно, 20-21 февраля, что начался вооруженный переворот.
Earlier, from inside the protest camp, the opposition leader Vitaly Klitschko urged his supporters to stay put. Each of you here should stay strong in spirit, he said, because we're not going anywhere.
Мы вели в этот период времени переговоры с оппозицией и очень часто договаривались. Но, как я позже понял, что это была игра. Та часть, оппозиции, которая не принимала участие в переговорах, радикальная часть, она не обращала внимания и никого не слушала. Они выполняли свою работу.
Like in 2004 during the Orange Revolution, international leaders felt it necessary to intervene and bring both sides to the negotiating table.
Приехали 3 министра иностранных дел европейских стран в Киев.
Laurent Fabius, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, Radoslav Sikorski.
Приняли участие во встрече президента Януковича и оппозиции. Договорились о том, что будут проведены досрочные выборы. Договорились о том, как будут строить отношения между оппозицией и президентом.
The Ukrainian president and the leaders of the anti-government protests there have agreed on a truce.
The truce was to give talks between President Yanukovych and the opposition a chance.
Just like in 2004, the opposition, or at least its radical faction, the right sector, headed by Dmitry Yarosh, had no intention on fulfilling its part of the bargain.
Ті домовленості, які досягнуті, не відповідають нашим з вами прагненням. Правий сектор не складе зброї. Правий сектор не зніме блокаду жодної з державних установ, поки не буде виконана найголовніша наша вимога – відставка Януковича.
Я подписал такой протокол, но немного позже я понял, что какой бы протокол мы ни подписали, сценарий захвата власти и государственного переворота, он был запланирован и он был неизбежен. То есть фактически это не зависело от наших действий.
The opposition leaders left saying they may have found a way to end the bloodshed, but they wanted to take the conclusions from their meeting to the people.
It was soon apparent that the people were not happy.
И на следующий день господин Янукович уехал во второй по величине город страны, в город Харьков. Как только он уехал, захватили и его резиденцию, резиденцию администрации, и правительство с помощью оружия. Как это называют?
Дело в том, что я вылетел туда вертолетом. Машины, которые меня должны были сопровождать, выехали самостоятельно, но этого никто не знал. Ехали президентские машины, и по этой колонне президентских машин был открыт огонь. Также была информация у нашей разведки, что были специальные наемники, которым была поставлена задача не захватывать президента, а расстрелять. И я обратился к президенту Путину, чтобы он разрешил мне выехать на территорию России.
Yeah, which makes sense given education in the USSR, as we were talking about.
24 февраля я попал на территорию России.
At the same time, Kiev was saying its last goodbyes.
Oh, thank you very much, Captain DPRK. Welcome, comrade, to the channel.
It was also welcoming those who came to power at their cost.
Ukraine's parliament has voted for the new Speaker of the Assembly to become interim president. Alexander Turchinov called on lawmakers to form an interim government by Tuesday. These latest developments follow the dismissal of President Viktor Yanukovych on Saturday.
And they removed Yanukovych, not following the constitutional procedures for impeachment.
Процедура импичмента не была соблюдена. Для этого должен был быть привлечен Конституционный суд, Верховный суд. Этого не сделали. И голосовать в парламенте должны
we
были
talk about on this
3/4
channel sometimes
депутатов.
just
The Parliament of Ukraine consists
one of
of
the
450
criticisms of Kim
deputies.
Jong-il was
The
that lack of
Constitution of
ideological
Ukraine requires
education
at
in
least a
USSR.
3/4 majority to vote. In other words, 338 votes in favor of the impeachment, but only 328 deputies voted yes.
3/4 не проголосовали.
The U.S. State Department almost immediately said this was a legitimate government, and that was part of this effort to get regime change. Instead of trying to find some way to revive the February 21st agreement, where maybe you could bring back Yanukovych in some titular way, that became not a possibility anymore.
Not just
Then you
nationalists,
have
but captured
Eastern
by
Ukraine
bourgeois
resisting,
reactionary
Crimea
nationalists,
wanting to break away, and things
which is just a
rapidly
thin veil
escalated.
for class interests.
Voters will decide Sunday whether they'll leave Ukraine and join Russia.
The campaign with the slogan "Together with Russia" has the backing of Moscow.
The Crimea situation, the referendum, is also happening during this period very quickly.
Крымский референдум инициировали жители Крыма. Это была их реакция на попытки представителей Майдана устроить такой Майдан в Крыму. Это не секрет, что население Крыма всегда было пророссийски настроенным.
Crimean authorities, sensing the mood of the populace, fully supported Viktor Yanukovych's decision to postpone the 2013 European Union Association deal and side deeper ties to Russia. As the events in Kiev took their course, Crimean authorities issued a declaration, putting into words the fears of its people. Based on the will of the Crimeans who elected us, we declare that we will not give Crimea to extremists and neo-Nazis seeking to seize power in Ukraine at the cost of the blood of the country and its citizens. After the regime change in Kiev, rumors began spreading in Crimea that the new authorities would be merciless to those that opposed them.
Слава Україні!
This led to the pro-Russian demonstrations rejecting the new government in Kiev. On February 27th, the government buildings in the capital of Crimea were seized by pro-Russian protesters. The current Crimean government was dismissed, and the new leader, Sergei Aksyonov, was assigned as the leader of the Crimean Autonomous Republic.
У них, конечно, надежда была, и они обращались к российскому руководству, чтобы их защитили.
On March 16th, the Crimean referendum was held, and the people voted to leave Ukraine and enter the Russian Federation.
The situation in Crimea is being presented as a Russian invasion. And again, nobody who looks at this seriously and looks at the poll numbers, some of the poll numbers done by the US government agencies themselves, showing that the people of Crimea preferred being part of Russia. In the US news media, it has all been presented as the Russians invaded, they
This
then
part's
staged
important.
a sham election with people with guns at their
Legend of
backs.
Zelda: Link to
Somehow
the
they
Past,
faked the
you
ballot
know?
boxes to get 96% approval for rejoining Russia.
The idea of a referendum in Crimea is just quite simply unconstitutional.
It does raise questions on whether this vote really is free and fair, especially given the heavy military presence in Crimea right now, Errol.
So that's how it's been sold to the American people. The reality is very different.
The atmosphere here certainly is electric. Thousands of people who've gathered in the capital Crimean city of Simferopol. All of this following a referendum held last Sunday in which the majority of people here overwhelmingly voted in support of being reunited with Russia.
Я бы хотел спросить, что такое демократия?
No,
Демократия
this is old school Super Nintendo Link to the Past. I glitched into the Dark World early though. That's why I only have the white sword. I should have the Master Sword, but I glitched here.
Люди пришли свыше 90%. И свыше 90% проголосовали за присоединение к России. Нужно уважать выбор людей. Не подстраивать каждый раз под свои геополитические интересы, международное право и принципы демократии. У нас не было там никаких боевых действий. Там никто не стрелял. Никто никого не убивал.
What is described in the West as a Russian invasion of Crimea is, in fact, the presence of Russian soldiers in Crimea. Can you clarify that?
Российские солдаты в Крыму, как говорят, были
Nope, this is from 2017 this documentary was made. One reason I wanted to throw it on, honestly.
Sevastopol's naval base became the main military
Thank
port
God I
of
had
the
a
Russian
ferry.
Empire on the Black Sea. During the Second World War, the heroic defense of Sevastopol lasted almost a year and took hundreds of thousands
Sword
of
did
lives.
nothing against them.
Therefore, the naval base in Crimea has a legacy of historical pride for the Russian Black Sea Fleet.
Oh,
as well as being of
explaining it
huge
to
strategic
Canadians
importance.
is... Well, I mean, it kind of does relate to the war going on now, because this is
Those of us
exactly
alive
what
back
led
then
up to
remember
it,
when there
right?
were
Is this
Soviet
meddling
missiles
by the
put into
U.S.,
Cuba,
this
how frightened
constant
Americans were and how
overthrowing and
angry,
color
and how we
revolutions
almost
that they were
went to
doing.
a nuclear confrontation over having weapons of that kind of
It's
destruction.
a big part that
placed
led
that
up to
close
this.
the United States.
If the United States considers Cuba to be in its backyard, then Crimea lays at Russia's doorstep.
The consequences of a U.S. Seizure of the base or a NATO base.
American imperialists never stop. They can't help but meddle.
Потому что
The
само
whole
по себе
identity of the
база
American
ничего не
Empire.
значит. Но вот чтобы я хотел отметить один нюанс. Почему мы так остро реагируем на расширение НАТО? Нас беспокоит практика принятия решений. Я знаю, как принимаются. Когда страна становится членом НАТО, ей уже очень трудно сопротивляться давлению со стороны такой крупной страны, лидера НАТО, как США. И там легко появляется, может появиться все, что угодно.
Exactly, Silver.
Система противоракетной обороны, и новые базы, и если потребуется, и новые ударные комплексы. А нам что делать? Мы должны в этой связи предпринимать контрмеры, то есть ставить под удар наших ракетных систем те объекты, которые, по нашему мнению, начинают нам угрожать. Ситуация напрягает.
If we are attacked, we would certainly respond.
Знаете, мне кажется, я не всегда понимаю логику наших партнеров. Иногда складывается впечатление, что нужно держать повиновение, наладить дисциплину в своем собственном.
They need to sanction themselves over the genocide they're doing against their own
Для этого нужен внешний враг. При
plus
всех
people here.
опасениях Иран на это не очень тянет.
I am concerned about the expansion of NATO. NATO
That's what's
has
so hollow
expanded to 13
about
countries,
their
up to the borders
concern,
of Russia.
right?
13 countries.
Эта тема очень опасная. Это тема войны. Вообще, война между Россией и Соединенными Штатами вообще это безумие.
In early spring of 2014, eastern Ukraine was also buzzing with protests against the new authorities in Kiev. This region, with the population close to Russia geographically and culturally, feared that the ultra-right leanings of the newly formed government would bring neo-nationalism to their lands.
Oh yeah,
And they had
I'm
the
definitely
reasons.
glad for the writer, the actor strikes.
The
definitely.
status of the Russian language in
Take a bite out of that
has been a
fucking
stumbling block for
mainstream
many
media
years.
propaganda for a
Implementing
while.
Russian as a second state language was one of the main campaign
And
promises
then plus
of
just
President Viktor Yanukovych.
the example of the
In
protests too
2012, the
makes for
Yanukovych government
potentially
passed
higher
a law making it
militancy.
the second official language in the southern and eastern parts of
Whoops, I
Ukraine,
need to be in
the
the other
areas where the
world.
Russian-speaking population makes up a majority. Ukrainian nationalist groups initiated massive protests opposing the law. An observing viewer might see some familiar faces there. On February 23, 2014,
gonna turn this guy
the
into a
very
tree
next
now.
day after the regime change, the new government voted for an annulment of the official status of the Russian language. And even though later this decision was vetoed by the acting president, Alexander Turchinov, it still sent a message, and a powerful one. This alarmed the Russian-speaking cities of eastern Ukraine, and people took to the streets to show their disagreement. In response, pro-Maidan groups conducted their own demonstrations. When the two parties would meet, it was always tense, and eventually it led to tragedy. One person died and over 50 people were wounded in clashes during a pro-Russian march protesting the new government in Kiev. On April 6th, the Crimean scenario began repeating in eastern Ukraine, where protesters seized government buildings. And the next day, April 7th, they proclaimed Donetsk People's Republic. Kiev replied by announcing the beginning of an anti-terrorist operation in eastern Ukraine.
This is important.
By that time, the international media was screaming about a Russian invasion in Ukraine.
Russia could now be on the verge of invading Ukraine.
But strong words stayed only in the media. The Ukrainian authorities never announced a warlike situation. Why? IMF cannot give money to countries engaged in ongoing war. Petro Poroshenko.
Вы знаете, в большой политике, о чем бы ни говорили, все равно будут говорить о деньгах.
Too much money was already invested in Ukraine to stop halfway.
We've invested over $5 billion to assist Ukraine in these and other goals that will ensure a secure and prosperous and democratic Ukraine.
Yeah, that's how you get democracy, funnel
Как
money.
называли установление демократического
Famously.
режима. Я думаю, что это вот как раз тот режим, который сейчас насаждается на Донбассе.
Obviously, the funds had to keep coming, and the conflict had to keep going. Getting more and more bloody and deadly.
Мы завалили все вместе.
As
Yep,
parties from both sides
more money, more
were using
democracy,
more
don't you know? That's how the
sophisticated
scale
and lethal
works.
weapons.
Господин Турчинов, который фактически начал войну, он несет огромную ответственность за это. Он начал войну против собственного народа. Он послал войска в Донбасс. Они сделали то, чего не делал я. И они начали кровопролитие.
The world seemed too busy welcoming this new democracy in Kiev to notice what was being done as it spread its wings over the country. Many in southern Ukraine had been viewing the revolution with concern.
You don't say.
And an anti-Maidan movement formed in the city of Odessa in early January 2014. The protesters set up their camp in front of the Trade Union House, a building which would soon become a monument to a massacre of its own. It's difficult to overestimate the importance of Odessa. It is strategically located on the Black Sea, and it's Ukraine's largest seaport. It's not surprising that Ukraine's new authorities were watching the situation unfolding there with growing alarm. More and more of Odessa's people were joining the anti-Maidan movement at the same time as events in eastern Ukraine were heating up. The new Ukrainian government didn't have the power to wage war on too many fronts. If Odessa were to join the growing uprising in the eastern regions, it would seriously complicate the situation. This rebellion had to be extinguished immediately and at any cost, and that cost was high. On May 2nd, 2014, soccer fans flocked to the center of Odessa City for the Ukrainian Championship match. Surprisingly, a great number of these fans who descended into Odessa just the night before also turned out to be fighters from the Maidan self-defense units, along with members of radical organizations from all parts of Ukraine. These fans, masked, armed, and shouting nationalist mottos, began disturbances in the center of the city as they marched to the anti-Maidan tent encampment, where they attacked. The anti-Maidan protesters sought shelter in the trade union house, but it was a trap. Maidan supporters started throwing Molotov cocktails into the building until it was engulfed in flames. People burned to death inside, or, trying to escape, jumped from the windows. Although a fire station was less than a mile away, it took almost half an hour for firefighters to arrive. When they finally did,
Jesus
the
Christ.
damage had been done. But here's an intriguing fact. Just a few days before those dreadful events, a messenger from Maidan, Andriy Perubi, made a visit to Odessa. It's an interesting coincidence that some of the people he met with in Odessa were seen at the scene that fateful day.
Interesting little coincidence
But
there,
not
huh,
everyone
Chad?
was mourning. On the popular political talk show Schuster Live, the news about the people burnt alive in Odessa was welcomed with a long round of applause.
Із погибших в пожарі в Одесі 15 граждан Росії, 10 із Придністров'я і ні одного одесита.
On its Facebook page, the right sector announced the events of May 2nd, a proud moment in national history. An official investigation into this sad event has been going on now for nearly 2 years, and it's yet to reach a conclusion. But it seems the experts had all the information they needed from the very beginning.
Звичайно, провокація була з сторони путінських бойовиків, які почали розкол української демонстрації.
To say the least.
It looks like Odessa really is a very important piece of real estate, as it was honored with a very special new governor appointed on May 30th of 2015. Mikhail Saakashvili, an old friend of the United States and born and raised in Ukraine's neighboring country, Georgia.
A little hoedown there in Georgia.
A quick look at his biography gives one an understanding that he's been groomed for a special mission.
Oh, right wing can't be good.
Mr. Saakashvili received a U.S. State Department scholarship.
It wasn't
and he
good.
worked for a New York law firm which represented the organization Commie, a group that appeared earlier when we learned about the color revolutions.
We are dealing with democratic, bloodless revolution.
This is the Revolution of Roses, and this is Mikhail Saakashvili with Commie, busy overthrowing the legitimately elected president, Eduard Shevardnadze.
Remove the government by peaceful means. That's classics, you know, you're really European, I'm sure.
Soon after the Rose Revolution blossomed fully, Georgia announced its intentions to join NATO and plant fresh NATO military
what a
bases
revolution.
in the fertile soil.
A
right
revolution
on
to
Russia's
join
border.
NATO.
Never
What the
ever
fuck?
will give our freedom and independence. Never ever will give any piece of our territory.
Saakashvili's mission was accomplished, at least with his friends in NATO. The Georgian populace wasn't quite as happy, though. In 2007, they took to the streets to voice discontent, and Mr. Saakashvili responded with force. The people's discontent grew. Saakashvili's party lost parliamentary elections, and the opposition took control.
He said this means that the parliamentary majority should set up a new government and me as the president, according to our constitution.
Mikhail decided not to wait for the results of the president's election and fled the country in October 2013. In 2014, Saakashvili refused summons to appear in court as a witness in several criminal cases. Later that same year, he was accused of misuse of power and embezzlement. Saakashvili wound up in the U.S., and soon his friends in Washington found him a new assignment. Mikhail actively supported Maidan, and very soon was rewarded with a high position in the new Ukrainian government. First as the president's counselor, and then as the governor of Odessa. The day before taking this position, he renounced his citizenship to Georgia, the country of his birth, and became a Ukrainian citizen.
Я навсегда останусь гордым гражданином моей гордой родины. Гордым гражданином моей гордой родины.
As they say, the battle is worth the blood, both literally and figuratively.
Я прекрасно знаю реальную цену реформ господина Саакашвили. Я прекрасно знаю то, что он на Украине на самом деле является частью проекта, который нужно осуществить Украине определенным силам.
Jeffrey Pyatt, the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, paid a visit to Saakashvili just a month after he took office in Odessa.
But as long as the Oblast administration is delivering results on Ukraine, you are going to see a steady flow of embassy and Washington visitors coming here.
The meeting was fruitful, and Jeffrey generous. No matter how well Saakashvili's job goes, it looks like he shouldn't be worried about his own finances. On his Facebook page, he posted an official document showing that the new governor of Odessa gets a pretty penny from Washington, almost $200,000 a year. For comparison, the governor of Maine gets $70,000 a year. So if Odessa became a new U.S. state, it would be at the top of the list. Mr. Saakashvili should feel right at home in his newly adopted country. He is best of friends with fellow color revolutionary leader Viktor Yushchenko, who's the godfather of his son.
Губернатором Одесской области назначен бывший президент Саакашвили. Это просто плевок, оскорбление одесситам, да и всему украинскому народу. И ему не дали даже рабочую визу в США. Университеты, в которых его пытались трудоустроить, не захотели его брать на постоянную работу. Значит, исполнять обязанности губернатора Одессы он может. А что, нет порядочных, профессиональных и способных выполнять такую работу украинцев?
A war, once launched, doesn't choose its victims.
We are just learning at this hour that Malaysian Airlines has now confirmed that it has lost contact with one of its planes.
The plane was indeed shot down by a missile while flying at a high altitude over eastern Ukraine near the Russian border.
298 revised number of souls on board, all feared dead.
It was a murder. It was a crime. There's been this odd nonchalance about pursuing the answers. There was a report, a very limited report, put out a few months after the event. But since then, they said the next report will be on the first anniversary of the event. But you deal with a criminal investigation before it becomes a cold case. So there's been this curious element of why is there not greater pressure from both the media and the Western governments to answer these questions?
But even without any answers,
I wonder
the
why.
fingers were pointed immediately.
That's not an accident. That is happening because of Russian support. Evidence indicates that the plane was shot down by a surface-to-air missile that was launched from an area that is controlled by Russian-backed
We have seen them do that in the war
Ukraine.
that's going on right now, by the way. The same strategy.
The Malaysian Boeing wasn't the first plane to play a significant part in American-Russian relationships. On September 1st, 1983, Korean Airlines Flight 007 from New York to Seoul via Anchorage was shot down by a Soviet interceptor aircraft over the territory of the USSR in the Sea of Japan.
There was absolutely no justification, either legal or moral, for what the Soviets did.
The tragedy of the Korean Boeing was considered a perfect occasion to demonstrate the NATO military power within dangerous proximity to the Soviets. On November 2nd, 1983, NATO launched Able Archer, a 10-day command post exercise simulating a conflict escalation, culminating in a nuclear attack. It was followed by placing Pershing II nuclear missiles in Europe. What Reagan didn't take into consideration was the paranoid overreaction of the Soviets. A recently declassified U.S. intelligence report shows that for
Here
the
comes
first
some
time
of
since the Cuban Missile Crisis,
here
the
comes
world
some of
was that close to
Oliver's
nuclear
lib
war.
shit coming through now.
Just like in 1983, the Malaysian Boeing crash was leveraged against the enemy. A new wave of sanctions hit Russia immediately after the tragedy.
The United States is imposing new sanctions in key sectors of the Russian economy.
Almost a year and 3 months later, the Dutch Safety Board published a report.
Ladies and gentlemen, flight MH17 crashed because of a 9N314M warhead detonated outside the aeroplane above the left side of the cockpit.
The report didn't blame any specific group or person and estimated a very wide area of 320 kilometers as a zone from which the missile was fired. At the same time, the Russian producer of Buk missiles, Almazante, conducted its own independent investigation.
Результаты эксперимента полностью опровергли выводы голландской комиссии о типе ракеты и месте запуска.
During the experiment, They blew up a retired airliner with a Buk missile and came to the conclusion that the Malaysian plane was brought down by the older type of missiles, not used by Russia anymore, but still in the possession of Ukraine. The company
Imagine
claims
that.
that the missile was launched from the territory controlled
Again, we
by
see
the
them using
Ukrainian
the same
military.
thing today.
One would expect
Think
that
about
these
it.
controversial results
Blow up
would
the Nord
again
Stream
stir up
pipeline, and
public
they
interest
and
in the
they claim
investigation.
Ukraine
But
does
the
it without
tragedy
really
of Malaysian
investigating
flight
it.
MH17 had already played its role in the big geopolitical game. Therefore, it was soon forgotten. The goal was achieved. After the third wave of sanctions hit Russia, the tensions between the two countries skyrocketed. So the question presents itself: are we truly witnessing the beginning of Cold War 2.0? And if so,
It never
what
ended,
are our
the
chances
first one.
to survive at this time? In 1947, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists introduced the Doomsday Clock. It represents a countdown to global nuclear annihilation. In 1953, during the height of the Cold
You
War,
don't need to get rid of
it came its
humanity to make
closest
Earth great
midnight
again. You
as
need
the
to get rid of
superpowers were
capitalism.
creating massive nuclear arsenals.
This is the story of America's ever-expanding atomic weapons program.
As the world began to grasp the insane danger of nuclear warfare and took measures to control the arms race,
No worries,
the
Silver.
situation steadily improved. In 1991, the Doomsday Clock was at its furthest from midnight, 17 minutes. That time of hope was short-lived, though, as the world has become more and more unstable. But in 2015, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists moved the clock to just 3 minutes to midnight.
Today, unchecked climate change and a nuclear arms
We're
race
seeing some of
resulting
Lib-
from modernization of huge arsenals.
We were seeing some
pose
of Lib Alder
extraordinary
here a
and
second
undeniable
ago.
threats to the continued existence of humanity.
The United States and Russia have
I mean,
embarked on
DPRK
massive
shows us
programs to
exactly
modernize
that
their
if you
nuclear
get rid of
arsenals.
capitalism, then you
Undermining
have
existing
you
nuclear
can you
weapons
see a
treaties.
society that cares about the environment and wants to actually end war, and their use of nukes is completely different because of that.
The clock ticks now at just 3 minutes to midnight because international leaders are failing to perform their most important duty, ensuring and preserving the health and vitality of human civilization.
NTC. Is post-sadism a valid ideology? Probably not, but it satisfies the want to crush capitalism in one swift flow. True that. Often when I play Zelda, I pretend the bosses are just various aspects of capitalist society. And then the final boss, Ganon, is capitalism itself. Out. Here we go. There's the first part. Ow. This concept of nuclear brinkmanship is interesting, but it goes off the rails with the aliens. Definitely does. I haven't read a lot of post-sadism, but Yeah, I've heard that much about it. What do we think of that first part, everyone? Good so far? Do we want to watch the next part? Okay, so we could watch this now. What do you think? Do we check this out? Final watch of the day? So the one we just watched is from 2017. This one here is from 2019.
Mr. Medvedev.
Yes. Hello.
Nice to meet you. I'm Oliver Stone.
Nice to meet you.
Oksana.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Please
Thank
join
you.
me at my table.
Yes, please. Nice place.
Please take a photo.
Yes, because I...
Putting the best face on it,
not
right?
in Ukraine now.
Oh, your English is very good.
У вас прекрасный английский.
And this interest in Ukraine. Why are you interested in Ukraine at all? Where is Ukraine? And where is America? Russia, big countries, big politics. And suddenly Ukraine?
Because I care about war and peace, and I'm a citizen of the world. I was in Vietnam War. I don't want to see my country go down this militaristic path. I knew nothing about Ukraine until I interviewed Mr. Putin. And I learned a lot about Ukraine, and I worked on Ukraine on Fire.
Yep, RF got the tech from USSR for sure. Yeah, seeing the West inserting Nazis into Ukraine definitely is a good tool for sure. Wait, I forgot something.
Action!
Good morning, Mr. Viktor Medvedchuk. I'm honored to be here to talk to you. So, just to introduce yourself to people who don't know anything about you, can you just tell us a little bit about where you come from, who you are? You were born in the 1950s, right?
Apologies for the commercials,
Viktor Medvedchuk
comrade.
was born August 7th, 1954
I have them
in
said as
Polchak,
short as
Siberia,
possible.
where his family was exiled. In
Of course,
1978,
if you enjoy my
Medvedchuk
work, a
graduated
nice
from
gift
Kiev
sub for
University
Captain
with a degree in law.
DPRK.
He soon rose to great heights in his profession. During the Soviet era,
Would be very
Medvedchuk
much
was never a
appreciated
member of
by
the
both.
Communist Party.
Since 1990, he has been the head of the Lawyers Union of Ukraine.
So this
During
is now
that period,
just
he began
before,
to
I
transition
guess, the
into
war
the
breaks
political
out,
arena.
right? Silver, what year did the
He was
conflict
elected a
actually
member
break
of the
out?
Ukrainian parliament,
With the
the Verkhovna Rada,
Russian
where he
operation.
served from March 1998 to April 2002.
The Ukrainian economy showed its biggest growth during this time, reaching an impressive 12% per year. But after a new president came to power, the economy drastically
2020,
stagnated,
21, okay.
becoming a sixth of what it once was.
Think 21. You
Medvedchuk
think
also
21.
had great success in the business world with his law firm BMI, soccer team Dynamo Kiev, and trading in the energy sector.
He returned to his political and public life in 1998, eventually rising to the position of the first vice chairman of the parliament. He was the head of Ukrainian President Leonid Kuchma's administration from 2002 to 2005. He was in the opposition to both Presidents Yushchenko and Yanukovych, who succeeded Kuchma. Medvedchuk is considered to be a close friend of Russian President Vladimir Putin. Putin is the godfather of Viktor's daughter, Daria.
Я бы не сказал, что очень близко, но мы знакомы хорошо. Он был руководителем администрации президента Кучмы. Вот и тогда в том качестве попросил меня поучаствовать в крещении его дочери. И, ну, в нашей православной традиции отказываться нельзя.
Oh, well, I thought it was a big honor for you to be the godfather of his daughter.
Быть крестным отцом всегда большая честь.
He just like brushes it off like it's nothing.
Ukraine split from the Soviet Union in 1991. In Moscow, the hammer and sickle is lowered for the last time, and an era comes to an end.
I don't know, I've been weighing the options, Katrina.
Myself, like many of my peers and the older generation people,
I have been thinking about Burnt.
We didn't know what the standard of living would be in Ukraine as in an independent state.
Very informative.
Gorbachev was on Ukrainian television, still arguing for a Moscow-based central government linking the parts of the old Soviet Union. Otherwise, he predicts anarchy.
Although most people supported that path of independence, we thought the path of self-sufficiency and sovereignty would lead to greater success than it was in the Soviet Union.
Might at least download it, then burn it.
On December 1st, 1991, at the Republican referendum, the population of Ukraine, by a majority vote, expressed support for secession from the USSR. On December 5th, the Belovezhsky agreements were signed, and the Soviet Union stopped existing. In Ukraine, it seemed that after gaining independence, the republic could in a short time become a prosperous European country. There were all reasons for this. A huge scientific and industrial potential, qualified specialists, developed agriculture, and the absence of interethnic conflicts in Ukraine. The determination to be self-sufficient in practice has led to a reduction in relations with Russian partners that were worked out over the decades. 25 years after gaining independence, all illusions were dispelled. After the 2014 coup in Ukraine, there is no developed economy, no peace. Control over parts of the territories has been lost.
Oh yeah, America really wants that war, Jeff.
I'm a supporter of a sovereignty of Ukraine, and I believe that the path that was chosen in 1991 was the right one. The governance of the country was and remains being incorrect, though. The problem is that people did not really benefit from sovereignty and independence. This really is a problem.
And I gather that because of your husband's positions, you were blacklisted, so to speak.
Being a wife of an opposition politician is very hard, especially in the last 5 years, when the Democrats, in quotes, came to power, in quotes, that preach democratic values. And they are ready with a hot iron to finish those who they don't like, who is undesirable, and says something that they don't like.
What about your show? What happened to your show? Your colleagues, people who work with you?
I have produced 13 seasons of the most successful shows in Ukraine. X Factor, Ukraine's Got Talent. But after the American sanctions were imposed against Viktor, I was fired. And of course, it was a political punishment for me as a wife. And it is terrible that a family, the wife, in a democratic country, are punished, in fact, for her husband.
We are imposing sanctions on specific individuals responsible for undermining the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and government of Ukraine.
You're also on the sanctions list, the United States sanctions list.
I was one of the first put under U.S. sanctions, one of the first in March 2014. The official White House documents indicated that I was subject to sanctions by the United States because, first, that I defended the principles of building a federal state structure in Ukraine. This is strange for a country that is a federation and against the Ukraine being federation. Interestingly, the views of Medvedchuk on the need to give more freedom to the regions of Ukraine are shared by the Vice President of the USA, Biden. Anyway, on December 8, 2015, speaking in the Verkhovna Rada in Kiev,
thank you very much.
He practically repeated the ideas of the opposition leader of Ukraine.
This issue of federalism is the thing that almost prevented our nation from coming into being.
This is all because of disagreement with my position, which I state publicly and openly, and which neither the government nor the national radicals like.
І ось остання цифра соціологів: поза межами країни вже 8 мільйонів заробітчан. І якщо так піде й далі, нас уже зовсім скоро буде 32 мільйони.
At first, I was very afraid. It was terrible when you were absorbed by this feeling. I asked Victor, let's leave. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians left, talented, promising. But Victor said, where would we go? This is my country. This is my homeland. This is my home. I can be disliked by someone. Someone can hate me. I will have a different opinion. But this is my country. I love it. Why should I leave? We stay. In 2018, Ukraine was already in a state of deep economic recession and political crisis. The Crimea was lost. In the east, a bloody war continued in the Donbass for 4 years.
Ой, вся горловка горит. Что, блядь, делаете?
Two stable concepts have been formed in Ukrainian society. According to the first, Ukraine should set a course on complete political, economic, and cultural isolation from Russia. At the same time, within the country, it is necessary to eradicate any manifestations of anything Russian, including historical monument, religion, communication, and language. According to the second concept, Ukraine cannot and should not break relations with Russia, and the Russian-speaking population should have equal rights to preserve their customs, religion, and culture. Viktor Medvedchuk became an expression of this second concept. Since 2018, he has been one of the leaders of the For Life opposition bloc. The party represents the interests of the Russian-speaking population of Ukraine. Opposition Platform for Life is a political party in Ukraine founded in December 2018 with the aim to contest together the 2019 Ukrainian presidential election and then the 2019 Ukrainian parliamentary election. The government and our opponents call it pro-Russian, but it is incorrect. It is incorrect because people who live and who want to be friends with Russia, who are against the policy that the authorities profess in the form of radical Russophobia and anti-Russian hysteria, and want normal relations with our neighbors. People who stand for the values that, unfortunately, in recent years have disappeared.
The solution, although it probably is impossible to get, would be to split Ukraine into West and East.
A de facto division has always existed. When we talk about the West and East in the 90s, we proceeded from the fact that there is a split in Ukraine. It threatens to break up the country. Unfortunately, the process of disintegration has begun. The question is why? The fact is that Ukraine, with its current borders, is a territorial association. If we analyze the history of the last 10 centuries, then the territory of Ukraine was the territory of various regional associations. Since the 10th, 11th century, it was Kievan Rus, then the Golden Horde, then the Great Lithuanian Principality, which occupied most of today's territory of Ukraine, then the Crimean Khaganate, the Kingdom of Hungary, Kingdom of Poland, the Ottoman Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Russian Empire. And all these territorial associations created their own culture here, implanted their faith, and recognized certain historical facts. When you underline the fact, which I oppose, underline the fact that this would be more of a Lithuanian principality, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and it was the Russian Empire. Therefore, there is a different faith, a different history, and different languages. The mistake of the current government, it tries to build a single identity out of this whole country, where they speak different languages, where they practice different religions,
And
where
it
they
does
have
that on
different assessments of
anti-Russian
historical
sentiment, I
facts.
would argue.
Builds this identity on an identity close only to the part of the people, the population, that part. This is a mistake that leads to nowhere. This is the biggest strategic mistake made by the authorities in Kiev today, because this identity will never establish itself throughout Ukraine.
On April 25, 2019, the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine adopted a law according to which the only language that can be used in all spheres of life in Ukraine is the Ukrainian language. This law immediately provoked sharp criticism both inside and outside the country. Ukraine is a political state where the second language in importance and spread is the Russian language. By its decision, the Verkhovna Rada announced a de facto ban for almost half of the country's citizens to use their native language. Experts suggest that further, the law, contrary to the European Charter of Languages, will be another factor in the split of society and in the future of the country. Yes, we will now learn English.
Yeah, well, I understand that too, but you're trying to make it more European. You can't go against your nature. There are so many Ukrainians who are different traditional values, and they're not going to. You don't have to force America down their throats. But you're getting the worst of America. You're getting the America as a debtor nation.
The worst of America.
Your economy.
Here comes the lib form of Ollie again.
You're going to go past the 1990s Russia. It's going to be America is doing the same thing that they did to Russia in the 1990s. I know you've said Russia and Ukraine are two different countries that are united by history and by tradition.
Both countries and people.
And you made the point that you're two nations. Explain what you're thinking.
These are two distinct nations, proceeding from today and for the last 200 to 300 years. There is the Russian nation, there is the Ukrainian nation. But these are close nations. These are Slavic Orthodox peoples. This is the basis of civilization characteristics, community of Russia and Ukraine. If, in general, we compare Ukraine and Russia, this is one thing. If we compare with the western part of Ukraine, then this is a completely different thing. Imposing this position here, the influence on the position of the whole country, is a mistake. We must understand that no matter how life develops further, I believe in it and firmly believe that we will still be neighbors. And most importantly, it should be so.
Yeah, I understand. Mr. Putin may not agree completely. He feels that Ukraine is really a part of Russia, historically. Very close, very close.
Я, например, считаю, что русские и украинцы — это вообще один народ.
One people, two nations.
Ну, по сути, это одна нация.
You think it's one nation?
Ну, конечно. Вот смотрите, ведь когда вот эти земли, которые являются ядром Украины, присоединялись к России, это всего 3 области было. Киев, Киевская область, Северная область и Южная. Никто не считал себя чем-то другим, кроме как русским. Потому что в основе лежала что? Религиозная принадлежность. Это отношение... Это, все были православные. И считали, и называли себя русскими. И они не хотели быть частью католического мира, куда их подтаскивала Польша. Значит, ну, я прекрасно отдаю себе отчет в том, что со временем вот эта идентичность этой части России, она как-то определилась, и люди имеют на это право. Это позднее начало использоваться для раскачки самой Российской империи. Но в основе своей истории и по той же религии огромного количества связей, причем родственных связей близких. Это, по сути, один мир. По традициям. Очень много. При этом, если часть людей, которые проживают, значительная часть на Украине сегодня считают, что они должны бороться за подчеркивать свою идентичность, бороться за это. Ну, у нас в России никто против этого ничего не имеет. Я тоже. Но просто мы, имея в виду, что у нас много общего, мы можем использовать это как конкурентные преимущества при определенных интеграционных процессах. Это совершенно очевидный факт. Но сегодняшние власти этого явно не хотят. Но я думаю, что здравый смысл, он восторжествует в конце. И в конечном итоге все-таки мы придем к состоянию, о котором я сказал. Сближение неизбежно. Сближение неизбежно.
Indeed, Mr. Putin said that they were not two nations, but one. I had long discussions with him about this. I think that he is inclined to my point of view. When I raise arguments, these are really two nations. He never said that this is one country. It used to be one country and was called the USSR. But this country does not exist. Today, there is an independent Russian Federation, an independent Ukraine, and other former republics of the Soviet Union.
Jubilation on the streets of the Ukrainian capital as protesters took control.
Surprised he actually recognized them as
President Viktor
republics in the
Yanukovych was
Ukraine.
On the 20th of February 2014, on the main street of the Kiev, horrible things happened. And this was a point of no return to Ukraine as we know it. From the very early morning, unidentified shooters opened fire on the protesters and on law enforcement.
Unidentified
Tensions were
again.
very high, and both sides were furious. President Viktor Yanukovych, Special Forces of Berkut, and Special Security Services forces were immediately blamed for the killings. Angry crowds of protesters began to attack the police.
Yeah, it's unfortunate how many in the U.S. think like that, just somehow. I don't know
Who
how.
shot the protesters? Do you have an idea?
The first official government investigation started. Investigators accused Special Forces of Berkut, Viktor Yanukovych, President Putin's assistant Vladislav Surkov, and Russian Spetsnaz. All the accusations were lacking one thing: evidence.
Someone who has been gathering this evidence is Professor Ivan Kachanovsky from the University of Ottawa in Canada.
Professor Kachanovsky kept investigating the events of the Maidan massacre during the last 5 years. In his extensive scientific research, based on a cross-examination of the video and audio files throughout the timeline of the shooting, he got much further in his investigation than all of the official teams together.
This was quite unprecedented to have so many television cameras, basically, so many journalists following and witnessing such a mass killing. On mostly all television networks in the United States, in Canada, Ukraine, Germany, Poland, all different countries, with exception of Russia, it was presented basically as evidence that this was massacre by police.
Here, police fire on protesters with AK-47s and sniper rifles.
During the 5 years of official investigation of the Maidan massacre, very important facts were completely ignored. Snipers were located in buildings under the control of protesters. During the investigation, Professor Kachanovsky discovered even more horrifying facts.
And only recently, actually, I found a footage which was filmed by this Belgian television from Hotel Ukraine. This video shows they were walking to the spot of the massacre. They were not walking just on their own. They were led by 2 other protesters who were very loudly calling them to this site. No reason to go there, and they were specifically called into this massacre spot.
Victims were escorted to the places it was planned for them to be killed and filmed. In Professor Kuchanovsky's investigation, that was based on scientifically organized analysis of all available video and audio recordings,
this is how the U.S. drums up casus belli for war.
The Maidan massacre was key in a plan of an ongoing coup d'etat, and killings were planned in advance.
There were 2 interviews published in the recent book by a Ukrainian pro-Maidan journalist. And in this book, they produced interviews of 2 far-right leaders of Ukraine. One was head of Svoboda Party, and another was the deputy head of the parliament of Ukraine at the time of Maidan massacre, who was also one of the leaders of this far-right Svoboda Party. And they and Maidan leaders met with some senior Western officials. And this Western official told them basically that killings of a few protesters is not enough for Western government to change support. They said specifically, end of recognition of Yanukovych government basically would change only if number of victims would be 100.
Fuck. That is so gross.
The Western government policy changed immediately after Maidan massacre. Not an accident, because you have exactly 100 people who were killed.
That's how many they said they wanted.
Over these 4 years, a lot of versions have been made public. A lot of television footage was filmed about the fact that they were Georgian snipers, or that someone else did this in order to provoke confrontation and bloodshed. The fact it has not yet been established who started shooting at the protesters. And if this has not yet been accomplished in 4.5 years, then as a person who understands a thing or two about law and criminal investigations, I can tell you that it will remain unresolved.
Research has revealed there were snipers at the Maidan. The forensics, where the angle of the shooting, bodies of the police and the protesters, it was very badly investigated. Not at all, really. But what evidence we have seems to point to there being Georgian snipers.
Нет, я вот знаю о том, о чем вы сказали. Вот, знаю о том, что действовавшие тогда власти во главе с президентом Януковичем не использовали армию и не были заинтересованы в том, чтобы давать хоть какой-то повод для действий силового характера со стороны оппозиции. И как мне неоднократно говорил господин Янукович, у него даже в голове не укладывалось применить силу против гражданского населения, даже против тех людей, которые уже взяли в руки оружие. Вот я полностью исключаю, что это он мог сделать. А вот те, кто искали повод для госпереворота, те, конечно, вполне могли.
I remember you were telling me about the Obama phone call.
President Obama and Russian President Vladimir Putin still disagree on all the basic facts in Ukraine, but the 2 leaders are talking about a potential, and I must capitalize that word, potential resolution to this crisis.
Obama and you had an agreement that there would be no firing, and he gave you a promise that he would.
Ну, вы знаете, Обама уже не президент, но тем не менее есть определенные вещи, о которых мы публично не говорим. Во всяком случае, могу так сказать, что наши договоренности, которые были достигнуты в этом телефонном разговоре, с американской стороны не были исполнены. Я бы на этом ограничился, не стал бы в детали вдаваться.
But murderers get away with murder after a successful coup d'etat.
These events that occurred on Maidan, that started in the end of November and ended on February 21-22, 2014, they were mostly predetermined as elements of external management, which were then actually implemented by Washington in Ukraine. First, non-governmental funds, organizations, and government officials, represented by Mrs. Nuland, then by Vice President Biden, and by many others, openly supported the escalation of violence. which resulted in the overthrow of power. The most interesting thing is that the armed actions, they really took place, and there were signs of a crime in these actions. These were serious crimes. But when that happened, by the time they ended in February 21-22, the government had already granted amnesty. So a law was passed that there would not be prosecution of people who participated in the protests. And according to this law, all participants were exonerated, including those who committed crimes. Moreover, in Article 9 of this law, it is forbidden to collect personal data, meaning those who later came to power. So they established the ground in advance. So those who performed any criminal activity at that time couldn't be prosecuted. We understand that the seizure of power happened by force of arms, but no one ever took, nor will ever take the responsibility for that. Legislative solution was adopted in this regard. I gave you the example of Article 9 of the Law on Amnesty of February 21st, 2014, for a reason where it is forbidden to collect personal data and to record any actions that were related to those who protested. So to those people who could participate or organize what you call today using weapons,
Nationalist groups, they burned your villa down.
Basically, no. It was in February 2014, just in the heat of the events on Maidan.
Yeah, but who burned it down?
These were national radicals, yes. The fact is that over the years, the investigation pretended that the case was investigated, but they couldn't identify the perpetrators.
So, no justice.
There is no justice in this matter, and
excellent.
In general,
Join the 420
and
club
probably,
if you can,
there is no point in
comrades.
expecting it, because this is not the only event that affected me or my family. Because in 2014 and 2015, there were attempts to occupy my office.
Піти разом з нами, взяти шини, там візьмемо їх 5-10, запалимо, як це було на Майдані.
As I mentioned too, this may be the last day without a webcam.
Мовчити. Покидька Медведчука, якого штаб тут неподалеку зараз розташувався.
And several times, my office was set on fire. This is all because of disagreement with my position, which I state publicly and openly, and which neither the government nor the national radicals like. By the way, the last attempt of setting my office on fire was several months ago, in September 2018. And the problem is that since 2014, the government has lost its very important function. As an expert in state-building issues, I can say this function is the use of violence.
So why do so many Ukrainians hate Russia so much?
This is related to the processes that have occurred during these last 4 years. In order to bring this division,
Relatively new to radical politics,
a split
but
in relations
I've got a
between
couple
Russia
years,
and
but I was a
Ukraine.
liberal in like
This is the
2020.
policy of today's government,
Nothing wrong with that,
which has been
comrade.
elevated to the level of state policy.
Of course, as I always say, we welcome non-communists on this channel too, as long
Resentment
as
against
they
Russia has been growing
understand
for a long
that they're
time.
here and going to learn
Ukraine
what
claimed
communists
a
are
leading
thinking.
position in the entire post-Soviet era.
And of course, don't want
One
to
of the
debate.
largest countries in Europe could not have been on the sidelines, but it was losing the competition
We're
for the
all here to
leadership
get better
Russia.
and better in our own knowledge.
And it was difficult for the awakened national consciousness to accept it.
I got
In
radicalized
addition,
about
it quickly
10 years
became
ago.
clear that it was very
Well,
convenient
from being
for
an
Ukrainian
anarchist, I was
politicians
always
to
sort
blame
of
all the mistakes in the
anti-capitalist.
economy on the non-constructive position of Russia. Until a certain time, disputes and rivalries did not go beyond the relationship of two brothers living in the neighborhood. However, with coming of nationalist President Yushchenko to power in 2005, the situation escalated. The anti-Russian policy of the Ukrainian leadership has become more pronounced, and the propaganda pressure on the population has increased. However, This did not prevent millions of Ukrainians from moving to work in a richer and more stable Russia. Since December 2013, anti-Russian propaganda has
For
become
me, it was
hysterical.
coming from
During the days of
having native
confrontation on the
people in
Maidan,
my-
fake
coming
news
from a
was
native
constantly
family.
spread. For example, the Russian special forces are allegedly already in Kiev and are preparing to use force against the
That's
protesters.
what really got me on the right
The
path.
death of
to begin
people on
with.
the Maidan was also readily associated with the presence of Russian special forces.
When the situation is constantly escalating that Russia is to blame for everything, then it is perceived by the majority of the population as a fact that Russia is an aggressor. But today, the majority of the population of Ukraine considers Russia to be the aggressor.
After losing Crimea, Russia is openly called an aggressor in Ukraine. Tearing away the whole region was painfully perceived by Ukrainian society, part of which grew and was formed in conditions of independence. The war in Donbass was also associated with Russian interference. Pro-government media kept telling that there were whole Russian divisions in Donbass, and it was them who bombarded the urban neighborhoods of Donetsk and Lugansk. The population of Ukraine willingly believed it. It is much easier to think of Russia as an aggressor than to accept the fact that the Ukrainian army is bombing and shelling Ukrainian cities, that the killed women and children are the victims of the Ukrainian army and the Ukrainian Nazi military formations. It was easier to blame Putin directly.
Mr. Putin, you can win the fight against the troops, but you will never win the fight against the nation, united Ukrainian nation.
So, Mr. Putin, who's the godfather of your daughter, is the bad guy here, is the face of the enemy. It seems to me, from having talked to Mr. Putin, that he's been trying to keep a balance, trying to keep a lid on this violence. There's a great danger. I'm sure that Mr. Putin has pressure from his own nationalists who are unhappy with the situation. So he's trying to keep the peace.
He's not just balancing. Putin's attitude to Ukraine is extremely positive.
Something tells me Silver and I are probably about the same age. Yeah, never. United's never going to happen without socialism. That's for
И
sure.
вторая часть этой истории – это пропаганда действующих властей в сегодняшнее
Okay, a little bit
время,
younger
которая
than me,
выставляет Россию виновницей всех последовавших за этим трагических событий.
Mr. Medvedchuk would be a good liaison.
Думаю, да, но у нас во многом разные позиции.
37 here.
Да, и он, я
We're
знаю,
all
давно,
pretty
он
close to
человек
the
слова,
same
если он
age.
что-то говорит, он это делает. Потому что у него есть убеждение.
In a move that has angered Russia and fueled massive uncertainty over the future of the war in Ukraine, President Donald Trump has approved the sale of lethal munitions to the Ukrainian government.
Ukraine can be used
You're more
to
like
push
25.
against
I mean,
Russia.
I'm here playing
It
Legend of
sits
Zelda
right next door to Russia.
while we're watching this.
And because there's a history
make
of
that-
animosity
make of that what you
between
will.
half of what was Ukraine and with Russia, they're able to really push on some real background animosity there that a lot of Americans just don't understand.
You're
Goes
playing
back
Cheers,
generations. And the press's job in all of this hasn't been to report on it, it's been to cover it up. And anybody who actually looks at the facts of the Ukraine coup in 2013 and 2014 can see how the U.S. was directly involved.
Thank you.
But it wasn't just an end in itself. It was a means to an end. And the end that they were going for is a way to antagonize Russia.
We'll give Russia no chance to invade Ukraine. That's why we are doing everything possible to provide extra financing.
Hey, too old for
the
Twitch.
armed
Welcome,
forces.
comrade.
And
how are you today?
then, when Russia responds in any way, then they can say, well, see, they're the aggressors.
some
And
new
they've done
rabbit
this
hole?
over and over again. They've stirred up aggression against Russia right at Russia's border and then blamed Russia for anything that happened.
The
this is an act of aggression by Russia, that these were Ukrainian vessels traveling peacefully, seeking to go through the
Well, I imagine the
Straits
church
to a
has a
Ukrainian
lot to
port.
do with it. Like, there's
On
some
November
reactionary
25th,
views
2018,
among
the first
the
armed
church
incident between
leaderships
Ukraine
and
and
stuff
Russia
for
took
sure.
place in the Kerch Strait. A conflict that could have easily escalated into major hostilities. Ukrainian warships attempted to enter the Sea of Azov, violating the state maritime border, according to the Russian version.
That is what they do.
The Ukrainian side claims that its ships were in neutral waters. During the conflict, Russian border guards acted aggressively and used weapons. The ships of Ukraine were detained and the crews were arrested.
I haven't seen you since the Kerch Strait. Any comments on that?
Бывший президент, господин Порошенко, устроил эту провокацию специально в ходе предвыборной кампании. Он знал, что его на востоке, на юге страны не поддержат избиратели. Использовал эту провокацию, чтобы для нагнетания обстановки, а потом введения там особого положения. У меня есть основания полагать, что он хотел вообще ввести особое положение по всей стране. А может быть, отложить выборы в этой связи. Хотелось во что бы ни стало удержать власть.
American sabotaging socialism and saying, see, doesn't work is their classic playbook.
Элемент агонии правящего режима.
Even though Viktor Medvedchuk was in tough opposition to the administration of President Poroshenko, he went to Moscow to negotiate with Prime Minister Medvedev on the release of Ukrainian sailors. It wasn't the first time Medvedchuk engaged in the fate of Ukrainian prisoners. Practically, he fixes the passivity and inactivity of the Ukrainian official authorities by addressing humanitarian concerns.
How often do you go down there to Donbass?
You know, I used to travel very often, have been to Donetsk and Lugansk. I had direct negotiations on the liberation of our citizens there, as well as in Moscow. So I have been engaged in negotiations, exchanges since December 2014.
The Donetsk People's Republic government said that moving forward there can be no communication with Kiev other than prisoner swaps that might be in the pipeline. Only Russia could act as a mediator.
Я хочу обратиться к вам с просьбой, используя ваш авторитет, проявить гуманизм, обратиться к главам непризнанных республик, господам Захарченко и Плотницкого, провести этот обмен как первый этап.
Interesting. Thank you for that information, Twitch.
I feel sorry for Ukraine.
You know, I figured the West had
don't
something to
quite
do with
understand all the
antagonizing
forces
it
that
there.
brought this division,
of course,
this polarization of the country. From the American point of view, it's simply a button, a leverage point to use to excite the Russians and go after the Russians. So I would be very worried if I was anybody in the world, a citizen, that the United States is going to use this Ukraine thing at any moment to push towards a hot war.
The whole world is watching you. That's a fact. They're watching you. Because
Fucking
their
Biden.
hopes for your success.
You think that was a plan of the Wall Street people, of the Western people, where they wanted to make Ukraine a dumping ground?
You know, I don't even have to speculate about it. I'm sure of it.
At the time of the collapse of the Soviet Union, many experts reasonably included Ukraine in the top 10 of the most developed countries in the world. Starting positions of the independent
Yeah,
Ukraine were
Biden's voice
impressive.
makes me violent
1/3 of
too.
the whole USSR industry.
Good
The
thing I'm
largest
already
Black Sea
slaughtering
shipping
things
company
in
in
this
the world.
game.
Rocket, aviation, and space industry. As a result, after reckless economic reforms, after breakdown of economic relations with Russia and other post-Soviet countries, Ukraine had a failure. Since independence, its economy has shrunk by 1/3, ahead of the poorest countries in Europe. After 2014, Ukraine took a sharp turn towards decommunization. Memories of the Soviet time fade one by one.
Decommunization.
But together with the monuments, Ukraine is parting with its industrial grandeur.
Okay, what happens? So Wall Street people make money on this? Does Ukraine become a junk bond? Do they trade the future of Ukraine on stock market?
Ukraine as part of the Soviet Union was the largest republic in the production of locomotives and diesel locomotives. Deindustrialization in Ukraine led to the fact that we now purchase these diesel locomotives from the United States of America. Who benefits, Mr. Stone? This is beneficial to those who today are lobbying illegal methods, affecting economic integration, the sale of their products.
Interesting. The King James conceit, of course.
5 years after the Revolution of Dignity, suddenly it became
We watched a good thing about religion yesterday that really strengthened the...
Nobody needed to
Who
have
was that?
unexpected competitors.
Oh yeah, Kwame
It was much
Ture,
more
thanks
profitable
to
to
silver.
force the Ukrainians to eliminate their potential. Ukraine used to be one of the few countries that could produce aircraft carriers. Now there is no shipbuilding.
Silver had us watch Kwame Ture,
Ukraine used to
and
create
yeah.
space rockets. Now it has no space industry.
It hurts me a
No
lot when I see the
aircraft
Lenin
industry.
statue like that.
Ukraine doesn't have its own automotive industry.
The military-industrial complex.
And we
once
watched
brought us
yesterday
$3
Kwame
billion
Ture was
annually
spitting
to the
fire about religion yesterday.
Today, most of the enterprises are closed. Some of the enterprises are located in territory not controlled by Kiev. Naturally, to say that today we are trying to export these products, these amounts are insignificant, which, of course, cannot come close to what it was before. Because the less we produce, the more we will purchase. That this is one of the elements of this external expansion. An external management that Washington has introduced in relation to Ukraine since 2014.
It looks fantastic.
Another amazing experiment over common sense was the coal scam. Ukraine, which has rich coal
Mine
deposits
just
in the
did
Donbass,
anyway, Silver.
has suddenly turned from an
Thanks
exporter
to, well,
into an
teachings of
importer
my
coal.
elders.
It seems that in Kiev and Washington, they agreed to give a new meaning to the saying, to carry coal to Newcastle. After the start of the conflict in the Donbass, Kiev definitely refused to buy Donetsk coal and decided to replace it with imported coal from the USA and South Africa. It was possible to buy it in Russia, but the politics took over.
The second example,
Hey, Meg,
Pennsylvanian
welcome.
coal is much more expensive than Russian coal, and it is more expensive than coal from South Africa. And can you imagine
was
the difference in
getting me.
transportation logistics? Ukraine and Russia, Ukraine and the United States of America, and Ukraine and South Africa. At the same time, today we buy 63% of coal imports from Russia. And we already buy 30% of all imported coal from the United States of America. Is this not the result of what you ask about? Is it not the result of who benefits? Who does it? Those who benefit from the sale of their products in Ukraine. In order to avoid domestic production, so that the country from the manufacturer turned into the country of the acquirer and the buyer. That's what the benefit is.
Is there any oil, gas? There's nothing here.
You know, we have oil and gas everywhere, but we do not produce it. It needs to be developed. Therefore, Ukraine is rich in resources. But resources require investments that must be made in the economy of Ukraine in order to extract these minerals.
Oh, yeah, that's
The
because,
situation
well,
with the investment and investment climate in the country is extremely bad. The economy is not developing. The investment climate has
passed
not been
thanks to my
created.
father.
There is pressure from the administrative resource. Raider seizure of business. The lack
Unfortunately,
of
that
a
doesn't
fair
help you when you
judicial
live in
system.
the community.
So who would invest?
However, there were brave people
But
who
it does help me
decided to
outside
invest in
and on the
Ukrainian
internet.
oil. The
Somewhat,
attention of
for
world
sure.
media is attracted by one company, Burisma Holdings. There are very, very interesting people on the board of directors of Burisma. For example, Hunter Biden is the son of the Vice President of the United States. Of course, this state of affairs is welcome, but one detail interferes. The son of the U.S. Vice President received his post almost immediately after the official visit of his father to Ukraine, in the light of obvious interest of Biden Sr. in everything that is happening in Ukraine.
Ex-Vice President Joe Biden, his son Hunter Biden has a deal in Ukraine. Explain that.
Yes, his son was and remains on the board of directors of one of the companies that is engaged in oil and gas production in Ukraine. So this also explains the economic interests of the Biden family. Not only the son, but probably his high-ranking father as well. Perhaps this was precisely what allowed Mr. Biden, when he was as curator, when he was in
That's an
power,
interesting little
curator from the
tidbit.
side of Washington and Ukraine. He actually behaved like a person representing not only the country that introduced external management, but it was a representative or leader of the metropolis in relation to the colony, where the colony was, unfortunately, my country. And his speech in the parliament, I remember it very well.
Thank you very much.
It was not just instructive.
Yeah, I've
It was
never
a speech
done
in
one
which
of
he
those
said what
DNA
to do
tests,
and
because
how to
fuck
do
that.
it.
It's a form of protest for me.
And when stating his position, he didn't
Fuck
base it on
colonizer
argument or
blood quantum
explanation,
bullshit.
but on the fact that this decision was made somewhere overseas.
The Office of the General Prosecutor desperately
Do I
needs
have
reform. The
fucking
judiciary should be
theory left
overhauled.
alive?
The energy
No, I
sector
don't.
needs to
Okay,
be
well, fuck that.
competitive,
I'm rewinding.
ruled by market principles,
Nobody
not
saw
sweetheart
that.
deals.
And you, the so-called legislature, before whom he speaks, should implement this policy.
Ukraine needs a budget that's consistent with your IMF commitments. Anything else will jeopardize Ukraine's hard-won progress and drive down the support for Ukraine from the international community, which is always tenuous.
On March 22, 2019, Ukrainian politicians from the opposition, Viktor Medvedchuk and Yuri Boyko, met in Moscow with Prime Minister Medvedev. It was about the conclusion of a new gas contract between Russia and Ukraine, as well as the transit of gas through its territory. Interestingly, on behalf of Ukraine, negotiations were not conducted by officials, but it could not have been otherwise. Until 2014, Ukraine was almost completely dependent on Russian supplies. However, due to disputes over the price of gas, as well as for political reasons, Ukraine does without direct gas supplies from the Russian Federation. In fact, as Ukrainian politicians themselves have already recognized, in the reverse mode. Through the special schemes, the same gas is purchased from Gazprom's supplies to the EU, but through European intermediaries, for example, through Poland. As a result, over 4 years, the price of gas for the population increased by 1,079%.
Jesus.
That is the price citizens of Ukraine have to pay for fictitious gas independence. And then, a bilateral economic war began.
The thing is that Ukraine joined the EU sanctions against Russia, and Russia imposed counter-sanctions against Ukraine. And this dealt another crushing blow to the economic abilities of selling Ukraine's products to the markets of Russia and the CIS countries. Fortunately, has not found a replacement for these markets.
And 30% of the budget goes to pay the debt.
Too old for Twitch. That's awesome.
These are financial burdens that even a normal economy cannot withstand, let alone a state that is in deep crisis.
Щороку з України виїжджає приблизно 1 мільйон громадян.
I want to tell you that along with deindustrialization, we are still in a process that the authorities and our media do not notice. This is another process. It is called de-intellectualization. Why? This is due to the harmful negative educational system introduced in Ukraine. This is due to the lack of scientific and technical development today because science and the introduction of new technologies is not actually financed in the country. And naturally, the brain drain goes along the line of finding use for these brains. Deindustrialization led to the closure of tens of thousands of large and medium-sized enterprises. And after that, people were looking for work. And today, they are looking for it in Russia, in Poland, in Europe. They left because they couldn't financially support their families in Ukraine.
Oh, nice.
I set up the foundation in Ukraine in 1990.
Yeah, I'm not like
the independence of Ukraine.
I wasn't insulting anyone who does use it, by the way. I hope you don't misinterpret it that way. I'm just saying for me personally.
If we talked about some positive results from the activities of this gentleman, then we should have noted some success.
Family I come from.
But his activity is mainly focused on those countries where he took an active position with his various funds. We remember the countries in North Africa where the Arab Spring
They're all
happened.
millennials.
Libya, Tunisia, and Egypt. We remember the Tulip Revolution in Kyrgyzstan.
I think that's what I am, right?
We remember the Rose
I
Revolution
think that's
in
what
Georgia.
generation I am.
We remember the Orange Revolution in 2004. And finally,
shit.
the consequences of not only the Orange Revolution, but also the Revolution of Dignity of 2013 and 2014. This is also his activity. He did not stop. He continued to operate in 2015 and 2016.
I'm 37, so I am also millennial. Okay, cool. I'm a millennial.
The Russians were successful. They accomplished what they set out to do. They had an objective to sow discord and divisiveness within our society at large and to help Donald Trump, and they succeeded.
The biggest mistake people make when talking about the Trump-Russia collusion, sort of MSNBC Russiagate narrative.
The Kremlin offered dirt to the Trump campaign. The president's campaign said yes to that offer. That's no longer an open question. All that stuff has now been proven.
They think that it started election night 2016. In fact, it's part of a much longer series of events. When Barack Obama was elected,
I, Barack Hussein Obama, do solemnly swear.
Hillary Clinton comes in as Secretary of State.
I just wanted to have a chance to publicly say thank you. I think Hillary will go down as one of the finest Secretaries of States we've had.
And at that point, she sets up a private email system. I think now it's pretty clear that part of what was going on is they were setting up the underpinnings that would set up the Maidan. She introduced a program called Civil Society 2.0.
And what we've done with Secretary Clinton's Civil Society 2.0 program is we've taken one of America's undeniable strengths, the strength of our technology and of our innovators, and we've put them to work in service of our diplomatic goals.
This is a way for the U.S. government to work directly with NGOs like International Renaissance, funded by George Soros.
Oh, lovely.
And while working with those NGOs, fund money to them, but also training, and the kind of training that would be used when the Maidan would start.
I am the Ukrainian, the native of Kiev, and now I am on Maidan. I want you to know why thousands of people all over my country are on the streets.
The direct involvement of this, we don't know anything about because Hillary Clinton's emails were all hidden from us.
Jesus,
that Civil Society 2.0 program shows that they understand that cyber technology, that smartphones, that all of that technology, the tactics of activism were changing.
The scandal that has become well known throughout the world, which for some reason is called Russia's intervention in the U.S. presidential election, erupted in Ukraine.
They're calling it the digital equivalent of 9/11.
A new report from U.S.
Digital
intelligence
equivalent of
says that
9/11.
Putin and the Russian government conspired to help President-elect Donald Trump's election chances.
This is an
Jesus Christ,
electronic
imagine
warfare.
saying that.
Russia did not help me.
The FBI, as part of our counterintelligence mission, is investigating the Russian government's efforts to interfere in the 2016 presidential election.
Obviously, Russia's been accused over and over again of interference in the 2016 election.
Я и тогда не вмешивался, сейчас не хочу вмешиваться, и в будущем не собираюсь.
But now in the U.S., there's been investigation about Ukraine's interference in the election. It was a very confusing situation. Poroshenko seems to have been very strongly pro-Clinton, anti-Trump.
Ну да, здесь секрета никакого.
Do you think there was interference?
Ну, я не думаю, что это можно трактовать как вмешательство со стороны украинского государства. Они исходили из того, что госпожа Клинтон победит, и все делали для того, чтобы продемонстрировать свою лояльность будущим американским властям. Вот, здесь ничего такого особенного нет. Пытались создать уже благоприятное о себе мнение у будущего президента. Поэтому они позволяли себе нелицеприятные выражения Трампа и всячески поддерживали демократов. Это никакой здесь секрета никакого нет. Они почти публично действовали.
For some reason, we are talking about the interference of Russia, associated primarily with the former campaign chairman of the then presidential candidate, Donald Trump. Mr. Paul Manafort. In this scandal,
Politics
which
is the
erupted
ultimate
in
form of
Ukraine,
gaslighting.
he played an organizational and ideological function.
Let's talk about this new reporting from the New York Times this morning about Paul Manafort and his dealings in the Ukraine.
In order to organize this scandal, to discredit the presidential candidate and his campaign, which he actually managed, Mr. Manafort was removed from power of the head of staff.
Last August, a jury convicted Manafort of 8 felonies, including tax and bank fraud. 1 month later, he pleaded guilty to 2 more counts of conspiracy and agreed to cooperate with the Russia investigation in exchange for a lighter sentence.
Paul Manafort, he was consulting with the Party of Regions.
The Party of Regions is a political party of Ukraine created in late 1997 that then grew to be the biggest party of Ukraine between 2006 and 2014.
So Andrew Kramer publishes a story in the New York Times about Paul Manafort's name being found in this black ledger.
Sergei Lyshenko is a Ukrainian journalist turned lawmaker who staked his career on fighting corruption.
It used to be office of Paul Manafort.
Yep,
This,
exactly,
he says,
Silver,
is where
100%.
a potentially crucial bit of
Nailed
evidence
it.
was found, a suspicious invoice that appears to be personally signed by Paul Manafort.
So the person who put the accusation forward about Manafort was Sergei Lyshenko.
Today I present
You can't
the
be a
documents
Kazakh in a
signed by
communist.
Paul Manafort.
Lyshenko, he has the image. I call it primitively inaccurate, the fighter of corruption.
The problem of corruption, this is a problem of the whole period of Ukrainian independence.
But he fights against corruption following orders. There is an order to fight with a corrupt person. He fights. If not, he does not. He has lost a lot of slander lawsuits directed against him. Because often, some of the information that he has presented, considering his authority as a journalist, is not simply implausible, it is deceitful. It was he who, as a member of parliament, as a former journalist, was instructed to make these records public from this ledger of the Party of Regions. The interesting fact of the matter is that when the story of the so-called ledger of the Party of Regions came to light, and when he first reported about it, there was no mention of Paul Manafort. He spoke about other people. That is, there was a test run for the main strike. All this was done with one goal, to strike at the presidential candidate, Donald Trump. Why am I sure about this? I have good arguments for this. Because in this ledger, there were the names of hundreds of people for these 4 years. There were huge amounts, tens of millions of dollars, many tens of millions of dollars. There were specific people where not only their names were indicated, but also a personal signature that they received the money informally. No criminal cases have been investigated on these records yet. No one has been prosecuted. Hence, the conclusion is that this was done for a concentrated, focused strike against the main target. This main target, which was dictated from overseas, was called presidential candidate Donald Trump.
Sergei Lyshenko and his anti-corruption team have every reason to want to see Donald Trump defeated this election because of his support for Russia, which is currently at war with Ukraine.
And this is the point in the story where the music changes and gets ominous and dark.
And it succeeded. Manafort was removed as the campaign chairman. Such things can't happen in the autonomous mode. They can take place only if the authority gave the green light. Therefore, these actions cannot be regarded as nothing other than an interference, especially as interference, as a term is very popular.
Russia. Russian election interference.
They don't know how to nurture genius and build communities.
Послушайте, огромная страна, да, огромный народ, со своими собственными проблемами, со своими представлениями о том, что хорошо, что плохо, с пониманием того, что для среднего класса за предыдущие несколько лет, 10 лет, допустим, при огромном росте благосостояния правящего класса и богатых людей, для среднего класса ничего не поменялось в лучшую сторону. И именно это обстоятельство поняли те, кто вел предвыборную кампанию господина Трампа, и он сам понял. И он отработал на этой площадке. И какие бы наши блогеры, я не знаю, кто там, кто работает в интернете, как бы не высказывали свою точку зрения по поводу ситуации в США, это не могло сыграть ключевую решающую роль.
Is the audio still working for everyone
They
else?
just talk about it mostly when it comes to Russia's interference with the U.S. presidential elections. But in this case, even the court found that these actions were illegal, which influenced the electoral process. I am sure that Mr. Soros is behind this too, because this is a team of Democrats, Nuland, Soros, Biden, in favor of the interests of Hillary Clinton, did everything to prevent Mr. Trump from being elected in the 2016 elections.
People use the word dossier and it has such an official sound to it. I mean, let's just call it for what it is. Rank hearsay put together by an FBI source who was later defrocked, paid for by the Democrat National Committee, and oh, by the way, Christopher Steele hated Donald Trump too.
Throughout the summer of 2016, Victoria Nuland was being updated by Christopher Steele. In early 2018, Victoria Nuland admitted that she'd been being briefed by Christopher Steele.
Interesting,
She talked openly
Silver.
about it on CBS's Face the Nation.
During the Ukraine crisis in 2014 and 15, Chris Steele had a number of commercial clients who were asking him for reports on what was going on in Russia, what was going on in Ukraine.
Why is that? Okay, my conjecture here, they were concerned. They wanted to get ahead of the reporting and explain why they were talking to Christopher Steele.
Chris had a friend at the State Department, and he offered us that reporting free so that we could also benefit from it.
Victoria Nuland said, I immediately urged him to go to the FBI.
In the middle of July, when he was doing this other work and became concerned,
The dossier.
He passed 2 to 4 pages of short points of what
It's
he
so
was
bizarre that
finding. And
Captain
our
DPRK
immediate
has no
reaction to
audio.
that
What the
was,
fuck?
this is not in our purview. This needs to go to the FBI.
And you'll find a spate of people who urged Christopher Steele to go to the FBI. John McCain urged him to go to the FBI. Everybody urged him to go to the FBI. And why is that? I think they're setting up a cover story. They want to say, we told him to go to the FBI. I think, in fact, what they were doing was setting up the information operation.
I used to work in the Ukrainian embassy here in Washington, 2015, 2016, and one day I was approached by the DCM of the Ukrainian
Because you
embassy,
got DPRK in your name.
asking me to meet a person she knows very well.
They know
And
that
I met
this
with,
channel will make it
DNC
too strong.
operative, Alexander Chalupa.
They gotta block
Alexander Chalupa, who is a lawyer, she had worked in the Bill Clinton
Damn
administration
you.
as an intern. She'd been a DNC operative for about 12 years. And she's a Ukrainian American whose mother was deeply involved in politics. In 2015, Alexandra Chalupa and her sister start campaigning very hard against Paul Manafort.
This is who Paul Manafort is. He is a puppet master of some of the most vile dictators around.
Zafula, that's a name.
Manafort was from Connecticut. They went to Connecticut and protested against him. It's not clear to me exactly why he was being targeted, but Alexandra Chalupa said she was pulled out of retirement to work on this.
She was asking more information on dirt, that's how she put it, to get Trump off the campaign in September, October of 2016, right before the election.
Well, thank you for that information. Too old for Twitch.
Most of the key evidence that shows the collusion between the Ukrainian government and the
enlightening
DNC, operatives of the DNC, came in an article that was actually published
is very
in Politico
funny.
before the inauguration. Ken Vogel and David Stern wrote an article in Politico that talked about how the Ukrainian
Learn
government
something
had
new
tried
every
to
day. I
collude
thank
and
you for
interfere
that.
on behalf of Hillary Clinton in the 2016 election. And furthermore, how Petro Poroshenko was very worried that the Trump administration would figure out they'd been working against him. And anybody who's watched Donald Trump for a few minutes knows he's fairly vengeful to people he feels has wronged him.
John McCain received a fake and phony dossier. Do you hear about the dossier? It was paid for by crooked Hillary Clinton, right? And John McCain got it. He got it. And what did he do? Didn't call me. He turned it over to the FBI hoping to put me in jeopardy. And that's
Been
not
around.
the nicest
What the hell is a
So Petro
chalupa?
Poroshenko was
I have no
concerned
idea.
that would happen. Two
I don't
reasons.
even know if ours around
One,
here have that.
because of the arms
Taco Bell
deals and the
foreskin.
economic deals and the loans. But also personally, Petro Poroshenko, since he'd been elected,
Some of you
become a
might
very
find this to be
unpopular
slander.
president. At one point, I think his approval rating dipped down under 10%.
Some of you might find this to be slander, but I really don't like Taco Bell meat
In fact,
at all.
polls showed that Ukraine has the
eat it.
least confidence in their
It's
government
gross
of
for
any
me.
country on the face of the earth. So after Poroshenko was put into
sure
power
some of
by
you
the
might
United
find that to
States,
be slander,
things have been
but-
disastrous for Ukraine. So Poroshenko was also worried that if he could not withstand a re-election bid, that he was going to have Donald Trump in the West mad at him. And you can see his fears evolving. The first thing they tried to do was make sure they patched up things diplomatically for Ukraine. But then later, he started to throw people under the bus just to protect himself.
Because it was a failure of Ukraine's foreign policy. The interesting thing is that the court acknowledged the fact of interference by
Can't
such
stand
actions
fast food,
in the
Jess?
U.S.
Don't
electoral
blame me.
process. I heard the accusations of Russia interfering in the U.S. electoral process, which is not confirmed by real evidence. There is a court decision. Moreover, this court decision established
Spanish-Russian
the
language
illegitimacy,
connection is always
but it
fascinating
has also
me.
been established that the
Interesting.
actions of these individuals as citizens of Ukraine caused significant harm to the foreign policy of Ukraine.
So in the spring of 2016, Alexandra Chalupa goes to the Ukrainian embassy in Georgetown, and she's introduced to Andrei Telchenko. And he's introduced to Alexandra Chalupa by the ambassador, Charlie, and Alexandra Chalupa tells Andrei Telchenko that she's trying to dig up dirt on Donald Trump and Russia, and trying to dig up dirt on Paul Manafort and Russia.
She actually did want to use this information not for some intelligence purpose or legal purpose. She did want to use it to interfere in an election.
From what I saw, yes.
Alexandra Chalupa admits this in that article for Politico. She doesn't deny that at all. She also tells Telchenko that she doesn't want him to coordinate or help the Trump campaign in any way. Now, Telchenko is a loyal Ukrainian who's been part of the Maidan. He doesn't like this. He thinks it's illegal, and he thinks it's stupid. And he thinks it's stupid because if you bet on the wrong horse, this could come back to haunt you. He turned out to be exactly right. He went to the ambassador, Charlie, and said,
You're in
"This
on
is
the
illegal.
alien stuff, are you?
I don't want to be any part
Silver,
of this."
I'm sure, has
Charlie
something to
yells
say,
at
but
him.
he's tired
He gets
of
in
it.
trouble. He leaves the embassy about a month later, goes back to Ukraine. Cut to Trump gets elected.
I've just received a call from Secretary Clinton.
Now, Ken Vogel and David Stern of Politico, they've caught wind that the Ukrainian government had colluded with the DNC to intervene on behalf of Hillary Clinton. And they start to do a very well-researched story. They talk to Andrei Telchenko. They get denials from Charlie. But the story's reported once, and then it's completely forgotten. And you'd think it would be significant. There was one key piece of evidence in the Politico story. It's the most important piece of evidence in this whole thing, is the email that WikiLeaks would publish. And this is an email from Alexandra Chalupa, the DNC operative, to Luis Miranda, who is the comms director of the DNC. Let me explain why Luis Miranda is important. Very significant. The Hillary Clinton campaign had actually taken over the DNC back in 2015. So when you see Alexandra Chalupa reporting directly to Luis Miranda, that means she is reporting through one layer of separation to the Clinton campaign itself, not just to the DNC. In that email,
All right, Jess,
Alexandra
good luck,
Chalupa
comrade.
brags that
Thank
she
you for
has
hanging out with us.
arranged to speak about Paul Manafort, and that she's
Appreciate
going to
you-
have his Ukrainian journalists go
you're-
back and
of
dig up
course.
dirt on him.
See you next time.
Now, that completely violates what you're
Whenever
supposed
you
to
get
do
back.
with the Open World Leadership Center. The Open World Leadership Foundation
is a part of the Library of Congress.
Salute.
Because they're part of the Library of Congress, they're not supposed to be involved in election issues. And it was confirmed to me by the people at the Open World Leadership Center that they had, in fact, warned Alexandra Chalupa, don't do that. The other thing that's significant there is that Chalupa reveals that she was with reporter Michael Isikoff. Now, Michael Isikoff is legendary in Washington, D.C. He's well known as a bulldog investigative journalist who worked on the Monica Lewinsky story, for instance. And he is hanging around with Alexandra Chalupa throughout the entire 2016 election. In fact, right before the election, when everybody thought Hillary Clinton was going to win, he publishes an article where he names Alexandra Chalupa as one of the most important people in the 2016 election. To me, the most interesting thing about that group of journalists was those journalists were chosen by the embassy in Kyiv. In other words, those journalists were picked by and sent by the U.S. State Department. And that's part of the evidence that the State Department was involved at the deepest level in this election collusion and interference. In December of 2018, both Leshchenko and the head of NABU were convicted in a Kyiv court of election interference.
Що ні я особисто, ні будь-хто із працівників антикорупційного бюро України жодним чином не впливав і не міг впливати на процес проведення виборів президента Сполучених Штатів Америки. Я думаю, що так. Я ж йому дуже допомагав. Не йому, а Хіларі допомагав.
Yep, the internet does serve as a tool of hegemony.
Was Petro Poroshenko
That's why
himself.
DPRK is right to block it in the way it does. They can still access it at public centers, but they keep it from being just like wantonly open there because
it was a form of misdirection.
The internet isn't just some open tool for everyone.
To realize his direct involvement.
Will your relationship with the U.S. changed now that President Donald Trump will be in the White House come 5 days from now?
Look, Ukraine during the last 3 years gained a very strong bilateral support in the United States.
Trump gave a photo opportunity to Poroshenko.
It's a great honor to have you, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Trump did not like Poroshenko. Why? Why not?
I think, first of all, because Poroshenko had his own position during the U.S. election campaign. He supported Hillary Clinton, and he did it openly. Why openly? Because the ambassador of Ukraine to the USA, Mr. Chali, openly supported the representatives of the Democrats.
Yats is the guy who's got the economic experience, the governing experience. You need Biden for an attaboy and to get the deets to stick. So okay. Biden's willing.
Okay, great. Mr. Yatsenyuk, whom we recalled, spoke frankly, and in these words of Trump's assessments, there were insults. He stated that the USA as a powerful country deserves to have an intelligent, intellectually developed president. In other words, he doubted these qualities as inherent to Mr. Trump. Mr. Avakov, a representative of the same Yatsenyuk party, the Minister of the Interior, stated that Trump is a marginal politician.
Yeah, which is what I was saying. Citizens in DPRK can access the internet. They can do so in the public libraries and stuff. Some of them set up YouTube accounts and stuff and get banned all the time.
Any country in the world. When what happened, Mr. Donald Trump won the election. It was a shock for the Kiev authorities and for those individuals that I listed. They were confident that this victory would never take place. I think that if what you are saying is true, that Trump thinks badly of Mr. Poroshenko, then there were real reasons for this.
So, Mr. President, may God bless you and your colleagues and the people of Ukraine, and may God bless the United States of America in being able to continue to help you in your efforts. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Biden.
You can see this has been Biden's project for a long time.
Investigating Ukrainian collusion with Democrats to affect the election
And over the next 3 to 4 months, you're going to find out all about that. So I've decided I'm not going to go to the Ukraine.
You're not going to go?
I'm not going to go because I think I'm walking into a group of people that are enemies of the president, in some cases enemies of the United States, and in one case, an already convicted person who has been found to be involved in assisting the Democrats with the 2016 election. I'll give you his name, a gentleman by the name of Lyshenko.
After 2 years of ignoring this news, ignoring the fact of Ukraine's interference in the elections in the United States, Ukraine Gate began to attract the attention of political heavyweights.
I will step back and I'll just watch it unfold.
In 1997, a man who did a lot to determine U.S. foreign policy, Zbigniew Brzezinski, said, "Ukraine is a new and important spot on the Eurasian chessboard. It is a geopolitical center because its very existence as an independent state helps to transform Russia." In the book, The Grand Chessboard, he wrote a lot about Ukraine, but always in the same way. Ukraine is a means of pressure on Russia, no more and no less.
The border between Ukraine and Russia is 2,300 kilometers. Any destabilization in Ukraine affects the interests of Russia. And the external influence of Washington in Ukraine makes it possible to manage the processes of destabilization that directly affects Russia.
If you look at what happened to Ukraine in the 21st century, there is a feeling of déjà vu. It's as if we are a part of the well-known legend about the Pied Piper, who led the charmed children to go nowhere. Millions of people were deluded by the sweet promises of rapid prosperity with the help of the United States and Western Europe. Very little time passed after the so-called Revolution of Dignity, and all expectations have collapsed. Instead of prosperity, there is the collapse of the economy. Mass exodus of people from the country. And the death of now thousands of people. And the most important thing, Ukraine is in confrontation with Russia. The function that its real owners left for Ukraine works flawlessly.
Anybody who actually looks at the facts of the Ukraine coup in 2013 and 2014 can see how the U.S. was directly involved. But it wasn't just an end in itself. It was a means to an end, and the end that they were going for is a way to antagonize Russia. They've stirred up aggression against Russia right at Russia's border, and then blamed Russia for anything that happened.
But it's always interesting. Do puppeteers understand that sometimes puppets begin to live their own lives? The fact of Ukraine's interference in the elections in the United States is the first wake-up call. And then, war between Ukraine and Russia. Yesterday it was unthinkable. Today it is a probable scenario. It doesn't matter.
This is from 2019.
It is important to note that the shockwave from the first explosion has spread too wide and affects those who prefer to wait out on the side. Does the Pied Piper who leads those who believe him further and further to nowhere understand that Russia will never accept a hostile state near its borders?
Sounds like you've had a tough few years, sir. A hard time.
The following years will be difficult, and I would say that especially 2019 will not be easy for Ukraine.
Are you afraid of something?
Yes. The world blowing up.
One day that gunshot could be heard. For example, the Ukrainian military boats could again try to break the borders that Russia considers its own, and thereby provoke response fire from the Russian border guards.
It's the Russian military going head-to-head against the Ukrainian military.
There will be victims.
Russian President Vladimir Putin blamed the Ukrainian government for the crisis.
And then the war begins, in which Russia will naturally be declared the aggressor.
Fighting has intensified.
Russia set off an international crisis.
In Ukraine, Russia's now at war there.
Ukrainian tanks will move to the Donbass in order to destroy the unrecognized republics with one blow.
Will President Trump finally confront Putin's act of aggression against Ukraine?
And in order to save citizens, Russian troops will come forward to meet them. The Hungarian army will defend the Hungarian citizens living in the west of Ukraine.
The mayor has declared a humanitarian crisis and has appealed to the United Nations for help.
Poland will announce the mobilization of reservists. There will be a real chance to return the lands that were torn off by the Soviet Union in 1939.
The UN Security Council will hold an emergency session on the Ukraine crisis.
And what the whole world feared during the Cold War will happen. Moscow's, Brussels, and Washington's bad dream will come true.
We want to return now to some breaking news this morning. We're just learning about the movement of the aircraft carrier USS Nimitz and 4 other ships.
No one wants a full-scale war. For those who are still in control in Kiev, the only way to avoid defeat and destruction is to organize a provocation. The armies of Russia and NATO will come into military conflict. This will be the beginning of a withering Armageddon. Only scorched earth will remain in place of Ukraine. The world will be engulfed in a giant flame. Probably the last war for humanity. Just because someone in Kiev really wants to remain in power. So nothing good will happen.
Well, does he see this historically? Does he see these two countries coming together again?
Я думаю, что это неизбежно, во всяком случае, неизбежно строительство нормальных, дружеских, я бы даже сказал, более чем дружеских, союзнических отношений. И в конечном итоге все-таки мы придем к состоянию, о котором я сказал. Сближение неизбежно.
Exactly, Meg.
Ukraine will have 2 election campaigns that predetermine the country's place in the world. And most importantly, power in Ukraine.
Oh, is that Zelensky there? Wait.
That is, new opportunities are opening up. Ukraine will have 2 election campaigns that predetermine the country's place in the world.
Look, this is Zelensky right here, isn't it?
World. And most
that is him, or am I mistaken? Sure as fuck looks like him.
Importantly, power in Ukraine. That is, new opportunities are opening up for Ukraine.
It is? Okay.
The new president of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky, won because he promised to stop the war in the Donbass. One order of the commander-in-chief is enough for the war to be ended. And thousands of human lives could be saved. No one can prevent him from giving such an order. But the days go by, and there is still no peace. The hopes of Ukrainians for the new course are fading with each passing day. The opportunity to improve this situation is to elect politicians to the parliament of Ukraine who are able to fulfill their promises to the people of Ukraine.
Yeah, that's how liberals always think you fix the problem. Vote harder, right?
Я розпускаю Верховну Раду 8-го скликання.
We have a parliamentary presidential form of government. And therefore, having won the parliamentary elections, holding a faction that can influence all processes in the country.
У него есть убеждения, в этом все дело. Я, допустим, я могу с чем-то не соглашаться, но это не может не вызывать уважения. Но во всяком случае он относится к такой категории людей, которые выступают за независимость, за укрепление независимой Украины, но в то же время считает, что этого эффективнее добиваться путем развития сотрудничества с Россией. Ну, и я думаю, что он в значительной степени прав.
We use the life principle with Oksana. Do what should be done, and everything will be as it is supposed to be. I think this is the right way of life. The right life principle. And we have to implement it.
Yeah, I'll vote if it sends your ivory tower crashing down with you in them. Exactly. Well. Yeah. Zelensky, guys, I'm gonna stop the war. Well, that was that. What do you think, comrades? Bootstraps and vote harder is what you gotta do. Mega, are you generously asking if anyone needs subs? Captain DPRK, maybe. If voting actually worked, they'd make it illegal. Good point. Check this out. We'll go like this for a minute. I'm so close to being done here. So let's hear your opinions, everybody. Was those two movies informative or what? Thank you very much, Mag. Very, very much appreciate the support, comrade, and welcome Captain DPRK to the Juche gang, everyone. All of you who have the Juche gang emote, please spam the chat with them now. I was so close to beating this. And again, thank you, Mega. The support is very much appreciated right now as we are trying to rebuild after the multiple floodings and yeah, still didn't quite rebuild all the way after the hurricane. A hard thing to accomplish on disability, but we're getting there. And I'm thinking today, maybe, possibly the last day without a webcam, if we're lucky. We'll see. You're also known as I stand Kim Jong-un, but can't stand Trump. That's a cool name too. Wait, are you from Captain DPRK? Are you from YouTube? That name looks very familiar from someone who watches my Juche Gang YouTube channel that I know about. Yes, you are sub to YouTube? Okay. Yeah, I remember that account. I remember stuff. Alright, we're just gonna beat this right quick because I'm so close to the end. And then I'll fill you in on what's going on for the weekend. And by the way, you binged all the Juche lessons? Yeah, by the way, if you comrades want to check out Juche lessons for yourself, you can always type in my socials. And that brings you to a document that has links to all of my various social accounts. But now some of my social accounts... Yeah, Leaping King is a special one. I tried to keep all the best ones for the subscribers. So like I think the ones you comrades have, I guess someone who's actually just sub would know better, but I think it's these ones, right? These, this, that, and the Doomer face. I think this is them, right? Is there any more? Those are the ones that are for all subscribers. This is like the very last dungeon. Yeah, so that was interesting watching those two Oliver Stone documentaries. One was from 2017 and one was from 2019. And it really showed you like how this conflict really is like the orchestration and the architecture of the West orchestrating this war. You were not yet pro DPRK in 2017? It's okay, not everyone was. Dropped in right at the end, but it seemed informative. It was very informative. And like I say, it was kind of nice how it was filmed before the conflict actually broke out, because it's, you know, it shows you who the real aggressor is. You might not have been here, by the way, comrades, when I said earlier, but we have that new Stalin book is now available. Reading Kim Jong-il really, I mean, helped me on the path of being pro-DPRK. As I mentioned before, it was actually a comrade of mine in Navajo Nation who got me started studying Juche philosophy. And it was then through studying Juche philosophy and also realizing by this time already that I had been lied to about DPRK, or sorry, had been lied to about USSR, I figured I should probably study more about DPRK and try and get, you know, alternate leftist information about it. And then that's when I stumbled into, of course, the KFA. Started working with the Green Friendship Association, where I was able to network with a lot of comrades who not only traveled there, but some who even went to school there, even former residents of DPRK. That really helped a lot. As well as finding some like old PBS documentaries, which we did watch on the stream once before, which was My Brothers and or no, it was called African American Journal to the North. My Brothers and Sisters in the North is good too, but an African American's Journal to North Korea is a very good documentary. It was actually on American PBS back in the day, and is just straight up pro DPRK. There's not an ounce of anti-DPRK propaganda in it. It's incredible. But of course, you know, that's back when PBS did sometimes publish some better documentaries, I guess. Yeah, you definitely don't want to be listening to Young Mi Park. I mean, I would, as if you watch Loyal Citizens in Pyongyang, I think makes a good argument for why you shouldn't listen to most defectors. Yeah, I have it downloaded as well. It's a really good documentary. Well, I don't need to be down here in the basement anymore. I can just go to the top floor. All I wanted down there was the big key and the big chest here. It was Palestine for me. As it became clear the Zionist occupation wasn't actually a nuanced political dispute, I started to realize I needed to revisit what I've been told about DPRK, Cuba, etc. I find something too that's useful for helping to get leftists encouraged about studying DPRK more seriously is actually mentioning their stance on, you know, Palestine and other countries. Like, DPRK was one of the only countries that sent aid to Yemen when it was fighting against Saudi Arabia. It always is one of the staunchest opponents of Israel. It has an extremely good and always had like an extremely incredible, I would say, foreign policy where it supports revolutionary movements. It sent aid as well to what the fuck Grenada. It sent aid to Grenada when their struggle was going on there. And of course Vietnam and stuff as well. That's why I say, like, part of what DPRK is getting ready for when it gets ready for war preparations, as the mainstream media even will report, right? Is like, in case there's some sort of conflict that breaks out in Taiwan, I would argue probably DPRK would come to the aid in that case. Or there's a strong likelihood of it anyway. I mean, the mainstream media, you say someone complains about them helping Peru, the mainstream media itself, right, complains, like, I think one report I saw regarding the Yemen thing was, oh, DPRK skirting sanctions and supporting terrorist rebels in Yemen. Leaving out, of course, actually what it's doing is supporting the people in Yemen fighting against Saudi occupation. Cool. Dodge that. Heard of Miss Falcon? I have not. One point I always like to make to comrades, of course, is if you can defend Cuba, but not DPRK, you should try and find some comrades that can help you improve your understanding. Check out the KFA blog sites and stuff even. Be very helpful. Art. Do you use critical or DPRK? She at least backs up her shit with references. Like certain defector living in New York. No, I haven't heard of her. I'd have to see the columns, to be honest, to know what I would think of her. Jesus Christ, I did not think that platform was that small. Yeah. Seriously, it was much harder. I mean, even though, like, you did it, as I mentioned, have some better PBS documentaries and stuff, like, in the form of that one I mentioned, it would still be very hard to actually catch that while it was on. And it would be one of the few, right? That's lost amid the sea of, like, on the other networks that are spouting all this anti-stuff. So, having information that we have now definitely can be a big help. Yikes, guys. Get out of here. Okay. I'm just leaving them to it. So close to the end of this dungeon. Just gotta kill the boss. Whew. Nice. There's a whole ass book to be written about the proliferation of media. Both formats, volume as a tool of social control. I mean, yeah. One that I recommend on that subject, by the way, is Michael Perenni, Inventing Reality, is quite good on that. We actually watched a lecture that is from Inventing Reality on the channel before. Perhaps my favorite one, I have now a censored version of it. So my favorite one is perhaps where he talks about the entertainment media specifically. Oh god, this guy's the worst. Yeah, Michael Perenni's Inventing Reality. I mean, I think, what's his name? Noam Chomsky? He's got one too, but Michael Perenni's is way more from a Marxist perspective. Yeah, you like that guy's googly eyes? I thought they were pretty cool too. Makes me feel bad for killing him, which only makes me hate him more. So, you know, it's all fitting. Of course it was made 18 plus by YouTube, Captain. They censor the shit out of pro-DPRK content. Well, pro-socialist content in general, but especially for some reason I find DPRK content. There, get you with that one. I missed the one that would actually go back to him. Keep being in the most awkward places. Okay, that's enough playing around. One more hit, maybe? Maggar's that comrade. Here we are, comrades. This is the end. I was playing this while we were watching that documentary. You saw that? Yeah, I like to throw it down in the corner in case we get any fellow comrades who like to multi-screen watch. I know I do. Figured, considering where I was in it, I couldn't stop now. Could at least beat it. I got 2 fairies, I think, so don't worry. What I gotta worry about is my magic power. You're always drawing? Yeah. I'm always like multitasking usually. I think I got one more fairy, thankfully. I feel like he's near the end here. Turn out the lights, huh? Shit. Oh shit, wrong item. I want... Yeah, I got 2 fairies left. Nice. You were making breakfast while listening to the second Ukraine movie? Nice. What you have for breakfast? If you're fast, you can get him twice in a row. Oh no, I missed him that second time. Eggs, bacon, and tater tots with coffee. Very nice. Here we go. We watched 2 Ukraine documentaries while I beat Zelda, Link to the Past. Why the hell not? Something to do. Now, as you can check if you look in the About section of my channel. Exactly. If you look in the About section of my channel, you can see my schedule. By the way, on the weekends I do basically just video games, but I still encourage you comrades to come in and try and get me ranting about communism. Tomorrow I'm gonna do this game, Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, but you comrades are gonna be able to control what happens when someone redeems their points. Oh, well, you get those labor vouchers that you're getting are just a little fun thing that you can get. You get it from basically watching the channel, and then you can spend them to, like, anyone that's a circle is a soundbite. So, like this one right here, J-Rock.
It's all for one motherfucker and one motherfucker for all motherfuckers everywhere, you know what I'm saying?
You watch my earlier videos? Cool. So Monday on this channel, I do Movie Mondays. And this Monday we're going to watch The Fall of Saigon, which is a Vietnamese war movie that's been recommended to me.
Communism is based.
Communism is based.
Let's go, Smokes. Let's go, Smokes.
Vultures rule the desert indeed. Comment. By the way, when someone plays Let's Go Smoke, someone else is supposed to spend 420 labor vouchers, by the way. Bug catching kid, Kakariko Town. Yeah, so Monday we're doing, I was just looking at the schedule here. Monday we are doing the Vietnamese movie, Fall of Saigon. And then Tuesday we're going to be reading more of Red Skin, White Mask. We are on chapter 5, I believe. And then Wednesday, I don't know. If you comrades haven't already joined the Discord, I encourage you all to join the Discord. When you go in, it's of course not just my Discord, it's the Red Vanguard Discord. We have a few recognized streamers here. Show you. So, you can type in, of course, the Discord command right here. Thank you, comment. That I appreciate that sentiment, though, very much so. And thank you for the redemption, Commie. So, if you haven't already, consider joining the Red Star Vanguard Discord server. You can come right here, join that link. You can click right here. We have a couple of great comrades in here as well. It's not just, like I say, my own streamer Discord. We are our own communist Discord, where, you know, we educate each other and talk about DPRK, China, other socialist countries. Commander Red, of course, lives in Vietnam now, as he was mentioning here earlier. Common Opponent recommends as a chill space. It's also great if you're looking for good comrades to play video games with, because, you know, trying to play with randoms and reactionaries is no good. I don't recommend that. And if you like capitalism, have an issue with LGBTQ plus people's right to exist, or don't support actually existing socialist countries, well, you can fuck right off. That's our cardinal rule, though. When you join up, you just click here. We ask you to just answer the 5 questions you get when you come in. And then just say you're from Leaping Larry Vanguard, or from Leaping Larry Livestream, and I'll add you to the tag. And then let you know when I'm going live. And you can give me any suggestions that you want me to watch. We still have a bunch more of the Squirrel and Hedgehog cartoons left to go. But we have a few more. Where are they? They're there, right here. Yeah, we have a few more of these left to do. We're on this one, 25. So there's not that many. But look at the animation jump. So the next one looks pretty similar to the previous one, what we just watched this morning. And then the next one looks like, whoa, what's happened there? Something good, I'm thinking. And then I also do have some like Soviet cartoons here as well. So we could like start watching these in the morning once we're done with Squirrel and Hedgehog. Wow, 67 unavailable videos hidden. But yeah, we do have some Soviet cartoons we can do after that. And then, as I mentioned, Mondays we're watching movies. So, you can come here and see I have a big list of DPRK movies. Comrade Red Falcon has been finding English movies from Vietnam with English subtitles at the very least. And then we also, of course, have some Chinese movies we've been watching. Yeah, VPN shenanigans. See, that's one thing I've never gotten because I never want to pay for a damn VPN. Like, monthly fees and me do not work out. Can't do them. It's just something. I don't know. I encourage you, by the way, check out my socials. There are some free VPNs. Interesting. I'm always wary of them. I don't know why. But so, yeah, here you can find all my socials, by the way. And I don't just have your typical socials. I recommend you especially check out, like, Comrade Stalin's Socialist Schoolhouse here, where we have all kinds of great snippets from articles. We have some George Jackson here, as you can see. All kinds of great articles. But what's even better is, as we've been talking about, the way they take down the videos from YouTube. We also have lots of videos that have since been taken down from YouTube. They're pretty safe, just slow. You could still download them once you have access, so they'll play smooth on stream. Okay, interesting. I'll have to check that out then. I've always just been worried about it for some reason, yeah. You closed your Facebook when they kept screwing with Comrade Hudson? Understandable. They did like to take down that KFA. But yeah, see, some of these aren't available anymore on YouTube. So check out Comrade Stalin's Socialist Schoolhouse. And I have another one for DPRK right here. The other one I have. See if you go to videos. Got a whole bunch of videos. A lot of these have since been taken off YouTube. Including that one we mentioned, African American Journal to DPRK, which I highly recommend. Tomorrow, I'm going to be doing, like I said, crowd control Zelda, which means with those labor vouchers you have, you're going to be able to come in, or you can be generous and spend bits and cause chaos in my Zelda game. You can turn the ground to ice. You can take my sword away from me. You can just kill me instantly if you really want to. So come back for Saturday. That'll be Saturday. I'm going to do that. And then on Sunday, well, you can't necessarily put DPR flags in it, but you can flood my screen with Juche Gang emotes like this. And then on Sunday, because I challenged the community to raise 100,000 labor vouchers by the end of the month. And they did it. The absolute comrades did it. So that means on Sunday now, you comrades have leftist audio moment. NTC called it. I'm here talking to nobody. It'll be much okay. I should soon have a webcam, so it'll be even better then, because you comrades can see me just blabbing to myself. Won't that be fun? So you comrades get 100,000 labor vouchers in a month, which means I have to play Getting Over It for 2 hours on Sunday. And yeah, the reason I made what I was saying while I was muted, by the way, I was saying the reason I have such big emotes on the channel is so that you can come in here and you can like check out whatever emotes from whatever channel you got and see them in glorious big detail. I've never seen emotes quite this big on anybody else's channel yet. I think it's a selling point. Press F for respect for the big emotes. Alright, so then Sunday you'll want to tune in because you comrades earned this. This is what you did.
Why did I make this?
You all did this.
This horrible hike up an impossible mountain. I could have made something you would have liked. A game that was empowering, that would save your progress and inch you steadily forward. Since success is delicious, that would have been wise. Instead, I must confess this isn't nice. It tastes of bitterness. It's capricious. It sets setbacks for the ambitious. It lacks lenience. It's bracing and inhumane. But not everyone's the same. I created this game for a certain kind of person. To hurt them.
So not only am I a masochist, but you all like to watch apparently. You voted for that with labor vouchers for a month. 100,000. My goodness. Tune in Sunday to see that. Monday, Fall of Saigon. Tuesday, we're back to reading Redskin, White Masks. Hannah Commie is excited to see me suffer. I'm excited to suffer in it, to tell you the truth. Remember, Saturday you can cause additional suffering with your labor vouchers in Zelda. So don't forget that. And then Tuesday, you can catch our next reading, which you will see here. Comrade Red is looking forward to me getting absolutely feral and just smashing my keyboard. So, then on Tuesday and Thursday, we are going to be doing the next part of this, Redskin, White Masks. We are on chapter 5, and then I guess Thursday will be the conclusion. Wednesday, I haven't decided. We'll watch some videos and hang out. That's true, Canada. Won't that be good? And then when we're done this read, as I mentioned probably many times to you already, once I'm done with this read, we're going to do one quick Kim Jong-il read, which is going to be this one right here. Giving priority to ideological work is essential for accomplishing socialism. So this will be immediately following Indigenous Redskin White Masks. Rejecting the politics of recognition that we're on now. And then following that, as you might know, I'm a contributing editor over here at Iskra Books. Check it out. Check out our works. We publish all kinds of different books. I recommend all 3 of these. I've read The Dark, Selected Writings of Brandon Hughes, an Irish revolutionary. And then our newest one that just came out yesterday is Stalin History and Critique of a Black Legend. The first authorized translation, and by that I mean the family has given us the blessing, friends, that it's an accurate translation. And of course, we have all of our books available as free PDFs right here on the website. So we're going to be reading this, as I promised the translator I would do it. We're going to be reading this right after the Kim Jong-il work. This is going to be the biggest read we do on the channel so far. I love the art in it. I mean, the one we're doing now is 200 some odd pages. This one gets up to about 327 pages, so it'll take a bunch of streams. So that will be soon. By the way, you comrades should see the hardcover of this here. Let me show you. Yeah, they're good books, Brent. You should see the hardcover. Let me show you. Before I got one more thing to show you on that Iskra book site. I know I'm all over the place. It's the ADHD. But I gotta show you the hardcover of that book because it looks so nice. Our graphic designer, Ben, is fantastic. I got a lot of Malma, as you can see. I do have, by the way, for a generous donation of 1,000 bits, you can hear the Malma chant right now on my channel. Just scroll down and you'll see the redemption there. Yeah, so this is one of the translators right here. And here's the hardcover book. I love inside under the dust jacket. Yeah, right there. Oh, I love that. That's Ben. The comrade is one fantastic graphic designer. That is for sure. Yeah, and then also, if you comrades, some of you may follow my YouTube, Juche Gang. This is another good one here, and this collected work by Stalin is great as well. Highly recommend both of those. I mean, I recommend all of it, but that's because I'm biased. So I extra recommend these two. But now, like, we also did this journal as well, or we're still working on them, of course. Peace, Land, and Bread is our journal. You can get a free PDF of these too. And look, if you come down here at the bottom, check it out. You can get my Juche lessons in writing on the Peace, Land, and Bread. And you get to read it with the awesome graphic designs of Ben, who just makes it so much more enjoyable to look at. Yeah. Check it out. Iskra Books. We do stuff. We do some things. It's sort of volunteer work, but we do it. And again, we have free PDFs, or you can get the copies. And anything, by the way, the costs of the books only cover the production and the distribution of it all. We're very close, by the way, everyone. If you support my work, I do encourage you to subscribe if you are willing and able. We are only 5 sub points away from the next emoji. And check this out, I got a whole bunch already lined up for us. I go to Creative Dashboard. Check this out. I've got some Kim Jong-il up here pointing. I've got our tanky oof still. I've got my cat and the duck that we've had before. And right here is Grimes from The Simpsons, but sort of drawn like the Good Doctor, if you're in on that meme. And then, of course, I replaced the old Skeletor meme with the animated one. They have some good animated ones here, too. Look, Lenin must crush capitalism. We got to get that on the go. Right, well, I'm going to see who we should rate out here. I'm thinking maybe Silver. What do you all think? Or should I leave it to a vote? Silver seems good, I think. The comrade was chatting up a storm in here earlier today. I think Silver's a good choice. By the way, I gotta stop submitting emotes so that we can actually get these follower emotes. And when you read it here, it says anytime your thing is rejected, one of your emotes, it doesn't allow it. Then it like resets the 60-day time period or whatever. So I have to stop trying to make new emotes for a while. I've got a buildup of them. I've got Ned Isakoff from Seinfeld, which is, of course, what some of her sound bites are from.
He's a communist. Oh, really? Yep. Big communist. Big communist. Oh.
No problem, Gmo. Thank you for hanging out, comrade. And all my comrades. Very much appreciate you all hanging out here.
The People's Revolution!
Long live the People's Revolution. And you know what? Before I actually do that, let's talk about the People's Revolution or let's let rather Che Guevara talk about the People's Revolution. It is then a revolution with humanist characteristics. It is in solidarity with all the oppressed peoples of the world. It is in solidarity, Mr. President, because as Marty also said, every true human must feel on their own cheek every blow dealt against the cheek of another. And every time that an imperialist power subjugates a territory, it is a blow against every inhabitant of that territory. There's your quote for the day. We're going to raid silver. Comrade was absolutely chatting up a storm. Che Guevara is absolutely based. You're right. Come back tomorrow. We're going to do crowd control Zelda in the morning. You won't want to miss that.
See ya.
Yeah. See ya. And again, Monday, movies. Tuesdays, Thursdays, theory. Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, Wednesdays and Fridays, we just kind of hang out. Crowd control Zelda tomorrow, getting over it Sunday. You all better be excited for the getting over it. I better see some people in there laughing at my misfortune. That's all I got to say about the getting over it coming up. Well, be sure, by the way, to follow my socials. Join us on Discord. And again, thank you for the support, comrade. Thank you for the gift sub today. Very much appreciate that. Your support means the world to me, and so does you spending your time with me, comrades. Thank you all. I hope you're able to join me tomorrow for some hanging out, playing video games. Till then, bye. Say hi to Silver.
Y'all making me really hungry. What's up, Raiders? How you doing? Larry?